Section 9 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4, General Summary, Part 2. (8) From Commanding Officer, Group Number 5. In the first place, from my own observation, the ratings given by the Psychological Board are very inaccurate. For instance, a man in this group who holds certificate as air pilot and observer was examined by the board and given a rating which, if I remember correctly, was C-73. This man was re-examined later and given another rating, which I believe was C+250. It seems very improbable that a man qualified to fill the positions of air pilot and observer should not have a higher rating than C-73. Part of this inaccuracy I believe to be due to the fact that the room in which the examination is held is filled too full of men. As a result, the men who are sitting in the rear of the room are unable to hear clearly and thoroughly enough to understand the instructions. From my own personal observation and experience, I have found that it is practically impossible to rely on the ratings given by the Psychological Board. Men who are below the average when it comes to the question of service are given higher ratings by the board, and vice versa. The records are of no use when it comes to picking men for certain positions. Another thing which I believe enters into the examination in a great measure is the element of chance. It may be that a man is examined on a day when he happens to feel at his best, and everything may work smoothly. Should he be examined again the next day, his faculties might not at that time be as keen, and his rating would not be as high. Recommend that when the examinations are given there be not more than 15 men in each class. 9. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 6. The psychological examination record is of great value when properly used and eliminates chances of error in selecting men for specialized work. An officer not acquainted with the enlisted men in his command, or one called on to select uncommissioned officers on short notice, should make his selection from those men with A or B grades who most strongly impress him on being interviewed. Men having grades of D or E seldom have the potential qualities for making non-commissioned officers. However, men with grades of C who give a favorable impression on being interviewed sometimes make good non-commissioned officers. The assumption is that men in the latter class were under a strain when they took the examination. It is suggested that a second test be given these men on recommendation of company commanders. Again, it is to be observed that men who have been out of school for several years do not make so high a grade in these examinations as do younger men recently out of school, even though they display more intelligence. It is questioned whether the examinations do not deal too much with the scholastic and not enough with the practical to be a fair unit of measure for all soldiers. It is suggested that company commanders be urged to consult the psychological records more frequently than they do in making appointments and assignments to special duty. Selection of men for practical work, trades, etc. should not be limited to selection from psychological grade. 10. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 7. Psychological ratings of about the first 1,000 men received in this group were very satisfactory, and were of considerable assistance in determining the assignment of acting non-commissioned officers in this group. The psychological examination of the last 500 men received in this group were very unsatisfactory, owing to the fact that a great number of these men were illiterates, and the examinations conducted were not a fair test of the intelligence of the men for that reason. Would suggest that different methods might be used in examining men who cannot read and write, so that commanding officers might get a better idea of their intelligence other than from a standpoint of literacy. The result of the examination of the last 500 men received in this group showed nearly all of them to be in Class E. And actual experience has demonstrated that a number of those men were far more intelligent than their classification would seem to indicate. 11. From Commandant Training Center School. It is my opinion that these examinations have a distinct value as indicated in a memorandum from Psychological Examining Board on the subject of proof, so as to validify the psychological grades. It is my opinion that all men, as soon as they shall have reported at this camp, should be given this examination, and the reports immediately placed in the hands of their company commanders. This gives the company commander, at the outset, a true index of the personnel of his company that could be used with slight fear of error in making his first selections of non-commissioned officers. The next important application of the results of these tests lies in the selection of men who attend a machine gun school for admission to training schools for officers. It is my opinion, based upon tests and experience in the machine gun school, that no man should be selected for admission to the machine gun school for training as a non-commissioned officer in machine gun work whose grade in his psychological test is that of C- or lower. It is also my opinion that no man who fails to procure a grading in a psychological test below that of grade C+, should be selected for a designation to attend a training school for officer or to attend the machine gun school. Had this principle been applied at the machine gun school, much valuable time would have been saved, and a limited number of instructors available would have been liberated for other classes. 12. From Commanding Officer, Central Officers Training School. The results of psychological examinations have proven of much value to this school in determining the qualifications and fitness of certain doubtful men for commissions. In a large percentage of instances, the result of the psychological examination has coincided with the result of the candidate's written examination mark. Would suggest one way of increasing the immediate usefulness of this work would be to require every soldier to take this examination and to impress upon officers the value of this means of discovering men. 13. From Commanding Officer, Development Battalion. The chief value of the psychological examinations is that they afford company commanders a quick and relatively accurate method for determining the intelligence of the enlisted men. This makes it possible for the company commander to utilize his most intelligent men for important work at once, without resorting to the tryout method. Mistakes in this choice of men are not entirely eliminated, but they are reduced. In the disciplining of offenders, the psychological rating of the soldier is considered. I would suggest that the psychological examination be very closely supervised by commissioned officers, and that the ratings be supplemented with remarks pointing out any matters of special importance observed in the soldier. I do not believe that the results of the psychological examinations, as I have observed them, justify the expenditure of the time and money used for that purpose. 14. From Commanding Officer, Base Hospital. The writer has had no practical and personal experience with psychological examinations applied to the Army. There is no doubt, however, as to the value of psychological examinations if thoroughly done by an expert. A thorough psychometric test, however, requires not less than 1 hour's time to each person examined, making it almost an impractical procedure for application to a large number of soldiers except in selected cases. To rate a man's mental capacity upon the basis of the usual Army psychological examinations alone is hardly fair. Many neurotic individuals distinctly unfit for service obtain high ratings in these psychometric tests. The tests, as given, measure mental alertness rather than mental capacity and general fitness, and unless these examinations are properly weighed in the light of the soldier's general ability, they are in a great many cases likely to injure rather than to improve the service. The writer feels that with his limited practical experience in the application of the psychological examinations to the Army, he cannot justly make any suggestions for improving and increasing the immediate usefulness of this work. Reply, letter, from Commanding Officer of Camp Lewis. It is considered that the psychological examinations are of great value as an aid in determining the proper placing of the personnel of the command. They should be used as a guide, however, in conjunction with other means of information, and not as an infallible rule. Examinations have proven of great value as follows. A. As a basis for classification of men by company commanders for special duty, special training, tentative selection of non-coms, officers, etc. While intelligence is not the sole criterion of a recruit's usefulness in the future, and while an officer can undoubtedly classify his men after some acquaintance, the rating considerably expedites the process of organization and classification. B. Use of intelligence ratings by personnel officers as an aid in classifying men as experts, journeymen, or apprentices. A man of high intelligence needs less time to learn a given trade and assigning to permanent organizations in order to maintain evenly balanced groups. C. Determination of mental age in case of low or defective intelligence, thus giving a basis for recommendation or for rejection or for acceptance for full or limited service. D. One of the most important services has been to assist in selecting candidates for officers' training schools. It was demonstrated that a certain minimum of intelligence was essential to success in the training school, and that candidates failing to reach a given psychological rating failed to receive commissions. Approximately 17% of the candidates of the 4th Officers Training School were thus eliminated by purely objective standards, with considerable saving to the Army. E. Examination of men who are inapt or troublesome to organization commanders, thus giving a basis of recommendation for discharge on account of mental deficiency or for transfer to the Development Battalion. F. Assistance to the morale officer in the stimulation of morale. Suggestions for improvement are offered as follows. A. The intelligence rating now conducted by the Psychological Board should be taken over by the Committee on Classification of Personnel, or whoever succeeds this committee. The classification of personnel according to intelligence is more closely related to the personal officer's work than to the medical service. B. When voluntary enlistments for the Army are resumed, an officer trained in clinical psychology to be assigned to each recruit depot. C. It would seem that the psychological rating should be coordinated with the rating scale for officers, insofar as the intelligence rating is concerned. Experience demonstrates that when the intelligence rating is done in accordance with instructions, it corresponds very closely with the Alpha examination rating. If several officers rate a group of officers, it is found that the examination is the nearest single measure for the combined result. At best, therefore, it is as good as a subjective judgment of superior officers, and it has several advantages. It is objective and impartial, and it is uniform. Reply, letter, from Commanding Officer of Camp Logan. I have no recommendations to make as to ways of improving or increasing the immediate usefulness of this kind of personal work. This provided the present regulations on the subject are carried out. The difficulty which I have found is that many soldiers and officers arrive at this camp without any indication of psychological examination. I believe the examinations are valuable in organizing new units, and that the method of assigning men to these units by occupation and psychological rating is far better than the old method of assigning men in bulk. A previous camp commander had already written, "The psychological work done and being done by Captain blank in this camp has been consistently good and has proven of much potential value." At first, due to the innate conservation of line and even medical officers, his task was a rather uphill one, but now largely due to his own energy and tact, and to the thoroughness and honesty of his work, practically all officers here have been convinced of its practical value and unique assistance in rating, sorting, and disposing of the diverse kinds of men, as well as officers who pass through such a camp. In addition to his ordinary duties of testing and rating the personnel of organization, he has been employed in making numerous special examinations, whether handling a disposition of men whose cases involve obscurities of mental and physical peculiarity or weakness were in question. The lucid solving of such human problems by the methods of his particular art and his personal acuteness and persistence have often relieved such perplexities. I consider such an expert and his speciality among the most useful aids lately given the Army toward the scientific and non-wasteful utilization of manpower. Reply, letter, from Commanding Officer of Camp Sheridan. It is believed that the psychological test, when properly applied, is of great value. It is being used to some extent in regiments as an aid in the selection of non-commissioned officers. In my opinion, it should prove of great practical benefit when more thoroughly understood and more generally applied. It is recommended that the Division of Psychology prepare and distribute to all officers of the Army or to all organizations a brief list of the practical rules followed in those examinations with an explanation of the purpose of these several tests. In normal times, it is believed that recruits received at depots should there receive this test given by experts and the ratings shown on their descriptive cards. Such recruits as may be received in companies and who have not previously been tested should be tested without delay in order that the records may be complete and the proper benefits derived from this rating. Candidates for commission should be required to take the test and should not be accepted if rated lower than B, except in special cases where fitness for special work is well demonstrated. Among the benefits to be derived from complete rating of a command is the possibility of averaging the intelligence in the several units. It also enables selection to be made as to provide proper intelligence for the varied technical services. There are many other advantages which are so obvious that it is unnecessary to state them here. Reply, letter, from Commanding Officer of Camp, Zachary Taylor. First, there seems to be a general impression among both line and medical officers to the effect that the psychological rating of officers and enlisted men is a good thing, and that it gives a more or less accurate indication of a man's mental capacity. Second, the officers interviewed do not seem to have a very complete idea of the extent to which the service may be used, or to appreciate what its possibilities are, the general impression being that it is probably a good thing, but that it has not been put to any great practical use, and that it has not been long enough in use for anyone to form a definite opinion. I would suggest that if it is mentioned for those who are directly in command of troops to actually use the findings of the psychological board in assisting them to place men under their command in the places for which they are mentally capacitated, that some method should be devised whereby they could receive better instruction in the use of the gradings, and that the information secured by the psychological examiners be brought directly to their attention, together with the conclusions which the examiner may reach in each case. In most instances, the mere grading of a man with a numerical rating does not indicate any particular thing to the officer who is in direct control of the man, his assignment, and his work. It has come to my attention that the psychological gradings are entered only on a man's qualification record card, which remains either at camp headquarters or at his regimental headquarters, and are therefore not in the hands of the officer who has immediate control over the details and assignments which are given to the individual soldier. If it is required that the company commander in every instance must go to regimental or higher unit headquarters to determine the psychological rating of the man under his command, he is more than liable to permit this difficulty to cause a neglect of the use of the psychological ratings, whereas if the ratings were directly in the hands of the company commander at all times, the use would undoubtedly be more than universal. I would suggest that some means be provided whereby results of the psychological test may be communicated directly to the organization commander, who has immediate control of the soldier and his assignments, and that some means be provided whereby this rating can accompany the soldier as a part of his permanent company, or detachment record separate and aside from the entry made on the qualification record card. Reply, letter, from Commanding Officer of Camp Travis. The camp personnel adjutant and his assistants have found the psychological rating of great value in selecting men for duty at the personnel office and in choosing non-commissioned officer material. In the filing of requisitions from the War Department, which require consideration of the general intelligence of individuals or groups of men, the psychological ratings have been found to be of very great value. For instance, in filling requisition 11,019, dated August 1, 1918, requiring the transfer of 1,700 colored troops to the 24th Infantry for combat purposes. These 1,700 men were selected solely for their psychological grades. Company commanders of this camp report that colored troops selected for combat service on a psychological basis of grade higher than grade E, after drilling such troops, that they believe the men were carefully chosen, and many such company commanders desired to know on what basis these men were chosen. The 332nd Labour Battalion was filled by the selection of the men on their psychological grades, and a number of non-commissioned officers for permanent personnel in the Depot Brigade were chosen on this basis, and it appeared that the results were satisfactory. It is believed that the psychological ratings were extremely valuable. It is suggested that if particular psychological tests were worked out for testing men for use in specific military duty, and in determining the psychological requirements for specific military duties, extremely valuable results would be obtained. Under the present plan of determining the intelligence of officers and enlisted men, only their general intelligence is attempted to be rated. If intelligence tests for specific jobs could be worked out, and no doubt they can be. An important advantage would be gained, and much loss of time and energy in training men for specific duties would be avoided. Reply letter from Commanding Officer of Camp Upton. The psychological examination held at this camp has proved of value to the various departments which had to do with the assigning of enlisted men to various kinds of work. It afforded quick classification of men to the particular kind of work for which they were adapted. A careful individual examination has been given in every case in the psychopathic wards at the base hospital. This examination, reported in the form of exact mental age of the subject, has been used by the Neuropsychiatric Board in their recommendations for discharge upon the basis of mental deficiency. An individual examination has been given to all prison cases, reports being placed in the hands of commanding officers showing mental age of the soldiers who have broken rules. Examination of all members of development battalions has resulted in the classification of illiterate groups, aiding the work of education. Candidates for officers' training schools have been examined, and the results of their examination have been used as a basis in the selection for intensive training. Results of psychological examinations have been placed in the hands of company commanders and have enabled them to select provisional non-commissioned officers from material which was shown to be intellectually superior. It is true that general value to the service usually goes hand in hand with intellectual development, and usually the most intelligent man, the man with the highest mental rating, is of the greatest service. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. The usefulness of psychological services can be improved in the matter of closer cooperation between the psychological board and the personal adjutants. It is essential for the best interests of the psychological service that the intelligence ratings be placed on the qualification cards of each and every man examined. Unless this policy is adhered to, the entire purpose of psychological examining is defeated. Psychological service was instituted with a view of aiding the rapid development of soldiers by eliminating the unfit and placing in the hands of personal officers information which will enable them to distribute men efficiently. The value of continuing the work becomes doubtful when the influx of recruits is stopped. Reply letter from Commanding Officer of Camp Wadsworth. I have been very favourably impressed by the work of the examiners, am convinced of its usefulness to the service, and desire to make but one suggestion for its improvement, namely, that it be transferred to the personal branch of the Adjutant General's office, where it obviously belongs. It is likely that we have had better opportunities for testing the value of psychological examinations at this camp than at other places, and that therefore the examiners and other officers have been more interested in the subject, have accumulated more data, and have developed more time and labour to the investigation of results obtained. From January until May of this year, we had approximately a full complement of officers for about 16 regiments of pioneer infantry, but very few men. That period was therefore devoted to the instruction of all officers in various subjects, such as guard duty, administration, military law, field service regulations, drill regulations, field engineering, etc., using the general standing of officers in this schoolwork in comparison with their psychological ratings. Some very interesting and instructive comparative tables were compiled by the examiners. These tables have been forwarded to the Division of Psychology, and it's thought that they should convince any doubt of the very great value of psychological examinations in determining valuable officer material. The non-commissioned officers were, of course, subject to the same psychological tests, and the results were equally convincing. The regiments mentioned were fragments of New England and New York National Guard regiments, which had been depleted to fill to war strength the New England and New York divisions. As the division commanders were not authorized to take non-commissioned officers, some of the commanders of the depleted regiments made non-commissioned officers of very inferior material in order to protect from selected certain privates whom they especially desired to keep. These men were invariably shown up by the psychological ratings. Indeed, it was a low rating which caused me to make inquiry about these men and to learn of the above facts. When the drafted men came in, their psychological ratings were utilized by all company commanders to determine the likely material from which to expect non-commissioned officers, and I was informed that it proved to be a very valuable guide. From the experience above briefly narrated, I have learned, after some skepticism at first, to have a very wholesome respect for the work of the psychological examiners, and cannot too highly commend it. In this connection, however, it should in all fairness be stated that the examiners at this camp had devoted themselves with the utmost diligence and enthusiasm to their work, and have thus attained results which very likely would not have been discovered by less able and zealous men. Reply letter from Commanding Officer of Camp Devons. The reports of psychological examinations have been of value and assistance in this camp, in connection with other data relative to the efficiency and qualifications of officers and enlisted men, especially as follows. In equalizing the average intelligence of companies and entire units at the time of original assignment and to some extent subsequently. In the selection of men for certain technical units, in which men of low-grade intelligence have been reduced to a minimum and an increased proportion of men of superior intelligence has been provided. This was done specially in machine gun battalion and machine gun companies of infantry regiments. In calling attention to certain officers and enlisted men of high or low-grade intelligence who had not been previously noted. In addition to psychiatric examiners in finding men of division mentality upon coming into the service. In enabling organization commanders to obtain an early estimate of the capacity of their men, which otherwise would have required a period of observation. It has been found, however, that the psychological rating should be used as one of several indications of the military usefulness of an individual, but not as a final criterion, as a number of individuals have been found with high ratings who are but little military value, and a number of the most efficient officers and enlisted men have comparatively low ratings. The average man in Grade B has been found as valuable to the service as one in Grade A. It is believed that the present day lays too much stress on quickness of thought and not enough on judgment, leadership, courage, and dependability. The tendency of the test is to underemphasize these latter qualities, and results in misunderstanding on the part of those who attempt to interpret the ratings. Reply letter from Commanding Officer of Camp Custer. The value of these examinations is almost always overrated or underrated. Generally speaking, the officer of long regular army experience rejects them as being valueless, and his opinion is very apt to be at once adopted by any young officer who learns it. The new officer, if left to himself, accepts the results of this examination as final and conclusive, and gives to the matter an unjustified value that often leads to his disappointment. And the net result in either case is a feeling of prejudice against psychological examinations, and this I believe is a general attitude of the service with reference to the matter. If an authoritative statement as to the purpose of these examinations, the value to be placed upon the results thereof, and how this is to be used in the service has been ever issued by the War Department, it has failed to come to my notice or to the notice of anyone with whom I have talked on the subject. In most camps, the psychological examiners issue literature on the subject, and it is my opinion that rather more is claimed by them than their case justifies, and it is a well-known fact that many surgeons of the Army, and particularly the members of the psychiatric boards, are not in accord with the claims of the psychological examiners, and the expression of their opinions weakens the value of these examinations with the service. I would suggest the War Department issue a memorandum explaining briefly the purpose of psychological examinations and what the results of such examinations indicate, and that some definite system be adopted as to the ratings given those examined, and that this be published. There seem to be both alphabetical and numerical ratings at the present time, for one sees a rating of ABC on the enlisted man's card, and for example a 192 on an officer's card, and most officers do not know what one or the other may mean. I believe the service should be informed very definitely, and the psychological test is the measure of a man's intellectual level at the time of examination, and that if a man be in a different physical or mental condition, the results might differ, and that these examinations deal with one quality only, that is mentality, and do not show that a man has the essential attributes of character, leadership, etc., that are requisites in a good non-commissioned officer. In connection with these examinations, I might mention that I once heard a very able psychiatrist, now in the service, say that certain psychological examinations that he had seen conducted were not of value because the psychological examiners left this work to enlisted men, who were not capable of observing those being examined, and what was put down on paper was all that was considered. This gentleman stated to me that for the past 6 years in his private practice he had used the psychological test in making a diagnosis, and that the subject's behavior and actions during the test were quite as indicative of his intelligence as what was placed on his paper, and that in the psychological test held in the Army this factor is greatly neglected. I have been convinced for a long time that with a large number of new officers these tests have a considerable value, or rather would have if the tests were properly conducted and if their exact meaning were made known, as the matter now stands. It is unsatisfactory, for it neither deserves the contempt with which it is treated on the part of some, or the belief in its infallibility which is held by others. The ignorance of this subject on the part of the average officer is equalled only by his indifference to it. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Bowie. This endorsement returns a paper of the Chief Psychological Examiner with approval. The report is of course favourable and recites the practical uses being made of intelligence ratings in that camp. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Dix. The continuance of these psychological examinations by psychological officers is not recommended. They are expensive and consume considerable time. Few cases are discovered by the psychological officers which would not be found by the Neuropsychiatric Board, regimental medical officers, or company officers. Because of the purely mechanical nature of these examinations and the lack of personal contact, they are of little value in determining whether or not a recruit is of proper material to be transferred into efficient soldier. It is thought these examinations can be made by the regular medical personnel. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Dodge. Endorsement forwards a report of the Chief Psychological Examiner, giving information concerning psychological service in the camp. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Grant. I have been in contact with this work too short a time to give a valuable opinion on the value of the psychological examination. I can see, however, a great value in it, and concur in the recommendations of the camp surgeon. I especially agree with him in that the enlisted personnel working under the psychologists be neither transferred nor frequently shifted, as it disrupts the efficient working of the office. The recommendations of the camp surgeon referred to are as follows. The psychological examinations as conducted at this camp have been of the greatest value to the service. By their group examinations, they locate the mental defectives and materially assist the neuropsychiatrist in arriving at diagnosis of certain doubtful cases. The special work they are doing weeds out, at the physical examination, many of the men who would later have to be discharged on surgeon's certificate of disability. The work of the psychologist is of very great value to the personal division, as it assists them in determining whether or not men have sufficient mental ability for positions to be filled. It is suggested that the psychologist be given time to examine the new draft increment before they come to the medical boards. This is now being done here, as this will enable the neuropsychiatrist to eliminate many low-grade men. Also that the enlisted personnel working under the psychologist be not transferred nor frequently shifted, as it takes weeks of training to accustom a man to do this work satisfactorily. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Humphreys. In the opinion of the undersigned, the work of the Division of Psychology in this camp has been very satisfactory, and the results such as to fully justify the time and energy required to make the examinations. It is believed that the greatest value of these examinations will be in connection with the bringing of large groups of men into the service for periods of intensive training, as the psychology test affords in the shortest possible time a means of grouping the new men into classes based upon their intelligence. The undersigned has no suggestions to offer at this time looking to the improvement or the increased usefulness of this work. Reply, endorsement, from Commanding Officer of Camp Kearney. In my opinion, based upon observation at 3 camps, is that organization commanders believe the system is all right when they secure good men, and all wrong when they receive poor men. I believe the system is advantageous on the whole in assigning men, in the first instance, and picking at desirable men. But when it comes to less desirable and less educated men, a great deal of dissatisfaction results. Moreover, some men who pass a very poor examination are often good men and prove valuable in practical work. Others who pass fairly good tests prove of little value. I am of the opinion where haste is necessary in picking out and assigning men, the psychological examination is of much assistance. But I am of the opinion also that the final test by the man's actual work in the organization is a valuable one. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Lee. My opinion as to the value of psychological examinations at this camp is expressed in the enclosed memorandum, prepared at my request by the camp personal adjutant, and forwarded by me to the Chief Psychological Examiner under the date of September 5, 1918, as indicated. The usefulness of the work of the psychological examiner would probably be increased if all cases of possible feeble-mindedness among enlisted men were regularly referred to him for diagnosis. Such cases are found among prisoners of limited intelligence, men recommended for assignment to development battalions whose deficiency may be due either to permanent mental incapacity or to temporary retardation, men recommended for rejection or discharge from that service by reason of feeble-mindedness. The psychological examiner is now working along these lines, as well as in the assigning of mental ratings to enlisted men in general, but instructions should probably be issued establishing such work as part of the regular routine. The memorandum referred to follows. The functions of the psychological examination now in use are threefold. 1. To aid in eliminating the mentally unfit. 2. To assist the personal adjutant in re-interviewing and selecting men of special qualifications required by War Department registrations. 3. To assist the organization commanders in selecting men for responsible positions. In a replacement camp, the first two are naturally the more important. As high as 3,000 men may be handled in one day. The newly drafted man is usually examined on the day following his arrival. Report of the results of the examination is promptly made to the personal adjutant and the chief medical examiner in the mustering office. Those men whose ratings indicate that their intelligence is so low to render them unfit for military service are given a special examination by the examining board, and where the medical examination confirms the finding of the psychological examiner, the drafted man is discharged from draft as unfit. In this way, the psychological examination materially assists the medical board by weeding out those mentally incompetent. Upon receipt of the reports from the chief psychological examiner, the personal adjutant causes the grade to be entered on the qualification card. In selecting men for the various requisitions, the intelligence rating is always considered and greatly assists the personal officer in making his selection. On the re-interview by the personal officer, as in the case of the physical examination, the psychological rating is never taken as final. It serves as a guide rather than a determining factor, as men are often found to be skilled in a particular line and qualified to fill certain requisitions in spite of a low psychological grade. The officer candidates in the Central Officers Training School are all given the psychological examination, and the grade is used both in their training and in the final selection of those qualified for commissions. The psychological examination of recruits, officer candidates, and certain instances of officers have been efficiently handled by the Chief Psychological Examiner and his assistants. It is believed the advantages outlined render the examination extremely worthwhile. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Meade. I am of the opinion that the psychological service is an excellent thing. During the present war, officers are thrown in contact with large numbers of other officers and enlisted men, to whom they are complete strangers. It is impossible to quickly form a knowledge of anyone's ability. Time, personal association, or accident may show that a certain officer or enlisted man is worthy of advancement. We are constantly looking for intelligent men. The psychological test gives us something to start on, and I have used these psychological ratings on many occasions in the absence of a knowledge of the individual concerned. While I am firmly of the opinion that the psychological rating is excellent among new men, it does not take the place of the final judgment formed of an individual's personal contact and observation under difficult conditions. I would therefore consider it to be of the greatest importance for a just test of new men to subject them first to the psychological test. The final decision with reference to men who have passed such a test will depend upon the result of the judgment formed of the individual after sufficient time had elapsed during which they were under observation. From my experience in different camps, I am of the opinion that enlisted men who rate below A and B class should not be considered as candidates of the officers' training schools. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Pike. I regard the work done by the Psychological Board as being very valuable. I myself have taken this examination to satisfy myself of its efficiency. It affords a quick and accurate method of selecting men for officers and non-commissioned officers training schools, training cadets and otherwise, when a high grade of intelligence is desired, and of sorting out the mentally defective and those who are fitted only for limited service or are worthless to the service. This service can be improved by bringing it into close cooperation with the personal work of classification and using these ratings in connection with skill tests and occupational ratings. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Sevier. The value of psychological examination in this camp are A. In the prompt discovery of men whose superior ability recommends their advancement. In the prompt segregation in development battalions of intellectually inferior men whose inaptitude would retard the training of the unit. C. In furnishing measurements of mental ability which may be used to equalize the mental strength of the various companies and regiments within a given arm of the service. D. In selecting suitable men for various army occupations or for special training in technical schools. E. In eliminating the feeble-minded. F. In giving a prompt, reliable index of a man's ability to learn and think quickly and accurately, to analyze situations, to maintain a state of mental alertness, and to comprehend instructions. The ways of improving or increasing the immediate usefulness of this new kind of personnel are A. To continue the work along established lines, so that our new peace army may be adequately equalized with regards to mental strength within the various companies and regiments within a given arm of the service. B. To combine the psychological service, as now conducted, with the division of personnel so that future assignments, occupational or otherwise, may be made with the knowledge of the mental ability of the individual so assigned. C. To provide for grades for all psychologists, commissioned and enlisted, commensurate with their ability and training, compared to grades given in other branches of the service. D. To conduct schools of instructions for all officers so that they may be able fully to understand the value of mental tests and how they make use of all psychological ratings given. E. To provide more adequate quarters for psychological service. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Sherman. This reply invites attention to a report from the camp surgeon, which deals fully with the psychological activities at this camp. The report is too long for reproduction here, but the principal points may be given. The report submits that the variety of psychological service is an unqualified endorsement of its great value. Psychological ratings are effectively used, 1. By the examining board for candidates for officers training schools who use the ratings as the most reliable index of a candidate. 2. The officers training schools for the elimination of men of average intelligence. 3. In the usual manner for draftees. 4. In the camp of conscientious objectors, where the rating indicates the manner of treatment required for the man, whether as intelligent, so he can be reasoned with, or, as less intelligent, he must be dealt with more autocratically. In the development battalion, schools connection with organization, the selection of teachers, and the classification of students. 6. At the base hospital for both officers and enlisted men. 7. Among the medical personnel of the camp, both officers and enlisted men. 8. In the Army Nurse Corps, and 9. In the Student Army Nurse Corps for the selection of nurses. 10. With questionable women engaged in a commercialized vice, whose responsibility and disposition require determination. 11. The advanced examination of prospective YMCA workers. 12. In the examination of prisoners and drug addicts. 13. In constant cooperation with the psychiatrist in the determination of defective and psychotic cases. And 14. In the examination of men in the Student Army Training Corps in institutions adjacent to camp. There is no line of activity of major importance that has not called upon the psychological service for assistance. This assistance has been of such direct help and of such tried value that the psychological service will be demanded with ever-increasing insistence. The report makes some further suggestion in the line with increasing the scope of psychological work and encloses a detailed report upon the manner in which the treatment of conscientious objectors is based upon the intelligence of the men as determined by the psychological examination. Reply endorsement from Commanding Officer of Camp Wheeler. Psychological examinations have proven very useful in this camp. The results of these examinations have been used in numerous ways, and have separated, for instance, the combatant from the non-combatant colored troops by means of this test, using as a standard the mentality of a 10-year-old white child as a minimum of intelligence necessary for fighting troops. In the general assignment of 17,000 men received in this camp during May and June, after first assigning the specialists, we used the psychological test as a basis for an even distribution of the men according to intelligence, so that no unit should receive an undue proportion of men of low mentality. Section 5. Varieties of Psychological Service. The services which are listed and briefly described below were rendered by psychologists under the direction of the Division of Psychology of the Surgeon General's Office. The problem of the division as originally conceived was to provide for the examination of recruits at the larger camps in this country and to report the results of examination to organization commanders, medical officers, and personal adjutants for their use and information. Soon, however, other originally incidental services were introduced. The preceding sections have outlined the principal service and touched upon some auxiliary services, some especially Chapter 3, Section 6, and Section 4 of this chapter. It is now the intention more systematically to outline the auxiliary services which ultimately came to be rendered to a variety of authorities and for a variety of purposes. Services to Organization Commanders. After psychological examination, an alphabetical list of the men of an organization with their corresponding grades was made on special report blanks. See Report of Psychological Examination, page 290. When possible, in divisional training camps, this report was delivered in person and discussed with the company commander by psychological officers. In some camps, arrangements were made at an early date whereby psychological grades thus reported should be entered upon service records under remarks. At other camps, this practice was forbidden until a final ruling from the Adjutant General of the Army was obtained, which definitely permitted such entry. A mimeographed explanation of grades and scores, see page 424, was attached to all reports. When the reports were not delivered personally, conferences of all officers of the regiment were sometimes held. Explanatory talks were usually made when officers or officers training camp students were themselves being examined. Commanding officers in divisional and replacement units found the ratings of considerable service in making transfers and assignments of men within their units. Questionnaires and other means of securing information show that the following were the chief uses made of the ratings by company commanders. A. Assistance in the organization of the company in cases where many new recruits arrived at one time. B. Assistance in the selection within the company of men for special duties. For example, company clerk, orderly, post-exchange detail, etc. C. As a check upon the officer's personal estimate of men and to direct particular attention to men whose ability had previously been either overlooked or overestimated. Such systematic use of the ratings as the calling in of all A and B men for personal interview by the captain or the inspection of men grouped by platoons of A, B, C, D, and E ratings are sometimes reported. D. Assistance in selection of non-commissioned officers, acting non-commissioned officers, and candidates for non-commissioned officers' schools. In many camps, this use either as a sole or partial basis for such selection was made obligatory by camp order. In others, such an order was not found necessary, but in no camp, as far as is known, were psychological grades entirely disregarded in making such selection. C. Assistance in the selection of men for officers' training school. Until forbidden to do so by General Orders, No. 74, the commanding officers in certain camps issued orders that such candidates must have A or B, or in some cases C+ rating. In general, however, the psychological grade was considered simply as one of the chief factors to be taken into consideration. The assistance given by psychologists to officers training camp officers is described elsewhere. See page 118. F. In several camps, special training groups based upon psychological ratings were formed. The group with a higher rating was given more intensive and rapid special training. A major who assigned new recruits to his battalion into 4 groups, the A's, the B's, the C's, and the D's, thus describes the result of his experiment. I went out to watch the platoons that were classified on the basis of your intelligence ratings. I was interested in seeing whether I could pick out the different platoons and classify them as to rank on the basis of their showing on the drill field. I had no difficulty in picking out the best, the medium and the lowest platoons. However, I could not distinguish between the A and B group, both of them seeming to execute the drill equally well. This may have been due to the fact that the B group was small in comparison to the other three, and consequently had received more individual and therefore better training. It was very evident that there was an apparent difference between the other three groups. If I should have graded them, I would have given the D and D- group 50%, the C+, C and C- group 75%, and the A and B group 100%. The A and B group would easily learn in 1 week what it would take the D and D- group in 2 weeks to learn, with the same amount of drilling each day. My plan was to rearrange the groups at the end of the first week, but I found no rearrangement necessary as the classification already made seemed to be correct. I watched the platoons in order to pick out any men who were not up to the standard of the group, but could not detect a single case that needed reclassifying. This experiment was much more commonly tried in development battalions. See below. At Camp Gordon, the chief psychological examiner spent the greater portion of his time for several months advising and lecturing to officers on methods of training. G. Many company commanders report that psychological rating was consulted by them and found of assistance in deciding what should be done in disciplinary cases. Thus, a man with a low psychological rating might be presumed not to have understood the full meaning of the offence which he had committed, and might be given another company punishment, merely instead of being brought before a summary court-martial. Numerous examinations were made at the request of company commanders in case of men who were given trouble through apparent inability to learn, through misconduct and the like, and special recommendations for treatment were made by the psychologists. H. The use is made of the psychological examination of officers as are mentioned elsewhere. See pages 22F. It needs only to be indicated here that psychological grades were commonly considered by superior officers in making assignments of their subordinates to special duty, in recommending promotions, in courts-martial, and in examining for discharge for inefficiency. Services in development battalions. Development battalions were first authorized in May 1918. Their functions were to relieve other organizations of all unfit men, to conduct intensive training with a view to developing such men, promptly to rid the service of all men who, after thorough trial and examination, are found physically, mentally, and morally incapable of performing the duties of a soldier. Psychological examinations in all camps resulted in the recommendations of a large number of men to such organizations on account of mental unfitness. In some camps, orders were issued that no man should be so transferred without consideration of his psychological record. Later examinations inside the battalions themselves assisted the commanding officer and the medical officer in charge in the classification of men for training and other purposes. In at least 8 camps, special training companies in the battalion were formed primarily on the basis of psychological grades. A War Department circular on the instruction in English of soldiers who have not sufficient knowledge of the language, July 1918, directed that, from time to time, the Psychological Division Sanitary Corps will be called upon to assist to the best interests of the service in determining the rate of progress of slow-learning men and the reasons for their backwardness, to the end that all practical and scientific means may be used to demonstrate the best training that should be given those undeveloped mentally as well as educationally. Accordingly, in many development battalions, psychological officers became, to all intents and purposes, educational directors. Numerous requests that special psychological officers be assigned for full duty in development battalions had to be refused on account of the insufficient personnel of the Division of Psychology. At the request of Colonel Lentz of the General Staff, Captain Patterson was assigned to the development battalion at Camp Meade to make a special study of the methods whereby psychologists could be of special service in development battalions. Captain Bassett and Lieutenant Hauser were sent by their commanding officers to the School for Officers of Development Battalions held at Camp Meade. Afterwards, Captain Bassett was transferred to the infantry and placed in command of the Development Battalion at Camp Logan. In the elimination of totally unfit men, after trial in the Development Battalion, psychological recommendations were considered even more carefully and given greater weight than they had been in the original examination of recruits. Thus, 2 camps reported that some 200 men previously recommended for ejection by psychologists and nevertheless accepted for service, ultimately reached the development battalions and were quickly discharged for mental deficiency. Services to psychiatric examiners. Theoretically, the mode of cooperation between psychologist and psychiatrist was laid down in a joint memorandum signed by the chiefs of the 2 divisions involved. See pages 87F. In practice, however, a great variety of methods for securing this cooperation was developed in the camps to meet the special local requirements of temporal order of examination, spatial location of examining stations, rush requirements, and the like. The details of such methods are further described in the section on camp organizations, page 62 to 87. Typically, different methods, for example, were in operation at Camps Lee, Dix, and Pike. Psychologists served with recruit examining boards in nearly all camps, and with disability boards, and the neuropsychiatric wards of base hospitals. The fact that over 8,000 men, as the result of individual psychological examination, were recommended for special psychiatric examination and discharge indicates the magnitude of this coordinated service. Services to personnel officers. From the beginning of psychological examining, grades, or grades and scores, were reported to personnel officers for entry upon qualification cards. Personnel officers use these ratings for a variety of purposes, some of which are described below. Before the trade tests were established, psychological grades were used to a greater or less extent as a partial basis for occupational ratings. Thus, for example, some personnel officers made a practice of giving no rating of expert in the skilled trades except in connection with a psychological grade of C or better. Sometimes, in filling a special requisition calling for high-grade men of a given trade, they selected only the men of that trade having the highest psychological ratings. At a later date, more definite information as to the probable intelligence of various occupational groups was furnished to the Committee on Classification of Personnel by the psychologists. See page 819 FF. One psychologist from this division, Major Hayes, was assigned to the trade test laboratory at Newark to assist in the development of the standardization of trade tests. In numerous cases where requisitions called for the transfer to another camp of Negro recruits capable of becoming non-commissioned officers or of filling other positions of special responsibility, personnel officers made their selections solely on the basis of psychological rating. Occupational qualifications were often of no significance in these cases since so large a percentage of the men were farmers. Dependence was frequently placed upon the ratings in the assignments to stevedore regiments, pioneer infantry, labour battalions, and the like. Psychological ratings were commonly used by personnel adjutants and commanding officers as a check upon the appropriateness of assignments of men to development battalions. Not only were the psychologist's recommendations for a special assignment closely followed in most camps, but the ratings were sometimes also used to prevent too numerous assignments. Thus, in several camps where organization commanders were considered overzealous in raising the standard of their organization by such transfer, orders were issued from headquarters that no man should be transferred as inept without consideration of his psychological rating, or in some cases without joint recommendation of transfer by psychologist and summary court officer. Use of psychological grades in the balancing of mental strength of organizations has been mentioned in the account of the examining at Camp Lee in the fall of 1917, Part 2. More intensive and systematic application of this principle was made later in several camps. See Camp Organization at Camp Kearney, Pike, Logan, and Cody. The similar practice of assigning remainders from the depot brigades to special organizations such as anti-aircraft and other machine gun battalions, artillery parks, and the like, after occupational needs of these organizations had been satisfied, was even more common. In several camps, psychological examinations were made a final part of the special examination to determine fitness for overseas duty. Services to judge advocates. As mentioned above, psychological ratings were sometimes consulted by company commanders in considering cases of misconduct before court-martial charges should be made. Either independently or in connection with psychiatrists, many officers were given a special psychological examination to furnish court-martial with evidence as to the responsibility of an accused. In several camps, all stockade prisoners were examined as a matter of routine. Camp Norton Lieutenants Folsom and Lincoln were detailed for some months to assist in a complete mental and social survey of the entire prisoner population at Fort Leavenworth Disciplinary Barracks. By order of the Secretary of War, all conscientious objectors were given special psychological examination. A summary of the results of these examinations is presented elsewhere in this report. See page 799 FF. Services to the Morale Branch of the General Staff. Activities of the Division of Psychology played an important part in bringing about the organization of morale work. The Chief of the Division used every opportunity to promote interest in recommendations submitted by Colonel E. L. Munson to the Surgeon General relative to the need for a systematic plan for the psychological stimulation of troops in promoting fighting efficiency. To this end, he organized 2 conferences for the discussion of the problem of controlling morale, and in addition provided members of the General Staff with pertinent information. As commanding officer of the Medical Officers Training Camp at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, Colonel Munson later had opportunity to put his ideas into effect. Under his instructions, Major Foster, Captain Frost, and Lieutenant Andersell prepared plans for systematic morale work in the detention camp at Camp Greenleaf, and with the assistance of enlisted men of the Psychological Service School for Military Psychology, organized practical service for the camp. Subsequently, this work was extended throughout Camp Greenleaf. Services to the Committee on Education and Special Training. Majors Turman and Yoakum were in succession employed as psychologists by the Committee on Education and Special Training of the War Department. In October 1918, this committee requested the cooperation of the Division of Psychology in securing mental ratings of members of the Student Army Training Corps to serve as a partial basis for their admission, educational guidance, and assignment. Permission was given for the use of the Alpha examination, and arrangements were made for administering the tests under direction of faculty members and with supervision of psychological officers who should be temporarily assigned for the work until others could be commissioned. The armistice prevented the extension of testing to the 209 schools which stated their desire to use the tests. Only 11 Student Army Training Corps units had reported results fully. In 104 others, reports are either incomplete or indicate that the tests will be used later. The total number of students in the colleges who were given the tests is 11,500 and includes the Students' Army Training Corps, Reserve Officers Training Corps, and men and women in the colleges and normal schools. Service through special examination. In addition to examination of the groups mentioned in the previous paragraphs, numerous special examinations have been made, usually by special request to the division. Candidates of the 3rd Officers Training Camp, some 14,000 in number, were given the examination in February 1918 by examiners detailed for the purpose from the 4 original camps. Examination A was used. Examinations of candidates at latter officers' training camps were conducted by the chief psychological examiners at the camps involved. In the 4th and later series, examination alpha was used. At later periods, the test serves as assisting guides in making final selections for commissions. Other special examinations were made as follows. Candidates for commissions in the Persol schools at Camp Meigs and elsewhere. Civilian applicants for commission in the Quartermaster Corps at Camp Bowie and Sherman, and in the Intensive Service Course at Camp Meigs. Officers and civilian staff of the Office of the Quartermaster General at Washington. Aviation candidates at Camp Jackson, the Chaplain School at Camp Taylor, the Army Nurse Corps at Camp Kearney, Lee, Logan, and Sherman, the civilian personnel of the Civil Service Commission in Washington, soldier hospital attendants at St. Elizabeth's Hospital for the Insane, Washington, mental cases at the Port of Debarkation at Newport News, personnel of the Field Signal Office at Camp Alfred, Vale, New Jersey, secretaries to the Young Man's Christian Association and of the Knights of Columbus at Camp Sherman, Taylor, Travis, and elsewhere. 191 German war prisoners at Camp Sherman and the War Prison Barracks Guard at Fort Oglethorpe. Prostitutes in cities near Camp Dix, Greenleaf, Hancock, Newport News, Sherman, and Travis. Services through development of special methods. At Camp Lewis, practical methods were devised by psychologists to demonstrate the part played by trigger squeeze and breathing in determining accuracy and improvement in rifle practice. Complete account of the method is impossible in this place, but the following statement from the colonel of an infantry regiment who used the devices will make clear the chief points. These devices accomplish the following. A. They demonstrate ocularly the manner in which the man aiming a rifle breathes, whether he is taking a full breath or breathes irregularly. B. They demonstrate ocularly the manner in which a man pulls the trigger, whether by a squeeze or jerk, i.e., the manner of pulling the trigger at all stages of the aiming and releasing of the firing pin. This possesses the following value in the instruction of the rifleman. A. It enables the instructor to see the errors in breathing and aiming at once. B. It enables the rifleman to see his own errors. C. It enables both the instructor and rifleman to see where those errors have been corrected. D. From the foregoing, it enables the instructor to decide when the recruit is proficient in aiming, breathing, and trigger squeezing, and prepared to pass on the instruction in firing the rifle. E. A practical test in breathing and trigger pull may be prescribed and determined by means of this device. At Camp Upton, formal tests of ability to understand and speak the English language were developed for the purpose of determining what men could not grasp without special training in language. Instruction in military drill. The test gave measures of ability in 5 grades on a scale from 0 to 45 in the individual test and from 0 to 30 in the group test. The individual examination involved verbal answers to a set of questions graded in difficulty and upon performance of directions similarly graded. In the group examination, the score depended upon the following of graded directions in connection with a series of pictures. The individual examination required on the average about 5 minutes, and the group test about 10 minutes. At Camp Sherman, certain tests to assist in selection were suggested by the Chief Psychological Examiner and made part of the qualifications of enlisted men considered for intelligence work. Beside the psychological test, those adopted were suited to measure discrimination of minute movements, localization of light, and deductive reasoning. At Camp Jackson, the Chief Psychological Examiner assisted in the standardization of educational tests used to measure progress and ability in the Field Artillery Replacement Depot. When the armistice came, he was engaged by request of the Commanding General in developing further tests for the special selection and measurement of artillerists. Miscellaneous services. Minor services too numerous to mention were rendered by the division to governmental and civilian agencies concerned either directly or indirectly with the war, and to industrial and educational institutions, in order that the practical values and methods of mental measurement might be widely demonstrated and the methods rapidly perfected. In return for these services, the Division of Psychology received valuable assistance from many sources in accumulating data for the revision of methods and the evaluation of results. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Provision of materials for psychological examining. During the pre-official period of work on methods, printed materials and equipment for the preliminary trial of examining were manufactured. These included 200 copies of the Examiner's Guide, some 10,000 examination blanks, and such simple examining apparatus as was required by 4 stations. When the Army accepted psychological methods for official trial, an unused balance of these materials was turned over to the War Department for use in the cantonments. The task of designing, manufacturing, and distributing the necessary equipment for the examining of millions of soldiers was so complex and difficult that it required practically the entire time of one officer throughout the period of work. The difficulties were increased by a revision of methods, the introduction of new methods, and unavailable delays in manufacturing and distribution. There follow in order the materials manufactured. A. For the instruction of examiners in the conduct of methods. B. Blanks for group examinations. C. Blanks for individual examinations. D. Report cards and blanks. E. Apparatus for group examining. F. Apparatus for individual examining. And finally, G. Supplementary materials for staff equipment in the field. A list of publications is displayed on the page. With the development and introduction of 3 different methods of individual examining and of a special procedure for the group examining of illiterates, it became necessary for the staff of the Division of Psychology to design and direct the manufacture of numerous items of equipment, of which the principal ones have been listed above. This work was accomplished expeditiously and at a very reasonable cost through the patriotic service of various firms and with the generous assistance of Dr. Healy, who permitted the unrestricted use of his revised picture completion test. The Houghton Mifflin Company also permitted the manufacture for Army use of the Stanford Binet materials and the printing of a special form of record blank. One of the principal sources of embarrassment to the division was delay in transportation. It was foreseen that materials would have to be manufactured in large quantities if shortages were to be avoided, but it was also foreseen that methods would necessarily undergo radical revision, which would probably render old materials useless. The staff consequently had to compromise, taking some risk of shortage together with some risk of waste. Since they are important documents for further scientific procedures as well as for historical purpose, both the first and the second revisions of the Examiner's Guide and all of the examination blanks and record forms were reproduced in this volume, page 123 to 199. In March 1919, the Supply Division of the Office of the Surgeon General recommended the sale of all surplus psychological materials, with the exception of certain items and quantities reserved for the use of the permanent Army. A list of these materials with their approximate cost to the Army follows. A table is displayed on the page, comparing items to the cost. There is a general belief that the War Department paid extravagantly for its materials and service. Precisely the opposite is true in the case of psychological examining, since the printed materials and examining equipment were purchased at figures far below those usually paid by civilians, and since highly trained examiners worked in the Army on salaries which averaged considerably less than their civilian salaries. Estimates of the cost of examining soldiers indicate that during the preliminary period of work in 4 National Army cantonments, psychological examination cost approximately 30 cents per man. Subsequently, the introduction of new methods and the growth of personnel increased the amount to approximately 50 cents. In making this estimate, the cost of space for psychological examining and the insurance or disability claims of psychological personnel have been necessarily omitted. The 2 editions of the Examiner's Guide reproduced in the following pages are designated respectively as Examiner's Guide First Revision and Examiner's Guide Second Revision. The first of these differs from the original Examiner's Guide published in July 1917, only in the respects indicated on page 325. In addition to the first and second revised editions of the complete guide, the specially prepared guide for the use of the Students' Army Training Corps is also reproduced in part, page 200 to 201. The examination blanks and report forms used in connection with the Examiner's Guide are reproduced on pages 202 to 292. Materials and procedures are pictured in plates 5 to 21. End of section 10. Section 11 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Psychological Examining in the United States Army, Part 2. Methods of Examining, History, Development, and Preliminary Results. Psychological Examining in the United States Army. Introduction to Part 2. This part of the official report of psychological examining in the Army does not follow the first part chronologically, but instead merely logically and because of necessity of arrangement. It is limited in the main to an account of the development of methods, a detailed description of methods, and the presentation of the measures of their reliability. With respect to the methodological aspect of the service, Part 2 is historical, as is Part 1. The methods herein presented were, in their original form, the work of the Subcommittee on Methods for the Psychological Examining of Recruits, which was organized under the American Psychological Association and the Committee for Psychology of the National Research Council. In general, Part 2 follows the method of classification used in Part 1 and consists of 4 main divisions. 1. The methods formulated by the subcommittee mentioned above at Vineland, New Jersey, between May 28 and July 7, 1917. 2. The unofficial trial of these methods on about 4,000 recruits in the Army and Navy during July and August 1917 and the auspices of the National Committee for Mental Hygiene, and the revision of the methods in the light of the results obtained. 3. The official trial of approved methods in 4 National Army cantonments between September 1917 and January 1918. And 4. The revision, reconstruction, and supplementation of these methods after psychological service has been extended to the entire Army in January 1918. For this part of the report, Major Lewis M. Terman is primarily responsible. He was materially assisted by Dr. Mabel R. Fernald, Miss Margaret V. Cobb, and Mr. Carl R. Brown. Dr. Fernald and Major C. S. Yoakum assembled and prepared for publication the data on examinations obtained in the revision of Examination Beta. Mr. Brown prepared the data and manuscript on the relation of alpha and beta scores to officers' estimates of intelligence and on the relation of military efficiency to performance in the various tests of Examination Alpha and Beta. Robert M. Yerkes, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S.R., Washington, D.C., May 15, 1920. End of Preface. Chapter 1. Work of the Committee at Vineland, New Jersey. The Committee on the Psychological Examination of Recruits was composed of R. M. Yerkes, Chairman, W. V. Bingham, Secretary, H. H. Goddard, T. H. Ains, L. M. Terman, F. L. Wells, and G. M. Whipple. It met at the Training School, Vineland, New Jersey, on the afternoon of May 28, 1917. The chairman reported briefly on the development which led to the organization of the committee and enumerated the various activities of the Council of the American Psychological Association and of the Psychology Committee of the National Research Council with respect to the relations of psychology to military affairs. In the evening of the same day, the chairman set forth his conception of the problems which faced the committee, emphasizing in particular the importance of the following. 1. Identification of intellectually incompetent recruits. 2. The identification of the psychotic. 3. The mental diagnosis of the incorrigibles. 4. The selection of men for special tasks. In particular, the chairman proposed that methods be developed for the use of psychological examiners in the Army. He suggested that examinations, in the main, be individual examinations, consisting of a short series of mental tests, which would require approximately 10 minutes for the average subject. This presentation was followed by a discussion of the possible contributions of psychology to military efficiency, which resulted in the general conclusion that intelligence tests offer the best possibilities of practical service. It was proposed, therefore, to confine the work chiefly to the classification of recruits on the basis of intellectual ability, with special reference to the elimination of the unfit and the identification of exceptionally superior ability. The second day was entirely devoted to a discussion of the relative methods of brief individual tests and group tests requiring a longer time. The committee unanimously agreed that an effort should be made to test all recruits. Obviously, if this were to be done by the method of interview and individual examination, the tests would have to be so brief that their reliability would be questionable. It was pointed out that the briefer the examination and the more dependent upon expert estimate by a clinical psychologist, the more difficult it would be to secure uniformity of method and interpretation of results. Section 1. Development of a group examination. Fortunately, certain members of the committee had had encouraging experience with various types of group tests and believed that these or others of similar kind could be readily adapted for Army work. In this connection, the contribution made by Arthur S. Otis in devising a system of group tests deserves special mention. The Otis tests embodied certain ingenious devices which permitted responses to be given without writing and made possible objectivity in scoring. Otis generally placed all of his methods together with correlational data which they had yielded in the hands of Terman, who brought them before the committee. The scale which resulted from the committee work bears a close resemblance to the Otis scale. 4 of the 10 tests in the original Army scale for group testing were taken from the Otis scale practically without change, and certain others were shaped in part by suggestions derived from the Otis series. The third day of work was devoted to a discussion of various tests which might be adapted for use in group examinations. After many suggestions for tests had been made, it was decided to have each member of the committee rate the tests proposed on each of several different criteria. It was agreed that the chief features determining the value of a mental test for the purpose in view were the following: 1. Adaptability for group use. 2. Validity as a measure of intelligence, that is, in correlation with other measures of intelligence of known validity. 3. The range of intelligence measured. It was extremely desirable to secure tests which would measure ability from the upper grades of mental deficiency to very superior levels of intelligence. This criterion made it impossible to consider certain tests which have shown themselves to be excellent measures of intelligence in somewhat restricted ranges. 4. Objectivity of scoring. It was agreed that, if possible, the test should be arranged so that the responses could be scored by means of stencils. Otis at Stanford University and Thurstone at the Carnegie Institute of Technology independently devised a stencil method of scoring intelligence tests at approximately the same date, 1915. Thorndike, however, had used it as early as 1914 in the scoring of a reading test. Otis seems to have been the first to arrange a battery of intelligence tests so that they could be scored exclusively by stencils. 5. Rapidity of scoring. 6. Unfavorableness to coaching. It was proposed to select only tests which could be made up in a large number of forms, which would be entirely different in content but equal in difficulty. 7. Unfavorableness in malingering. 8. Unfavorableness in cheating. 9. Independence of schooling. It was agreed that the aim should be to test native ability rather than the results of school training. 10. Minimum of writing in response. The aim was to secure tests which could be responded to in the main by underscoring, crossing out, etc., as in the majority of the Otis tests. 11. Interest and appeal. Everything else being equal, the more interesting test should be preferred. 12. Economy of time. Finally, 13 tests were selected which were regarded as capable of being adapted to meet the above requirements more or less satisfactorily. These were as follows. 1. Vocabulary. 3 or 4 definitions stated for a given word, the subject to check the best definition. 2. The Otis synonym-etonym test. Words to be checked as same or opposite. 3. Opposites. Writing the opposites of words or selecting opposite from a set of response words. 4. Analogies. Otis, Bingham, and Thurstone form of a test involving choice of 4 responses. 5. Completion. Trabue type of completion test. Response either by writing the missing part or checking one of 3 or 4 alternative responses. 6. Disarranged sentences. The Otis adaptation of the Binet test. 7. Oral directions. Adapted from Abelson, Otis, Woodworth, and Wells. 8. Information. The subject to underscore the correct response, which occurs among 4 alternative responses. Form suggested by Wells, Bingham, and Whipple. 9. Practical judgment. Adaptation of the Binet comprehension question test and the Bowser selective judgment tests. The subject checks the best of 4 answers to a comprehension question. 10. Arithmetical reasoning. A series of problems ranging from easy to difficult, but involving little beyond the 4 fundamental mathematical processes and simple fractions. 11. Number series completion. This involves the completion of a series of numbers which is made up according to some definite plan. The test was adapted from Miss Rogers' missing numbers test. 12. Memory for digits. The Otis form of the memory for digits test arranged for group use. Each response number to be written in a square. 13. Number comparison. Underscoring the largest and the smallest numbers in a column of 10 numbers, proposed by Wells. Each of the above tests was rated on a scale of 1 to 5 for each of the 12 criteria by 5 members of the committee: Haynes, Terman, Wells, Whipple, and Yerkes. A composite rating was then made for the 12 tests. The following tests were finally selected for trial. Test 1, Oral Directions. Test 2, Memory for Digits. Test 3, Disarranged Sentences. Test 4, Arithmetical Reasoning. Test 5, Information. Test 6, Synonym Autonym. Test 7, Practical Judgment. Test 8, Number Series Completion. Test 9, Analogies. Test 10, Number Comparison. Many different considerations help to determine the above selection. As regards susceptibility to malingering, it appears the tests differed little. All agree that the vocabulary and opposite tests are both exceptionally valid measures of intelligence, yet for good reasons neither was chosen. The committee accepted the principle that the test should measure many aspects of intelligence. It appeared that the vocabulary test, the synonym-antonym test, and the opposites tests were of the same general type. The synonym-antonym test embodies most of the advantages of both the vocabulary and the opposites tests, and has the advantage of requiring less time and being more easily scored. The vocabulary test is expensive in time and requires so much space that it could not be placed on a single page. It was decided accordingly to adopt the oldest synonym-antonym test and to eliminate the vocabulary and opposites tests from further consideration. Again, it was generally agreed that the Trabue type of completion test is a better measure of intelligence than some of the other tests finally accepted, as for example, the number comparison or memory for digits tests. However, the difficulties in securing alternative forms of this test and arranging it for response without writing and objective scoring were too great to be overcome in the time available. Moreover, it seemed undesirable to include in the scale too many tests of the verbal or language type. It was thought that the absence of a language completion test would be offset in part by the inclusion of the number series completion test. After the selection of 10 tests to constitute the scale of group examining, it remained to define more specifically the principles to be followed in selecting the items of the tests and arranging the form of each test and the general form of the scale. Among the guiding principles formulated were the following. Each test should be composed of 10 to 40 items, ranging from easy to difficult. The time limit preferably should not exceed 3 minutes. The time allowed for a test should permit not more than 5% of an average group to attempt all the items. The instructions for each test should be recited by the examiner, and at the same time read from their examination blanks by the subjects. The directions for each test should be followed by 2 or 3 samples with the correct responses given. 10 sets of alternative forms should be prepared as a safeguard against coaching. Speed and accuracy should be weighed empirically after the tests have been given to a sufficient number of subjects. It was desired to avoid over-penalizing subjects who work slowly and carefully. The following points were agreed upon for the separate tests. 1. Oral Directions. 10 series consisting of 10 items each. Time for test is 6 minutes. Time with the able synonymous type of material and some directions of military import should be included. The material should not be informational. Responses are to be made otherwise than by writing. 2. Memory for digits. 2 series each of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 digits. Credit to be determined empirically, and a series to be scored as either right or wrong without partial credits. Examiners should be drilled to secure uniformity of rate. 3. Disarranged sentences. List of 20 sentences. Time limit 3 minutes. Response by underlining the word true or false. Sentences must state generally known facts. 4. Arithmetical reasoning. 10 sets of 20 problems each. Time limit 5 minutes. Response to require only writing of numbers. Problems should not include information beyond the 4 fundamentals and simple fractions. 5. Information. List of 40 items. Time limit 4 minutes. Length of line approximately 12 words, so that each statement may occupy a single line with space for 4 alternate responses. Response to be made by underscoring appropriate word. 6. Synonym-antonym. 10 sets of 40 items each to be prepared. Time limit 2 minutes. All the items in a single column. Response indicated by underlining same or opposite. A dotted line should connect the second word of each pair with the response words. 7. Practical judgment. 10 to 20 items. Time limit 2 minutes. Alternate responses to be given, one of which is to be checked. The number of alternating responses and the method of checking them is to be determined by those delegated to work out the tentative series. The check preferably is to be brought, if possible, within 2 lines. The language must be simple and direct. 8. Number series completion. 10 items, introducing in all 4 different principles. Time limit 4 minutes. 9. Analogies. 40 items, with a time limit of 4 minutes. There should be 4 responses from which to choose, only one of which is correct. And Whipple suggested and was decided to use for the 3 incorrect responses words which would naturally be given as a reaction in a free association test when the 3rd term of the analogies was used as a stimulus word. 10. Number comparison. 20 columns of numbers, consisting of 6 or 7 numbers each. The subject is to underscore the smallest number in each column. This was later changed to the smallest and largest numbers in each column in order to increase the test demands upon the higher intellectual processes. The numbers are to consist of 2 to 4 digits. The first digits in any one column are to be neither wholly the same nor wholly different. The smallest have at least 1 duplicate. Time limit 2 minutes. Since it was agreed to have 10 equivalent forms of each test as a safeguard against coaching, the question arose as to the best method of guaranteeing the equality of the different forms as regards difficulty. A solution proposed by Wells was adopted for all of the tests except that of oral directions, namely the principle of random selection. This principle may be illustrated as follows. If it is desired to secure 10 different sets of the analogies test, each set containing 40 items, the method would be to collect 400 such items, shuffle them thoroughly, and select the items for the 10 different sets by drawing. It will later be seen how satisfactorily this method worked. On June 1, the tests selected for group examination were assigned to various members of the committee to prepare the items for the equivalent firms. The work continued until June 4. The assignments for preparing the test material were as follows. Oral directions to Whipple, memory for digits to Wells, disarranged sentences to Haynes and Goddard, arithmetical reasoning to Bingham, information to Wells, synonym-ontonym to Terman, practical judgment to Haynes and Goddard, number series completion to Wells, analogies to Terman, number comparison to Wells. It should be stated, however, that no one's contribution was limited to his specific assignment. Every member of the committee contributed helpful suggestions on practically every test. When tentative lists had been made out, they were presented for the criticism of the group. It is impossible to apportion credit justly, for the work was primarily an example of what Royce has called the fecundity of aggregation. Wells' conspicuous share in this work was in part due to the fact that he had brought with him a large amount of material or memory for digits and number comparison which could be utilized without change. This material had already been arranged by the method of chance selection. Wells had also had experience in making up an information test. Accordingly, this test was also assigned to him. The information test, in accordance with committee decision, draws systematically from a number of fields of knowledge. The words used in the synonym-antonym test were all taken from a vest pocket dictionary, Funk and Wagnall's, in order to guard against the inclusion of rare or technical terms. A provisional list of about 500 pairs of words was arranged by Terman and subjected to the criticism of other members of the committee. After the list had been considerably reduced by the omission of unsuitable words, 10 sets of 40 each were drawn by lot for the 10 forms. In making up the items of the analogies test, types of relationship between the first 2 words were systematically drawn upon, such as genus-species, part-whole, cause-effect, object-attribute, opposites, etc. The 3 incorrect alternative responses for each item were secured by listing and using the 3rd term of the analogy as a stimulus word in a free association test with 3 subjects. The 3 reaction words thus secured for each stimulus word were used as the 3 alternative responses in the corresponding test item. This method suggested by Whipple gave distinctive and definite character to the analogies test. To respond correctly in the test as constituted means to select one of several habitual associations as determined by the particular type of relationship existing between the first 2 words. Mention has been made of the use of the principle of random selection in making up the different forms of the test. In 5 of the 10 tests, it was also necessary to utilize the principle of chance in arranging the items within a given test. For example, the succession of true and false sentences in the disarranged sentence test was determined by tossing a penny. The distribution of synonyms and antonyms in the synonym-antonym test was decided in the same way. In the information test, the practical judgment test, and the analogies test, the position of the correct response in relation to the alternative responses was also determined by chance. The necessity for these precautions is obvious. Effort was made to arrange the items in other tests in order of difficulty by inspection. In the case of certain of the test, the individual items were rated for difficulty by several members of the committee. Later results, however, showed that the ratings are unreliable. The instructions for giving a test were in each case formulated first by the person or persons who had been made responsible for collecting the items of that test. Every tentative formulation was subjected to the entire group for criticism. The instructions for several of the tests was recast by Whipple. The guiding principle in the wording of instructions was to make them as direct and simple as possible, and to this end the directions for each test were several times revised. The tests chosen appeared to satisfy fairly well the criteria which had been originally laid down. The consensus of opinion in the committee on this point was as follows. 1. Adaptability for group use. Thoroughly met by all. 2. Validity as a measure of intelligence. A majority of the tests were known to correlate highly with good measures of intelligence. Perhaps most doubt was felt with respect to memory for digits, number comparison, and practical judgment. Memory for digits had usually given only moderately high correlations with other measures, but it had the following advantages. 1. It would lend variety to the scale. 2. It could be made up in any number of equally difficult forms. 3. It would cover a fairly wide range. 4. It was perhaps the best memory span test available for group use. 3. Range covered. Met fairly well by all. It was anticipated, however, that the analogies test probably would not reach down as far as would be desirable, and that the number comparison test would probably not measure well in the higher ranges. Opinion was divided on the disarranged sentences and the practical judgment tests. 4. Objectivity of scoring. Met perfectly by all the tests. 5. Rapidity of scoring. Met satisfactorily by all. 6. Unfavorableness to coaching. Each test could readily be made up in many forms. 7. Unfavorableness to malingering. Little difference among the tests. Malingering is possible in all. Diagnosis of mental deficiency on group tests alone would not be safe. 8. Unfavorableness to cheating. Little difference among the tests, except that copying by one man from another is somewhat easier in all directions, arithmetical reasoning, practical judgment, and memory for digits than in the other tests. 9. Non-dependence upon schooling. Members of the committee did not agree as to the influence of schooling, except in believing that the oral directions test is rather exceptionally free from such influence. Some regarded the analogies test and the synonyms-antonym test as more or less objectionable on the ground. Results have given no indication that the tests differ greatly in the extent to which schooling influences the results. 10. Response without writing. No writing is required, except the writing of figures in their arithmetical reasoning test, the memory for digits test, and numbers series completion. 11. Interest and appeal. It was expected that the test chosen would satisfy this criterion very well, although it was not expected that the rank order of the tests on this point would be the same for all types of subject. 12. Economy of time. The synonym-antonym test and the practical judgment test stood first in this respect. Counting the time necessary for reading the instructions, each required about 2 minutes. Oral directions, arithmetical reasoning, and memory for digits were least economical of time, requiring from 5.5 to 7 minutes apiece. By June, the materials for the group test were ready for press. It was decided to print an edition of 1,000 copies for preliminary trial of the group method before undertaking to prepare methods for individual examining. Bingham accepted the responsibility of seeing the material through press. 2 days later, printed copies were distributed and the committee adjourned to gather data, which would serve as a basis for revision and standardization. The recess lasted from June 10 to 23. During this period, trial was made of the group method by various members of the committee as follows. By Yerkes, 50 inmates in the Massachusetts School for the Feeble-Minded, Waverly, Massachusetts, and 25 subjects at the Boston Psychopathic Hospital. By Wells, about 50 subjects at the Reformatory for Men, Concord, Massachusetts. By Ains, about 50 aviation recruits in Ohio. By Terman, about 60 high school pupils and 43 prisoners in California. By Bingham and Goddard, assisted by N.J. Melville, 114 Marines at the Philadelphia Navy Yard and 27 men at the Carnegie Institute of Technology. By Whipple, 50 men in the Officers' Training Camp, Fort Benjamin, Harrison, Indiana. The committee reassembled at Vineland on June 25 to work over carefully the results of the above tests, giving particular attention to correlations with other measures of intelligence and the methods of scoring. The 103 high school pupils and prisoners of California had been tested by the proposed Army test, by the Stanford-Binet scale, the Yerkes-Bridges point scale, and the Trabue language tests. The results of the Army test, both for the scale as a whole and for the 10 different tests composing it, were correlated with these other measures. A large number of the Marines were given an abbreviated Binet test, and these results were also correlated with the Army test. In addition, for certain groups of cases, each of the 10 tests in the Army scale was correlated with the total score of the scale. For certain groups, each test was correlated with the sum of 5 tests. Unfortunately, some of the data of this preliminary trial are not at present available. The following facts, however, can be presented. 1. For Terman's 103 subjects, 60 high school pupils and 43 prisoners, the correlation of each test with Stanford Binet mental age was as follows. A small table is displayed on the page with tests compared to correlation. Test 1, correlation 0.66. 2, correlation 0.56. 3, correlation 0.71. 4, correlation 0.73. 5, correlation 0.73. 6, correlation 0.75. 7, correlation 0.77. 8, correlation 0.25. 9, correlation 0.82. 10, correlation 0.29. Total score 0.87. 2. For the Marines, the 10 tests correlated with mental age scores by Dole's Brief Binet. 2 tests per year, as follows. Table displayed on the page comparing test to correlation. Test 1, correlation 0.40. Test 2, correlation 0.37. Test 3, correlation 0.68. Test 4, correlation 0.57. Test 5, correlation 0.60. Test 6, correlation 0.68. Test 7, correlation 0.72. Test 8, correlation 0.47. Test 9, correlation 0.50. Test 10, correlation 0.31. Total score 0.81. 3. For the Marines, each test correlated as follows with a total score in the 10 tests. Test 1, correlation 0.75. Test 2, correlation 0.70. Test 3, correlation 0.73. Test 4, correlation 0.82. Test 5, correlation 0.72. Test 6, correlation 0.79. Test 7, correlation 0.88. Test 8, correlation 0.56. Test 9, correlation 0.76. Test 10, correlation 0.62. 4. The correlation of the total score with the number of school grades completed was 0.73. The correlations which the tests gave were therefore in the main satisfactory. They were high with outside measures of known value. They were high enough with one another to indicate that all were reasonably good tests of general intelligence. At the same time, the intercorrelations of the tests were not high enough to suggest that the tests were only repetitive of another. The tests were scored in various ways in order to determine the best method empirically. The principle adopted was that of finding by trial the method of scoring which would give the highest correlation with Binet or with total score. All the tests were scored both for number right and right minus wrong. In addition, test 4 was also scored for right, 2 wrong, and test 5 and 7 for 3 right, wrong. It has been supposed that it would be found necessary to penalize more or less extensively for errors. However, it was found that in general, penalizing was of little or no advantage, except that those tests where it was necessary to counterbalance the factor of chance, as in test 3 and 6. Test 4, for example, gave significantly higher correlations with Binet and with total score where the total for number right, when the score for right wrong or right to wrong. Only in tests 3, 6, 7, and 10 did the data justify subtraction from the score in case of error. In tests 3 and 6, the subject has an even chance of making a correct response by guessing, and this is offset by scoring the test right-wrong. In tests 7 and 10, the advantage gained by penalizing for errors was small. The time allowances for the tests were checked up by noting the percent in each group who attempted all the items of a test. The following changes in time seem to be justified. Test 1, slight reduction in time for certain items and slight increase for others. Test 2, slight decrease for certain items. Test 3, reduction from 3 to 2 minutes. Test 4, no change, 5 minutes. Test 5, reduction from 4 to 3 minutes. Test 6, reduction from 2 to 1 and 1/2 minutes. Test 7, reduction from 2 minutes to 1 minute. Test 8, reduction from 4 to 2 minutes. Test 9, reduction from 4 to 3 minutes. Test 10, unchanged, 2 minutes. The time allowances agreed upon at this revision remained unchanged until the original group scale was modified into the alpha scale in January 1918. Other results considered were the number of zero scores for different tests in various groups, the standard deviation of the scores in different tests, and the relative difficulty of the items composing the 10 tests. It will be recalled that when the group test was originally made up, enough items were collected for 10 different forms of each of the 10 tests, so that 10 different record booklets could be used, all equally difficult but not duplicative. Only one of these forms, namely Form A, was printed for the preliminary tryout. Here the rearrangement of items at this time to accord with the order of difficulty was made only for Form A. Even in this form, no serious attempt was made to secure an exact order according to difficulty. As a result of the experiment, a few items in the test were modified in content or form. The directions for the separate tests were modified to some extent, and several changes were made in the examiner's prologue. Whipple was largely responsible for the final wording of the prologue. All the members of the committee participated in the revision of the group tests after recess, except Haynes, who was unable to be present. On July 1st, word was received that $2,500 had been made available for a trial of the methods in various military organizations. On July 2, a copy of Forms A, B, C, D, and E of the group examination were placed in the hands of Bingham, who was charged with the responsibility of seeing the material through press. 1,000 copies of each form were printed. Section 2. The Individual Examination. During the 2 days before the committee's recess, and while the group examination material was in press, the committee discussed methods of individual examination, giving special attention to the possibility of employing abbreviated scales. N.J. Melville and E.A. Dole were both called in conference because of their work with the abbreviated Binet. Immediately after this conference, the preparation of methods for individual examining was undertaken. It was believed that such examinations would be necessary for the men ranking lowest on the group scale, for the highest 5 or 10%, and for those whose scores indicated that they were irregular or atypical. It was assumed further that the lowest group would be made up in part of genuine subnormals, and in part of foreigners and others handicapped by illiteracy. It was agreed, therefore, that the methods of individual examination should be worked out with special reference to subnormals, supernormals, foreigners, and psychotics. Tentatively, Yerkes, Goddard, and Haynes were charged with the formation of tests for illiterates and psychotics, Whipple and Bingham for superiors, and Wells and Terman for subnormals. As it worked out, however, the contributions of the various members were not governed to any great extent by these assignments. The question may be raised why the committee did not adopt one or more of the standardized intelligence scales in current use instead of undertaking the preparation of new methods. Perhaps the wisdom of the committee's decision is open to question in view of the fact that the methods prepared at this time were soon abandoned in favour of the Yerkes-Bridges point scale and the Stanford-Binet scale. Among the considerations which influenced the committee were the following. 1. The current scales were not sufficiently coach-proof. 2. The new sets of tests could probably be devised which would give a larger variety of choice and render the method of individual examination more flexible than current methods and more readily adaptable to particular types of subjects. 3. The new test would escape the prejudice entertained by many against the intelligence scales in general use. Before undertaking to make a selection of tests, it was agreed that the test chosen should satisfy the following criteria. 1. They should be valid measures of intelligence. 2. Reasonably coach-proof. 3. Not too susceptible to practice of X. 4. Unfavorable to malingering. 5. Interesting. 6. With responses unambiguous, definite and easily scored, and the verbal element reduced to a minimum. 7. Little influenced by schooling. 8. Brief. And 9. Using materials that are simple, convenient, and inexpensive. In order to make the individual examination as nearly coach-proof as possible, it was agreed to limit the selection of tests in most cases to those for which 5 equivalent series of items could be devised. With this and the other criteria in mind, approximately 50 different tests proposed by various members of the committee were subjected to critical consideration. From these, 21 were selected as follows. Test A. Pointed cube. This test was suggested to the committee by Goddard. Yerkes and Goddard modified the original test by arranging a series of steps of gradually increasing difficulty and by preparing suitable directions for giving and scoring. Test B. The clock test. This is the well-known Binet test of reversing the hands of the clock, supplemented by the test of telling time. 3 steps of greater difficulty were proposed. 1. Telling time. 2. Reversing hands of clock, with clock in view. 3. Same, with no clock in view. Alternative forms were prepared by Wells. The test of telling time has been shown by Gertrude Hoare to give a high correlation with Binet mental age. Test C. Cube imitation. This is the Knox test, adapted by Yerkes, who also prepared the instructions. The test, as given by Knox, has proved valuable in testing immigrants. Test D. Maze test. The more difficult mazes of the Portier's series were modified by Yerkes. Data from Portier's have correlated well with Binet mental age. Test E. The Dearborn Form Board. This form board was selected because it offers a graded series of problems with reasonably wide range. The instructions were prepared by Yerkes. Test F. Stenquist construction. This was not included in the first series of tests. Test G. Orientational information. This was included primarily for use with suspected psychotics. It was arranged by Yerkes and Terman and was not included as an intelligence test. 4 of the first 5 items are from Binet, the last 5 from Terman's series. Test H. Association. Kent-Rosanoff series. The instructions were prepared by Wells. Test J. Vocabulary. Word lists as arranged by Terman. Those of the first series were taken from the Stanford Vocabulary Test, which had been made up by selecting every 180th word in the Laird and Lee Vest Pocket Dictionary. The 40 words for Series 1 of Test J were selected from the 100-word Stanford Vocabulary Test as follows. In the case of 600 adults who had been given the Stanford Binet, success in each of the 100 words was correlated with success in the scale as a whole. The 40 words selected for the present purpose were those which had shown highest correlation with Stanford Binet mental age. The diagnostic value of this first list is accordingly very high. The other 4 series included in Test J were selected thus. 4 vocabulary lists of 100 words each were made up from the Laird and Lee Vest Pocket Dictionary by selecting every 180th word, as in the case of the original Stanford Vocabulary Test. Each 100-word list thus obtained was reduced to 80 by omitting those which were either too easy or too hard to have diagnostic value in the range of intelligence ordinarily found among soldiers. The lists of 80 were then reduced to 40 by dropping out alternate words. Thus far, the words of Series 2 to 5 were in the main unselected in the sense that they were selected by arbitrary rule. However, several changes were later made by substituting for words which were deemed unsuitable other words judged to be equally difficult. By unsuitable is meant words which tend to bring ambiguous responses, words which are more or less provincial or obsolete, words with objectionable references, etc. The words in Series 1 were arranged in order of difficulty as shown by tests of 600 adults. Those of Series 2 to 5 were arranged in order of difficulty as estimated by 3 judges. The relative difficulty of the 5 series is not definitely known, but the differences are probably not great. Test K, Letter Line Test, from the Yerkes Rosary Point Scale. Yerkes credits this test to the late E. B. Huey. This test was adapted for Army use by Yerkes and Melville, who prepared the instructions and the alternative series. Test L, Dissected Sentences, from Binet. Alternative series and instructions were prepared by Melville. Test M, Absurdities, from Binet. The 5 series of the instructions were prepared by Terman, assisted by Goddard. The 50 absurdities of the 5 series have the following sources: Binet or various relations of the Binet scale, 9. Simpson series, 6. Goddard, 9. Terman, 24. Unknown origin, 2. The 24 absurdities furnished by Terman consisted in the main of verbal translations of the Terman and Williams absurd pictures. Test N, Controlled Association, Rhymes, from Binet. The instructions in the 5 series were arranged by Melville. Test O, Likenesses and Differences. Finding Differences, from Binet. Finding Likenesses, from Stanford Binet. The 5 series and the instructions were arranged by Terman, who was responsible for all but 5 or 6 of the 50 items. Test P, Ingenuity, devised by Terman in 1905, used by him in experimental study of the intellectual processes of bright and dull boys. Included later in the Stanford Binet, adapted for present use by Wells, who also prepared the instructions and the alternative problems. Test Q, Memory for Designs, modelled after the Binet test. The designs here used were devised by Terman in experiments at Stanford University that yielded high correlations with mental age. Test R, Logical Memory, after Binet. Instructions and alternative series were prepared by Wells. Test S, Comprehension, after Binet. Instructions and the alternative series were prepared by Wells and Terman. Wells furnished 11 of the 25 questions, Terman 8 and Goddard the remainder. Test T, Sentence Construction, 3 words. After Binet, the Massillon test. Instructions and alternative series were arranged by Melville. Test U, Arithmetical Problems. A combination of the Binet test of making change and the Bosner type of arithmetical reasoning test. 3 of the 5 problems in the E series came originally from Bosner and had been later incorporated in the Stanford Binet. The other 2 of the E series were taken from the group test of arithmetical reasoning. Instructions and alternative series were arranged by Wells. Test V, Code Learning. The code test has been used in various forms by various psychologists, notably in the Healy and Stanford Binet tests. The instructions in the 5 forms of the present series were prepared by Wells. The 22 tests which have been described were not combined in a single scale. It was suggested they be used as follows: 1. For illiterates, tests A to F. 2. For subnormals, tests J to O, supplemented by H and I, or tests P to U, supplemented by H and I. 3. For psychotics, tests D, E, F, G, I, Q, and R. 4. For subnormals, tests A, C, E, H, I, J, and O. Apart from the limitations imposed by the criteria which the committee had agreed each test must satisfy, the choice of tests was determined by 3 things. 1. By the purpose to secure tests which would be of service with one or another of the types of subjects named above: illiterates, subnormals, psychotics, and supernormals. 2. By the experience which the members of the committee had had with various types of tests proposed. And 3. By the data contained in 2 studies of the diagnostic value of certain Binet tests, namely Bringham's recently published monograph and Nolan's unpublished master's thesis. The latter, which was brought before the committee by Terman, gave the correlation of each test above 9 years in the Stanford Binet scale with mental age as measured by the entire scale for approximately 450 adult subjects. Nolan's data showed the following tests to have high diagnostic value: vocabulary, 3 words, rhymes, absurdities, designs, comprehension, dissected sentences, digits backward, giving differences and similarities, arithmetical reasoning, and ingenuity. These were included in the Army series. Some 30 other tests were proposed, but for one reason or another rejected. Notes made by members of the committee indicate the rejections listed below, with reasons in some cases. The name in parenthesis after certain of the tests indicate authorship of the particular form of test considered. Dot cancellation, Abelson, not a good measure of intelligence. Geometric estimation, Thorndike and Woodworth, too largely on the perceptual level. Line bisection, too largely perceptual. Reaction to pictures, Binet, too difficult to score. Fable interpretation, Terman, time-consuming and difficult to score. Multiple choice, Yerkes, not easy to devise enough alternates or to prevent coaching. Absurd pictures, Rosalimo, Terman, Lau, time not available for devising and drawing the necessary number of pictures. Proverbs, used by Keller, Winch, Whipple, Otis, Terman, and others, too difficult for all but highest levels of intelligence. Number ranking, Wells, arranging numbers in order, putting lightest at top, reason for rejection not recorded. Knowledge about familiar things, Terman. Where does Tara come from, etc. Reasons for rejection not recorded. Sequential pictures test, used by Bowler, Whipple, and others, not included because of lack of time to secure a suitable alternative series of pictures. Punched holes, Thornstone. Not easy to secure enough alternatives or to prevent coaching. Literary interpretation, too time-consuming and too schoolish. Number completion, Rogers, 2 forms proposed. 1. Sign missing. 2. Number missing, too schoolish. Picture completion, Hale-Bronner, Binet, Pinter, Kelly. Time not available for devising and drawing suitable pictures. Hand and flag tests, Thornstone. Too easy. Hand test probably correlates with dexterity. Match board test, Campbell. Reasons for rejection not recorded. Memory for sentences, Binet. Digits backward, considered a more suitable test of memory span and only one needed. Naming opposites, reasons for rejection not recorded. Finding reasons, Terman. Rendered unnecessary by inclusion of the comprehension test, which is easier to score. Sentence completion, Trabue. Probably much influenced by schooling. Healy form boards, rejected because of low value as a measure of intelligence. Naming words, Binet. Adults often fail to enter into the spirit of this test. The methods which the committee devised for individual examining are appraised more fully elsewhere. Page 397, FF 477 to 480. It may be noted, however, that in the main, the 9 criteria which have been laid down as essential were reasonably well satisfied. 1. The large majority of the tests chosen were mental measures whose validity had been sufficiently demonstrated. 2. Coaching was rendered difficult by the formation of 5 alternative series for nearly all the tests. 3. Few, if any, of the tests could be regarded as more than ordinarily subject to vitiation by practice. 4. The question of susceptibility to malingering played little or no part in the choice of tests, as it was early realized by the committee that this danger would have to be guarded against by the psychological insight of the examiner rather than by the inherent nature of the tests. 5. Most of the tests were of types known to appeal to the interests of subjects who are likely to be given an individual examination. 6. One of the weakest features of several of the tests was the probability of ambiguity of response. It cannot be denied that the personal equation is likely to enter in the scoring of responses to such tests as designs, logical memory, vocabulary, comprehension, likenesses, and differences. As for the avoidance of the verbal element in response, this was eliminated altogether in 6 of the tests and reduced to an insignificant amount in several others. 7. It could hardly be maintained that many of the tests selected are to any great extent tests of schooling rather than intelligence. The vocabulary and arithmetical reasoning tests, the 2 which would come most naturally under suspicion, are known not to be unduly vitiated by this factor. Non-English speaking subjects were, of course, provided for by the performance tests A, C, D, E, and P. 8. The time allowance except for the cube construction, the Dearborn form board, and the ingenuity test are reasonably low, chiefly from 3 to 5 minutes maximum working time, since the plan of examination provides for giving only 6 or 8 of the tests to a subject. The time required for an individual examination would ordinarily range from 30 to 50 minutes. 9. Only tests A, B, C, and E require material which is simple, convenient, and inexpensive. As we shall see, notwithstanding, The excellent features of many of the individual tests, the methods of individual examination devised by the committee, were in general abandoned after brief use in the Army in favour of the Yerkes bridges and the Stanford Binet scales. This was not due to unsatisfactoriness of the tests considered individually, but to the fact that they were not welded into a systematic scale or group standardized scales which could be used conveniently. The 21 tests were intended as the raw material for such scales, which it was expected would be developed as a result of Army use. That this expectation was not fulfilled was due to the immediate necessity of securing results which could be interpreted in the light of generally known standards. Such a standard was mental age, and at first test scores which could not be readily translated into terms of this concept were unsatisfactory, both to the psychological examiners and to the neuropsychiatric officers to whom cases were continually being referred. There is no doubt that an admirable system of tests could be wrought out of the material which the committee brought together. 5 other non-language tests, in modified form, were later included in the performance scale. The tests inserted especially for use with psychotics, orientational information and the association test were not employed to any considerable extent. Another of the original purposes of the methods of individual examination was early abandoned, namely the special examination of those who had made very high scores in the group test. The purposes of the individual examination were thus reduced to 2. 1. The detection of low-grade intelligence, and 2. The more accurate grading of foreigners. One day had been devoted to methods of individual examination before the recess of June 10 to 24. The session following the recess extended only from June 25 to July 7. Only 2 weeks were available in which to revise the group examination method, devise methods of individual examination for various types of subjects, and prepare printer's copy for record blanks and examiner's guide with full instructions for giving and scoring the tests. Haynes was not present after the recess, and Whipple was compelled to leave July 2nd, while Bingham gave the larger part of his time from July 2 to 7 to the preparation of printer's copy for record blanks. This left the work of preparing the alternative series of items, the directions for procedure, and the copy for the examiner's guide to Yerkes, Goddard, Wells, and Terman, aided by Melville. Fortunately, the important task of selecting the tests was carried out with all the members of the committee present except Haynes, who was unable to return after the recess, but sent in valuable data on the group tests. Copy for the examiner's guide, a pamphlet of 76 pages, was completed and dispatched to the printer July 7th. In 6 weeks, the committee had accomplished the following results. 1. It had formulated a plan for the psychological examination of an entire army. So far as the committee knew, no such wholesale application of psychological methods to military problems had ever before been entertained. 2. It had prepared an intelligence scale for group examining and had demonstrated its validity by a trial upon 400 subjects. This scale was all but immune from the personal equation of the examiner and wholly free from the personal equation of the scorer. It made possible the examination of hundreds of men in a single day by a single psychologist. 3. It had made the scale reasonably coach-proof by preparing 10 alternative forms which were entirely non-duplicative in matter but psychologically identical and of approximately equal difficulty. 4. It had formulated methods of individual examination to be used with subjects for whom the group method might be inadequate or inconclusive. The scheme of individual examination included 21 tests, chiefly adapted from tests which had already proved their value as measures of intelligence. The list of tests provided for 4 types of subject: illiterate or non-English speaking, subnormal, psychotic, and supernormal. 5. For all but 6 of the individual tests, 5 alternative series of items have been prepared in order to reduce the danger of coaching. 6. Copy for an examiner's guide had been made ready for the printer, and an addition of 5,000 copies of the revised group test were being printed for further trial and experimentation. 7. The sum of $2,500 having been secured for a thorough trial of the methods with Army subjects, the committee had formulated a plan for this experiment. The necessary arrangements for this extensive trial were made by Bingham and Yerkes. There is no desire to make the work of the committee assume an importance which it does not deserve. It would be misleading to leave the reader with the impression that the methods which the committee formulated were in any sense inventions de novo. Few inventions are. In the present instance, the committee did not hesitate to borrow suitable methods or material wherever they could be found. In the tests for individual examination, there was little new except a part of the materials and certain adaptations of procedure. It should be stated, however, that several members of the committee had in earlier work made important contributions to various tests included in the individual examination. For the group method, somewhat more originality may be claimed. It can at least say that it made possible what had hitherto been impossible. It did this, however, far more by the adaptation of trial methods than by the whole-scale creation of new ones. Conspicuously important features of the group method are 1. The arrangement of the test so as to permit response without writing and to secure complete objectivity of scoring. 2. The random selection method securing equally difficult alternative forms. 3. The standardization of procedure. 4. 1. The committee was indebted more to Waters than to any other one person. For 2. The credit belongs to Wells. For 3. The committee as a whole was responsible. The immediate origin of the 10 tests, the group method, has already been indicated. The contribution of the committee with respect to them was chiefly in the line of adaptations designed to render them more serviceable for military use. Test 1 embodied the best features of the following directions tests of Woodworth and Wells, not of Abelson. It differed from the geometric test of Otis chiefly in the fact that the directions were given orally instead of being read by the subject. Test 2 was the Otis adaptation of the memory span test for group use. Test 3 was the Otis adaptation of the Binet test of disarranged sentences. Test 4 involved nothing new. Test 5 was borrowed in part from the Bureau of Salesmanship Research Tests, Carnegie Institute of Technology, and in part from an information test devised by Wells. Test 6 was taken entirely from Otis. It is more nearly an invention than any other test in the scale, and in justice to its author should be associated with his name. Test 7 was a cross between the Binet comprehension test and the Bosner selective judgment test. Test 8 was based upon Thurstone's number series completion test, while Test 9 is an adaptation of the association proportion test. Test 10 was proposed by Wells as an improved form of the cancellation test. It should be stated that at this stage the committee regarded the methods as altogether tentative. A thorough trial on several thousand soldiers under camp conditions was regarded as necessary before any steps should be taken to secure their acceptance by the War Department. Fortunately, thorough trial was possible. End of section 11. Section 12 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Unofficial Trial of Methods. After adjustment of the Committee on Methods, July 7, 1919, arrangements were made, in accordance with plans described on page 9 of this report, for trial of the methods under military conditions. The results of the 4 military stations were worked over by a statistical unit under Thorndike's direction and reported upon by him at a conference of the Committee on Methods held at Columbia University on August 15. This chapter records the more significant results of the pre-official trial. Approximately 4,000 examinations were made by the group method, including 3,000 soldiers, 759 men of the Brooklyn Mosquito Fleet, and 372 individuals in institutions for the feeble-minded. So far as they were used for statistical purposes, these tests were distributed as follows. Regular Army Reorganization Camp, Syracuse, New York, 738. Regular Army and National Guard, Fort Benjamin Harrison, Indianapolis, Indiana, 898. National Guard Camp, Nashville, Tennessee, 734. Naval Training Base No. 6, Brooklyn, New York, 759. Institutions for Mental Defectives, 372. Total, 3,501. Illiterates were not excluded. Section 1. Group Examination 1. Tests 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 9 were scored number right. The number of correct items. Tests 3, 6, 7, and 10 were scored right minus wrong. the number of correct items less the number of wrong items. This plan had been tentatively formulated by the committee after the Vineland experiment with 400 subjects. Total scores were found by counting each way from a tentative median, counted at 0, and summing the values, a method which yields both positive and negative scores. It was believed that different tests would be of different importance in making up the total score, and that, therefore, before summing up the scores of the separate tests, these scores should be multiplied by proper weights. The weighting keys, tabulated herewith, show the weighted score corresponding to any actual score. A table displayed on the page, weighting key for tests of Examination A. It will be observed that the use of weighting keys has the effect of weighting the tests as follows, named in order from Test 1 to Test 10. 3-2-2, 3-2-1, 3-2-1-1. These weights were recommended by Thorndike on the following grounds. 1. The combined opinions of a dozen psychologists as to the relative weight to be attached to the tests. 2. A rough estimate of the variabilities of the tests. And 3. A rough estimate of their intercorrelations. At that time, no data on correlation with officers' ratings were available. By the method of scoring and weighting used, the total score ranged from positive 226 to negative 188. The distributions of scores for various groups are shown in Table 1. Table 1 is displayed on the page, distributions of scores for various groups. The score distributions above are such as would be expected if the tests were reasonably valid measures of general intelligence. Officers and university students, on the one hand, and feeble-minded subjects on the other, make scores which deviate widely from the scores of enlisted men. Another indication of the validity of the tests is the correlations between scores and officers' ratings of their men for intelligence. Such ratings were secured by E.K. Strong for 313 men of the 3 National Guard companies. The correlations of these ratings with the separate tests were as follows. The table is displayed on the page, comparing 10 tests. For single brief tests, time limits 1 to 5 minutes, the above correlations must be regarded as very satisfactory. The correlations are fairly uniform, except for the appreciably lower coefficients for tests 2 and 9, and the relatively high coefficients for tests 5 and 6. Correlations between officers' ratings and total score in the 10 tests were obtained for groups in each of the 4 stations. The correlations were as follows. Syracuse, 218 cases, R equals 0.5. Brooklyn, 168 cases, R equals 0.2. Indiana, excluding officers' training camp, 634 cases, R equals 0.3. Nashville, 770 cases, R equals 0.65. Officers' Training Camp, 113 cases, R equals 0.15. The methods by which the officers' ratings were made, the reliability is indicated by correlations between ratings of the same men by 2 or more officers, and the tabular data from which the correlations were derived were not reported by the statistical unit. Thorndike states, relative to these data, for enlisted men, the general tendency is thus a correlation of 0.5. I should think it safe to assume that the score in the group test, when given twice, once with short and once with abundant time, would correlate with an omniscient rating for general intelligence to the extent of nearly 0.7. In the case of the lower half of the National Army, for higher grades the test is not so useful. The low correlations in the Brooklyn, the Officers' Training Camp groups show this. Also, the correlation with marks attained by aviators in the studies of the ground school is under 0.3. Table 2 shows the intercorrelations of the 10 tests for 313 National Guard men. Table 2 is displayed on the page. Table 2, the intercorrelation of the 10 tests for a group of 313 enlisted men. Table shows coefficients correlation R and their PEs. The last column in Table 2 shows the average correlation of a test with the other 9 tests. These averages all fall between 0.47 and 0.64. Only those for tests 2 and 8 are as low as 0.50, and only those for tests 4, 5, and 6 are as high as 0.60. A test which failed to show a fairly high average correlation with intelligence tests picked by common judges would probably not be worth much as a measure of intelligence. On the other hand, if a test correlated almost perfectly with some other test in the battery, it could be admitted without loss. Accordingly, the intercorrelations of the tests and their correlations with officers' ratings are important in determining the proper weight to be given to the separate tests. The following is quoted from Thorndike's report as Chief of Statistical Unit in the initial experiment with the group examination. The group test is to be used to prophesy the mental ability which a man will display in the army. Our best attainable measure of that is the rating of mental ability given to men by their company commanders. If any one of the 10 tests correlates 0 with officers' ratings, it deserves 0 weight in the composite score used for the prophecy. If it correlates highly, it deserves much weight, other things being equal. The other things to be equal are its correlations with the other 9 tests. The general principle is that the lower it correlates with them, the greater weight it should have in the composite. For, in proportion as 2 tests intercorrelate clearly, they are representative, i.e., are measures of the same fact, and a high weight to each of them will mean an undue weighting of the same fact. The lower the correlation of this fact with the fact to be prophesied, the more excessive would the weighting be. A fair approximation of the weighting discoverable by a full treatment of partial correlation coefficients and a fully derived regression equation may then be secured by simply observing which tests correlate relatively closely with officers' ratings and relatively little with other tests of the 10. The facts secured by us in the case of companies C, D, and L of the National Guard, tested by E.K. Strong in July and August, justify these conclusions. 1. That any convenient weighting of the 10 tests will give a prophecy not much inferior to that obtained from the best possible weighting. 2. That any convenient system for giving tests 2, 7, and 9 less and test 3 more weight than the others will improve the prophecy. The correlations of each test with the officer's ratings and the averages of its 9 correlations with the other 9 tests are shown in Table A. The point of importance may be still better seen by expressing the fact that Table A has differences from the average correlation is as in Table B. Thus, Test 1 is seen to be somewhat above the average in closeness of correlation with the officer's ratings, but also to be somewhat too repetitive of the other tests. It is intrinsically a good symptom of mental ability in the Army, but its contribution in a large measure contained in or duplicative of the other 9 tests. Test 2 is not intrinsically a very good symptom of mental ability, but it does have the merit of contributing a good deal that the other 9 tests do not include. Test 3 is above the average of the 10 tests in its closeness of correlation with officers' ratings. It also is less repetitive of the other 9 than the average, so it is clearly a test to be given extra weight. Table A is displayed on the following page. Table B is displayed on the following page, differences of each test from the average of the 10. In our opinion, it is doubtful whether any change is worthwhile beyond changing the multipliers for tests 4 and 5 from 3 and 2 to 2 and 1, respectively. It will probably aid the prophecy somewhat to use 4 and 3 instead of 3 and 2 for tests 1 and 2, respectively, but this means larger numbers to be added. The too-high weight of test 9 cannot be reduced properly without adding much to the task of transmuting the scores. However, the tests all intercorrelate so closely that the revised weighting would not produce a much better result. It might raise the correlation from 0.50 to 0.55 and lower the probable error from 0.15 to 0.14. Retests were made of 380 individuals for the purpose of determining the probable error of the score. The facts are as follows. Regular Army, 76 cases, PE equals 11 points. Brooklyn Group, 127 cases, PE equals 19 points. Feeble-minded, 40 cases, PE equals 9 points. Delinquent Women, 50 cases, PE equals 16 points. Graduate Students, 87 cases, PE equals 6 points. Thorndike summarizes these results by saying, the PE of one 45-minute trial with a test seems to be about 15 points. The judgment from a man's score should be thought of as fairly safely within the limits of 30 up and 30 down, and as almost certainly within the limits of 60 up and 60 down. These determinations include the effects of changing interest, attitude, and the like. If a man really does his best, the PE will be much lower, say not over 10. The correlation between total score in the test and reported length of schooling was found to be as shown in Table 3. Only records bearing English or Irish names were used. Thorndike comments as follows. The correlation, 0.67, would be higher if perfect measures of educational advantages instead of mere reports of grades were recorded, and if 4 or 5 tests instead of 1 had been used, probably about 0.75. Even so, it is clear that the test does not measure simply amount of schooling. Since length of schooling is itself caused in part by inborn ability, I think it fair to claim that a man's difference from his fellows in the test is determined as much by inherent ability as by circumstances. This inherent ability is, however, obviously specialized for words, numbers, and other abstract and symbolic content. Hence the need for tests of ability with things and people before deciding the fate of a recruit. Table 3 is displayed on the following page. Reported amount of schooling in successive years. E. Elementary grade, H. High school, C. College. The total score on the group test, for men with English or Irish names, correlates with reported amount of schooling, 0.67, deviation, 0.015. Forms A, B, and C of the Vineland group examination were used in all 4 camps. Form D was used in all except Syracuse, and Form E in all except Brooklyn. In comparing the score distributions for the purpose of determining the relative difficulty of the 5 forms, it was necessary, because of selective factors affecting camps, to treat the 4 camps separately. Since only 700-900 men were tested in a camp, the number for any one form was too small to allow anything like an exact determination of the relative difficulty of the forms. The indications were that the differences were negligible except for a slightly greater difficulty of Form B. The data was summarized by Thorndike as follows. Form B is harder than Form A by 13 points, deviation 1.7. Form C equal in difficulty to A, difference of 0.2 points, deviation 0.1. Form D is substantially equal to A, difference of 3.2 points, deviation 1.6. Form E substantially equal to A, difference of 2.5 points, deviation 1.2. As far as the results can be accepted as representative, they confirm the validity of the random selection method of wells for making up the separate forms. It had been expected that the results of the experiment would make it possible to rearrange the items of all the tests in order of difficulty from easiest to hardest. However, the data were not satisfactory for this purpose because the time limits allotted to the tests had prevented the majority of the men examined from reaching the most difficult items in the cases of tests 3 to 10. The items of test 2 were already in order of difficulty, and in the case of test 1, the order is not as vital as it is for the majority of the tests. On the relation of total score to salary earned, Thorndike reported as follows. The relation of score in the test to reported salary earned at a given age by men engaged in the same trade is of interest, but our data do not permit rigorous treatment. The relation when different trades are mixed is negative for young ages, positive for the older ages. That is, a young man scoring low in the test reports earning more per week than a man of equal age who scores high. This reverses somewhat around age 27. This is, of course, more or less what one would expect. Concerning the interpretation of total score, the following is quoted from Thorndike's report. Adult inmates of the feeble-minded asylums of Bennett ages 9 to 13 in general make in the test scores from -188 to -60. Their median score is -140. Men of the regular army reporting themselves as labourers or farmers who have English names and report at least some schooling in general make scores from -100 to 0. The median score of 100 such taken at random is -55. Men of the regular army, including a few from officers' training camps, who have English names and some schooling, and who report themselves as skilled labourers, such as electricians, engineers, draftsmen, carpenters, masons, photographers, and the like, make in general scores from -70 to +50. The median score of 53 such is -15. 50 men in training in an officers' training camp made scores from 0 to +180, with a median a trifle over +100. 87 students in a course in psychology, primarily for seniors and graduate students, made scores from +50 to +175, with a median at about +125. 450 men of the regular army camp in Indiana showed only 16 men, or 35 per 1,000, with scores of -140 or worse, and there is evidence that at least half of those men below -140 could read English very little or not at all. There is evidence that if a man can read English as well as, say, the average 5th grade child and still scores below -140 in the test, he neither is not admitted, nor, if admitted, is not found worth retaining in the regular army. It seems then that any literate man who scores below -140 should be considered for exclusion from the army, or for retention only for work in which even gross stupidity could not endanger his fellow soldiers. A man scoring -100 should be subjected to further study, especially by the aid of performance tests, Clock, Mays, Formboard, and Stenquist, in a group test, and by tests of his ability to manage himself and other men so as to gain fair repute amongst his associates. At the other end of the scale, it may be said that no man scoring below 0 is likely to succeed in the work with books, maps, instruments, and the like in an army training camp for commissioned officers. Such a man probably should not be sent there, as he will almost certainly fail. Roughly, a minimum standard of +50 might be set for admission to such a camp, with character, leadership, and military zeal and knowledge, the deciding factors for men scoring +50 or better. More systematically, we may interpret the scores as shown below, assuming that the individual speaks English well and has had good opportunity to learn to read English. -50 feeble-minded adult of Binet age 9 to 10. -100 upper level of the borderline, or the lower level of the dull, slow-thinking day labourer. -50 unskilled labourer. 0. +50 lower level of men fit for appointment as officers. +100 level of a man who gained success in a profession or as an officer in the army or the navy by intellect. +150 level of a very rapid and exact thinker with words, numbers, and abstract relations. For the purposes of the army, the abstract ability measured by the test score above +100 may well be irrelevant, but from +100 down the scores certainly have value. This is proved by the correlation with the officers' ratings of the ability and promise of the men. The correlation averages about 0.5. It seems likely that with an omniscient judgment of the intellect of a man, the score in the test would correlate with that judgment to the extent of 0.7 or 0.8, assuming as previously that the test is used with men who have had good opportunities to learn and speak and read English. At the 4 examining stations, individual examinations were given to between 200 and 300 men. It appears only 50 of these tests were scored. This obviously is entirely too small a number, either for purposes of standardization or for important statistical treatment. The only results reported by the statistical unit are the following correlations: Pearson coefficients as estimated by method of unlike signs, with ratings of men by their officers. A table is displayed on the page. The data treated were scanty and the method of correlation rough. Nothing was reported about the nature of the distributions of the ratings and scores from which the correlations were computed. Without such data, the correlation coefficients themselves have little significance. On August 15, a joint conference of the Committee on Methods for the Psychological Examination of Recruits and the staffs of the various units which had conducted the unofficial trial of the test was called at Columbia University. Thorndike informally reported the findings of the statistical unit which had analyzed the data of examination. These findings have been set forth briefly in the preceding pages. The examiners present reported their impressions and suggested improvements in method. The members of the conference agreed that the group method of examination had demonstrated its usefulness. Thorndike pronounced it incomparably the best battery of group tests that had ever been assembled. Examiners reported that it attracted and held the interest of the men, and that groups of 80 could be tested as easily as groups of 40. The methods of individual examination were less fully reported upon, but the general opinion seemed to be that the tests devised for this purpose would prove satisfactory after they had been further standardized. On recommendation of Thorndike, provision was made for the supplementation of the group method by 1. A literacy test, the Thorndike reading scale, to be used to eliminate from the group test all men who were not literate enough, to be fairly measured by a test involving printed symbols. 2. A performance test, Stenquist construction test, to be given to men who had failed to pass the literacy test. 3. For those who passed the literacy test but who nevertheless made low scores in the group intelligence test. It was provided that the latter be repeated in greatly extended time. It was generally agreed that the proportion of soldiers who were too nearly literate to be justly measured by the regular group test was so large that not all could be given an individual examination. It was believed that many such recruits could be passed as satisfactory on the basis of a group performance test, thus reducing considerably the necessary number of individual examinations. On recommendation of Thorndike, the Stenquist mechanical skill test was accepted for this purpose. In view of the fact that the Stenquist test was very early abandoned, it should be stated that the members of the conference were by no means certain that it was suited to the purpose. It was adopted for trial because no other group performance test was available and time was lacking for devising a new one. This decision seemed to make necessary some of the literacy test which, by indicating at once those too illiterate to be rated by the regular group test, would prevent a needless duplication of examinations. Terman was designated to modify the Thorndike reading scale, visual vocabulary scale, for this purpose. The modification was to involve a reduction of the test to bring it within the necessary time limits. The purpose of repeating the group intelligence examination with extended time in the case of men making low scores was to reduce still further the number of individual examinations. It was believed that this would be accomplished both by the reduction of the probable error and by the elimination of the speed factor. Thorndike suggested that the repeated examination include all the tests except 1 and 2, and that all time allowance for each be approximately doubled. Terman was designated to prepare the necessary directions. Section 2. Group Examination B. It will be recalled that Examination B was merely the repetition, with extended time, of tests 3 to 9, inclusive of Examination A. It was thought that such repetition in the case of all who scored below 100 points, i.e. below C, in Examination A was desirable for the following reasons. 1. That it would give a fairer measure for men whose low scores in the first examination were due to slowness of reaction, rather than to real inferiority of intelligence. 2. That apart from the factor of speed, the repetition of the test would considerably reduce the probable error of the score. It is unnecessary to consider at length the justification for these expectations. The repeated test was very objectionable for practical reasons. From 11.5% Camp Devons to 31.8% Camp Lee of those who took Examination A fell below the score of 100. To recall so many men for an additional group examination disturbed the training program to such an extent as to create grave prejudice among commanding officers against the work. Besides, it was the general opinion of the psychological examiners that the benefits derived from the repeated examination were small in comparison with the time and labor involved. At Camp Devons, only men who had made a score of less than 70 on Examination A were recalled for Examination B. Those who made a total weighted score on Examination B of 70, tests 1 and 2 omitted, were passed without individual examination. This saved nearly half of the individual examinations, but whether it furnished a more reliable measure of the subject's intelligence than Examination A is doubtful. The probable error of a score secured by giving the group examination twice on different days and averaging the results is undoubtedly somewhat less than the probable error of a score resulting from a single test. The latter is not far from 10 points, weighted score, for Examination A. This is only about 1/8 of the standard deviation of the distribution of scores for unselected literate men. Repeating the test might conceivably reduce the probable error to 1/9 or 1/10 of the standard deviation, but the practical gain for army purposes would not be worth the time and labour required. As a means of favouring the exceptionally slow repetition of the examination with extended time was wholly disappointing. See page 480F. An investigation at Camp Lee showed that, while on the whole there was a slight gain in score with extended time, the relative standing of a man was not often materially altered. For example, examination A, given twice to a group of 51 unselected men, gave a correlation of 0.943. The correlation of examination A with examination B for 380 unselected men was but a little less, namely 0.913. The data from more than 500 men in 7 companies who took both the A and B examinations indicated that the relation of a man's score in B to his score in A was more influenced by the use of different forms in the 2 examinations than by the difference in time limits. The facts are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. It is shown elsewhere, page 338, that an extension of time sufficient to permit 50% of the men to complete each test instead of the usual 5 or 10% does not decrease appreciably the percentage of 0 scores for most of the tests. Also that doubling the time allotment does not demonstrably improve the correlation of the tests which officers' ratings of men, or with mental age in the case of school children, page 339. The expectation that many men of fair intelligence would make low scores in examination A because of slow mental processes looked reasonable enough, but it is not borne out by the facts. Section 3. Group Test for Illiterates, Stenquist. The Stenquist test was given to 14,610 men during the initial experiment in 4 cantonments. It was far from satisfactory, but it was regularly used because nothing else was available for the group examination of illiterates and foreigners. The chief objection to it was its low value as a measure of intelligence. Even with unselected literate men, it correlated with examination A only to the extent of 0.45 to 0.55. Its correlation with officers' ratings of their men were very much lower than this, usually not more than 0.20 or 0.30. The letter grades which it yielded, therefore, were not comparable with those based upon examination A. The following data bearing on the validity of the Stenquist test were received from the camps. Camp Taylor, 109 men, unselected group, R for examination A, and Stenquist 0.323. Camp Devons, 107 men, foreign eliminated, but largely inferior cases, R for examination A, and Stenquist 0.35. Same group, R for examination A, and abbreviated Stenquist consisting of alternate items 0.32. Camp Lee, 76 unselected men, R for examination A, and Stenquist 0.30. For the 30 men of this group whose scores in examination A were below 50, the correlation with Stenquist was 0.00. Camp Dix, 909 men of the 303rd Engineers, unselected, R for examination A, and Stenquist 0.510. See Table 4. The same men were also given an improvised group examination consisting of 5 tests, among which were the design test, a digit symbol test, and a maze test. Although these required only 3 to 6 minutes each, their correlation with examination A were respectively 0.54, 0.77, and 0.46. For another group of 69 unselected men at Camp Dix, the correlation between examination A and Stenquist was 0.62. Camp Lee, 17 men who had fallen below 190 in examination A, correlation between Stenquist and officers' estimates was 0.20. The correlation between Stenquist and mental age for 216 men who had been given an individual examination was practically 0. See Table 5. Camp Dix examiners gave the Stenquist test to 40 inmates of a New Jersey state colony for the feeble-minded. 5 earned scores above 50. The mental ages of these ranged from 7.5 to 11 years. Other subjects of the mental ages, 8 and 9, made 0 to 5 points. Camp Devons reported tests of 48 inmates of the Massachusetts School for the Feeble-Minded, Waverly. The correlation between Stenquist's score and mental age by the method of rank differences was only 0.32. 3/4 of these subjects earned scores as high as 48, and one subject on mental age 8.6, the score of 80. The same 48 subjects were also given Test 2, Memory for Digits, and Test 4, Arithmetical Reasoning, of Examination A and Test Q designs from the individual examination series. The combined scores of these, given as a group test, gave a correlation of 0.65 with mental age, twice as high as that for Stenquist and mental age. The above correlations are so low that the Stenquist test cannot be considered a satisfactory test of general intelligence. For two groups of 179 and 107 unselected men, the correlation between the complete and abbreviated Stenquist items A, B, D, E, and I was 0.77 and 0.84 respectively. The correlation of one half with the other half would necessarily be somewhat less than this. A reliability coefficient less than 0.90 is unsatisfactory. The correlation arrays of tables 4 and 5 are typical of the low correlations found for Stenquist and Examination A. Table 4 is displayed on the page. Relation of Stenquist scores to Examination A scores. R equals 0.510. Table 5 is displayed on the page. Relation of Stenquist scores to mental age, complete data. R equals 0.125. End of section 12. Section 13 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. Acceptance of Methods by the War Department and Early Modifications Resulting from Official Use. The methods prepared at Vineland, modified and supplemented in accordance with Thorndike's recommendations, were offered to the Surgeon General of the Army through the Chairman of the Committee on Medicine and Hygiene of the National Research Council. The War Department promptly accepted the methods, and the Office of the Surgeon General initiated preparations for their official trial in military training camps. Terman, who had been made a member of the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army, had been assigned by that committee to duty with the Section of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General, devoted to the larger part of his time from August 17 to September 28 to the revision of the Examiner's Guide along the lines suggested by the results of the unofficial trial. In this he was materially assisted by Yoakum, who in the middle of August until the middle of September also aided in perfecting arrangements for psychological work in the camps. The Examiner's Guide, which was reprinted by the Medical Department, United States Army in September 1917, is reproduced on pages 123 ff. Aside from minor details, it differs from the original guide prepared by the committee at Vineland, only by reason of the following additions. 1. Introductory explanations, page 123. 2. Instructions for literacy test. 3. Instructions for Group Intelligence Examination B, pages 128 to 129. The regular group examination, now designated as Group Intelligence Examination A, repeated with extended time for those who had made low scores in the first examination. 4. Instructions for the Group Skill Test, Stenquist Construction Single Series 1, pages 129 to 130. 5. Instructions for Stenquist Construction Test for use in the individual examination, Test F, page 133, 6. Instructions for scoring the Stenquist test, pages 146 to 147. After certain preliminary experimental groups had been examined in the 4 cantonments, the method of scoring was changed by the elimination of negative scores. It was thought that the use of negative scores would increase clerical errors, and that they would also be misunderstood or misinterpreted. The provisional weights, pages 313 to 314, however, were retained. The score now ranged from 0 to 414. The following tentative interpretation of the scores for men able to read and write was suggested to examiners. The table is displayed on the page with 3 columns: the range of scores, the class, and the characterization. 300 to 414, very superior, intellectually competent to command, officer type. 250 to 299, superior, intellectually competent to command, officer type. 100 to 249, average, private type, 50 to 99 inferior, unskilled labourer, 0 to 49 very inferior, probably intellectually defective. It was decided to designate the above 5 groups as A, B, C, D, and E respectively, and to report both the man's letter grade in his numerical score to the company commander. This system of letter grades was continued except for the addition in February 1918 of the grades C+ and C-, and somewhat later of D-. This classification certainly was not the most satisfactory that could have been devised. As it turned out, a scale of 5 grades proved to be too coarse. The addition of C+ and C- gave only 7 grades. It would possibly have proved advantageous if a scale of 10 steps had been used. Various test blanks and the record and report forms used in the original 4 cantonments are shown on page 201 FF. From the beginning, the methods proved themselves practical. In general, the examinations commanded the interest and respect of both men and officers. The feasibility of testing all recruits was demonstrated. Indeed, the expected rate of progress was considerably exceeded, due chiefly to the fact that it was found possible to examine men in much larger groups than had been planned for. Certain shortcomings in the methods early became apparent. 1. The test which had been prepared for the segregation of illiterates proved to be unreliable and was abandoned after adequate trial. Various substitutes, to be described later, were tried. 2. The repetition of the main group examination with extended time, group examination B, was found to be administratively objectionable because of the difficulty of recalling men for repeated examination. Investigation also showed that group examination B added little, if anything, to the accuracy of the measure furnished by group examination A. It was early abandoned in all the camps except Devon's, where it was given to about 650 men. 3. Chiefly because of lack of norms for the interpretation of scores, the methods prepared for individual examination proved unsatisfactory. Although used to a greater or less extent in all the camps throughout the initial experiment, they were in large measure superseded by the Yerkes-Bridges point scale, the Stanford-Binet scale, and the Pintuo-Patterson performance tests. 4. The Stenquist test, although it proved to be of some value in reducing the number of individual examinations, was unsatisfactory because of its results correlated so little with those of group examination A that it could not be regarded as a legitimate substitute for the latter. Experimentation was early begun in all the camps looking towards the preparation of a more suitable group test for illiterates. Group examination A, on which the success of the Army examining chiefly depended, was found to be satisfactory in all except minor details. It was used without modification throughout the official trial, but in January 1918 it was revised by the elimination of 2 of the 10 tests and by slight changes in several of the others. Its essential nature, however, was not altered. End of section 13. Section 14 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Revision of Group Examination A. Group Examination A was notably successful from the beginning. It was interesting, relatively easy in administration, and for literate men yielded ratings which, in the judgment of those who had occasion to use them, were surprisingly dependable. It was this method chiefly which gave the Psychological Service its early prestige and paved the way for later developments. However, during the trial period, as a result of special studies which had been made of this method of examination, a number of faults had become apparent. Of the 10 tests which composed the scale, some were found to give low correlations with other measures. Some gave too large a proportion of 0 or of perfect scores. Some contained ambiguous items, some were improperly weighted. It was generally believed that the scale as a whole was rather less reliable for high grade than for average men, and that the reliability of the lower extreme was also doubtful. As it was expected that a proposed new group test for illiterates would change the situation with respect to requirements to be satisfied by the group tests for illiterates, revision of Examination A was undertaken in connection with the general overhauling of methods in preparation for their extension to the entire Army. Preparation for a thorough revision of all the initial methods of examining were made by the staff of the Division of Psychology in December 1917. In January 1918, after the War Department had ordered the extension of examining, a group of psychologists on civil or military appointments were assembled in the office of the Surgeon General for this special work. The task naturally fell into 3 divisions: the revision of Examination A, the provision of a substitute for the Stenquist group test as a test for illiterates, and the modification and supplementation of the methods of individual examining. Captain C.S. Yerkes, because of his intimate acquaintance with the conditions and results of examining in the camps, was placed in charge of the revision of Examination A. He was assisted over a period of weeks by C.C. Brigham, Margaret V. Cobb, E.S. Jones, L.M. Terman, and G.M. Whipple. Some assistance was also rendered by the psychologists who, under the direction of Lieutenant W.S. Foster, were engaged in developing a new group examination for illiterates. The group included C.R. Brown, A.S. Otis, K.T. Waugh, and R.H. Wheeler. Terman and Whipple served as advisory members of the staff of the Division of Psychology. Data which proved extremely useful in connection with revision of methods were supplied by Terman and Haggerty as a result of the use of the Army mental test in high schools and colleges. This supplementary examining was done by request of the Division of Psychology in order that age and grade norms might be made available and the validity of the methods measured for other than Army groups. The data used for the revision included results on investigations along the following lines. 1. The value of the separate tests of the scale in differentiating officers from enlisted men, and enlisted men from the institutional feeble-minded. 2. Score distributions for various types of groups, both for the entire scale and for the separate tests. 3. Correlational material, including correlations of each test with officers' ratings of men, of each test with total score, of each test with the Binet mental age, school grade, teachers' ratings, school marks, etc., in the case of school children. 4. The effect of changing the time limits. 5. Effects of different methods of scoring and weighting. 6. Relative difficulty of forms. 7. Objectionable items in the tests. In order that the reader may be in position to compare the merits of Examination A and its modified form alpha, the data upon the revision was based will be set forth here in some detail. Section 1. Differentiation between officers and enlisted men. One of the most striking indications of the validity of Examination A as a whole was the large difference in median scores of officers and enlisted men. These differences are illustrated by the following figures. A table displayed on the page comparing military group, number, and median score. In order to disclose the relative value of the separate tests of Examination A in differentiating between officers and men, the average score of 300 American-born privates were compared with those of 703 officers. Table 6 gives the facts for comparison worked out at Camp Dix. The sixth column gives for each test the PE of the difference between means, and the next to the last column gives the ratio of the difference between means to the PE of this difference. This ratio is not only an expression of certainty of the difference between means, but may be taken as an index of the value of the test in differentiating between officers and men. The figures of the last column give the rank order value of the tests on this basis. Table 6 is displayed on the page, differentiation between officers and enlisted men by the separate tests of Examination A. A similar comparison was made of 164 captains and 200 A or B men, lead data, in order to find whether some of the tests excelled others in discriminating between officer material and privates having about the same intelligence. The results of this comparison are shown in Table 7. It will be seen that the officers excel in Tests 5 and 6, and A and B privates in Tests 4, 7, and 10. The differences, however, are so small as to lack significance. It does not appear that the intelligence of officers differs qualitatively in any marked degree from that of A and B privates. Table 7 is displayed on the page, comparison of records of captains and A and B men in Examination A. Section 2. Differentiation between normal and feeble-minded persons. It is a well-known fact that the value of a test may vary greatly in the different ranges of intelligence. Table 8 shows a relative value of the tests in differentiating between privates and institutional feeble-minded subjects. It will be noted that in this table, the rank order of the test differs greatly from that in Table 6. Test 7 has changed from poorest to best, the position of Test 10 is greatly improved, and that of Test 3 injured. The superiority of Test 7 over all the other tests of the scale is marked, and the inferiority of Test 3 even more so. Table 8 is displayed on the page, differentiation between privates and institutional feeble-minded subjects. In this connection, inquiry was made to find whether institutional subjects tend to make their score chiefly in certain tests. If this were the case, it might then be possible to manipulate the tests that these subjects would get a significantly lower score than the privates. The following figures show each test's percentage contribution to a total weighted score in the case of 66 institutional feeble-minded, Vineland and Waverley, and 188 privates selected at random, Camp Dix. The table is displayed on the page. It is clear from this comparison that the institutional cases make a larger proportion of their total scores in Test 5 than do privates. Table 9 shows the percentage contribution of each test to total score in various ranges of intelligence. Table 9 is displayed on the page. Percentage of contribution of each test to total weighted score. Tests 1, 2, 4, 5, and 10 make a relatively larger contribution to total score with low than with high subjects, while the reverse holds for tests 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, although the above figures taken alone do not furnish a safe index of the relative value of the tests in the different ranges. They agree in the main that the data already presented on the efficiency of the tests in differentiating officers from men, and the latter from institutional feeble-minded subjects. There are certain exceptions, however. Tests 4 and 5 furnish a large proportion of total score with low than with high men, yet are very valuable in the higher ranges. Test 7 contributes more to total score with high than with low subjects, yet has relatively low value in the higher ranges. Section 3. Proportion of 0 and perfect scores. A large proportion of 0 scores indicates either that a test is too difficult or that the instructions are not simple enough. A large proportion of perfect scores that the test is probably not sufficiently difficult in the higher ranges of intelligence. Table 10 shows the percent of 0 and perfect scores for officers and unselected men. Table 10 is displayed on the page, percent of 0 and perfect scores made by officers and enlisted men. The above table shows that for unselected men, the percent of 0 scores is very low for tests 1, 2, and 4, low for 5 and 10, very high for 3 and 8, and rather high for 6, 8, and 9. Even officers often fail to score on tests 3, 8, and 9. Few privates make a perfect score on any except test 1, which for officers also is by far the easiest of the 10 tests. The fact that tests 3 and 8, which yield a high percentage of perfect scores, yield also an exceptionally high proportion of 0 scores, indicates that the instructions for these two tests are confusing. At Campley, 2,500 examination records, 500 per each form, were tabulated to show the percentage of 0 scores made in the different tests by unselected men at various levels of intelligence. The most important results are summarized in Table 11. Table 11 is displayed on the page, percents making 0 scores at different levels of intelligence. Table 12 is displayed on the page, percent of 920 unselected men, the 303rd Engineers, Dix, when attempted 1/4, 1/2, 3/4, or all of the items of each test, and percent who succeeded. Score distributions on the separate tests of Examination A for various typical groups are shown on pages 534 to 536. Other material in Part 2, Chapter 11, also is of interest in a comparison of Alpha and Examination A. Section 4. Correlations with officers' ratings of men. The only ratings available at this time were A. 313 National Guard men, same as on page 315F. B. 438 Lee draftees, averages for 3 companies taken separately. C. 267 Lee subjects with a total score above 100. D. 362 least subjects with total score below 200. E. 213 Fort Snelling officers training camp students. Table 13 gives the correlation of each test with ratings for the different groups. The ratings of Fort Snelling students were the intelligence ratings based on the officers' rating scale devised by Walter Dill Scott and later adopted for general use in the Army. The men of the other groups were rated by their officers as 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in general intelligence. Table 13 is displayed on the page, correlations between the different tests and officers' ratings of their men. Some of the conclusions from Table 13 are as follows. Test 2 on the whole is a poor test, except in the lower range of intelligence. Test 3 is equivocal, giving a higher correlation with National Guard cases and a low correlation with Lee data. Tests 4, 5, and 6 are among the best tests. Test 10 is not far from average. The form of Test 9, used with the National Guard cases, differed somewhat from that used later, and they explain its relatively low correlation in that group. Section 5. Correlations with Stanford-Binet mental age. Correlations of the separate tests with Stanford-Binet mental age were available as indicated in Table 14. Table 14 is displayed on the page. Distribution of mental ages for groups used in correlating the tests of Examination A with mental age. The data from all but the last group above were supplied by Terman and his students at Stanford University. For the most part, the Binet tests had been given from 1 to 2 years previously, but the mental ages were brought down to date on the assumption that the ratio of mental age to actual age, intelligence quotient, remains constant. The Stanford data were based chiefly on Form A of the Army test, but in Groups 6, Forms B and D were used. The procedure was regular except in the case of Group 5, which had double time in Test 3 to 10. The correlations of the total score and the separate test with mental age are shown in Table 15. Table 15 is displayed on the page, correlations of total score and separate tests of Examination A with mental age. The data of Table 15 yield the values of rank order of the tests shown in Table 16. Table 16 is displayed on the page, rank order of tests of Examination A for different groups. As a measure of the traits which enter into a Stanford-Binet mental age, Test 6 is plainly by far the best test in Examination A. Tests 9 and 4 rank next. 7 and 5 are intermediate, while 2 and 10 are decidedly lower. Tables 16a to 19 give typical correlation arrays for Stanford-Binet mental age and total weighted score of Examination A. Table 16a is displayed on the page, total score, Examination A, Form A, and mental age, school children. R equals 0.87. Table 17 is displayed on the page, total score, Examination A, Forms B and D, and mental age, Whittier Reform School. R equals 0.82. Table 18 is displayed on the page, total score, Examination A, and Stanford-Binet intelligence quotient, literate reformatory inmates, aged 21 to 30, R equals 0.81. Table 19 is displayed on the page, total score, Examination A, and mental age for feeble-minded, R equals 0.657. Section 6. Correlations with age. Each test was correlated with age for the 1,162 California pupils used in securing age norms from 8 to 16 years. The results were as follows. Table is displayed on the page. Table 188, Chapter 15, gives the age medians for the same data. It is certain that these are higher than would be found for white school children in general, for two reasons. 1. All children of foreign parentage were eliminated. 2. The cities in which the tests were made represented better than the average social and cultural conditions for the country as a whole. Section 7. Correlations with schooling and with teachers' estimates. Correlation of total weighted score of Examination A with school grade completed is ordinarily not far from 0.70 for unselected literate soldiers. In the correlation array shown on page 318, it is 0.67. Such comparisons are of course affected by the degree of accuracy with which school grade is reported. The true correlation would doubtless be somewhat higher than the figures given. Table 20 gives a total score by school grade for 717 unselected children in the schools of Palo Alto, California. These included practically all the children enrolled in the grades above the third, in which only one class was tested. The correlation is 0.83. Norms for school grades based on 4,932 cases are given on page 537, chapter 15. Table 20 is displayed on the page. Total score, examination A, and school grade, Palo Alto children, R equals 0.83. The correlation between total score and school grade becomes still more significant when confined to unselected pupils of a given age. Such correlations were computed for boys and girls separately for each age from 11 to 15 in the case of the California school children of American parentage. In tables 21 and 22, the data are given for 13-year-old and 14-year-old pupils. In each, the number includes all the pupils of American parentage of the given age who were enrolled in the grades 4 to 9 of those schools in which all grades were tested. Certain schools in which not all the grades were tested were excluded from this comparison because it was desired to have the age groups as nearly representative as possible. However, there were probably a few pupils of these ages enrolled in the grades below the third. Such do not enter into this comparison. Table 21 is displayed on the page. Total score, examination A, and school grade, unselected 13-year-olds, R equals 0.321. Table 22 is displayed on the page. Total score, examination A, and school grade, unselected 14-year-olds, R equals 0.860. These tables offer striking proof of the validity of examination A as a measure of educability. The pupils of a given age had equal or approximately equal educational opportunity, and the distribution in the grades is due chiefly to differences in native mental ability. The correlations would probably be higher than they are, but for certain constant errors in school grading. It is well known, for example, that the dull are usually over-promoted and the bright under-promoted, a fact which would tend to make the correlations lower than they should be. The data suggests strongly that the high correlation of total score and school grade in the case of soldiers is due not to the influence of schooling on the test performance, but to the fact that the point at which children are eliminated from school is determined largely by ability. The correlations with grade location for the various ages are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. For the 87 13-year-old boys, each test of examination A was correlated with grade location. The results were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. Teachers' ratings on intelligence for approximately 1,300 California children were correlated with examination A. The pupils of each room were rated by the teacher as very superior, average, inferior, or very inferior in intelligence. These ratings were then compared not with total score of examination A, but with the intelligence quotients. That is, mental age norms were worked out for examination A, and each child's intelligence quotient was ascertained by dividing his mental age score by his actual age. Had total score been used instead of intelligence quotient, it would have been necessary to confine each comparison to the children of a single school grade. The use of the intelligence quotient permits the grouping together of children of all ages and grades. The following correlations were computed, Pearson method. School A, grades 3, 4, and 5 combined, R equals 0.55. School B, grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 combined, R equals 0.67. School C, grades 4 to 8 combined, R equals 0.76. School D, grade 4, R equals 0.57, grade 5, R equals 0.62, grade 6, R equals 0.61, grade 8, R equals 0.47. School E, grade 2, R equals 0.31, grade 3, R equals 0.42, grade 4, R equals 0.65, grade 5, R equals 0.32, grade 6, R equals 0.24, grades 7 and 8 combined, R equals 0.29. School F, grades 3 and 4, R equals 0.50, grades 5 and 6, R equals 0.59, grades 9A and 10B, R equals 0.49. School G, grade equals 4, R equals 0.65, grade 5, R equals 0.58, grade 6, R equals 0.74, grade 7, R equals 0.63, Grade 8, R equals 0.38. School H, Grade 3, R equals 0.42. Grade 4, R equals 0.55. Grade 5 and 6, R equals 0.51. Comparing the agreement with teachers' estimates of intelligence in various schools' grades, it appears that Examination A is as valid a measure of the 3rd or 4th grades as in the higher grades. Correlations between total score in Examination A and teachers' ratings on quality of schoolwork were plotted for approximately 40 classes, but were computed only for the following, which were selected as typical. A table is displayed on the page. Correlations between intelligence quotient for Examination A and ratings on schoolwork were computed as follows. Grade 2, 35 cases, R equals 0.17. Grade 3, 155 cases, R equals 0.44. Grades 3 and 4 combined, 120 cases, R equals 0.42. Grades 4 to 8, 107 cases, R equals 0.63. For the same 107 cases, correlation between Stanford-Binet intelligence quotient and teachers' ratings was also 0.63. For the 84 Stanford University students of sophomore to senior grade, each test and total score were correlated with average class mark earned since university entrance. The results were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. For 167 senior normal school students, the correlation between total score and average class mark earned since entrance was 0.303, or practically the same as for university students. For 494 high school students, the correlation between total score and average school mark was R equals 0.343. For one group of 87 first year and second year high school pupils, this correlation was R equals 0.36. See page 344 for comparison of Examination A and Alpha in this respect. These 87 pupils had also been given a Stanford-Binet test, and the correlation between Stanford-Binet mental age and average school mark was R equals 0.56, as compared with 0.36 for Examination A. Section 8. Correlations with other ratings and tests. Over 1,000 of the California pupils, grades 3 to 12, were rated by their teachers for 1. Dependability, defined to include conscientiousness and obedience. 2. Social adaptability, defined to include popularity and qualities of leadership. And 3. Power to give sustained attention. Correlations were computed for 3 schools as follows. A table is displayed on the page. In one school, 287 pupils, grades 4 to 8, were given the Trabue completion test, forms B and C. The scores in the 2 Trabue forms were combined and correlated with the separate tests and with the total of Examination A. The results were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. With the same pupils, R for total score with Stanford-Binet mental age was 0.72. The Stanford data throwing light on the relative value of the separate tests include the following correlations. A table is displayed on the page. The correlations with age and with university marks are probably less significant than the others. Omitting these and computing a composite rank order from the other sets of correlations, we have, a table is displayed on the page. Section 9. Correlations with total score. Correlations of each test with total score have been made with inferior groups, unselected groups, and superior groups. These are summarized on page 328 FF. From the data there given, it will be seen that the scale as a whole is in general best represented by tests 6, 9, 5, and 4, while test 2 shows distinctly the lowest correlation with total score. Test 2 and 10 correlate relatively better with total score in the lower than in the higher ranges, while tests 3, 8, and 9 give higher correlations in the upper ranges. The amount of such correlation is not due to a single cause and is subject to a variety of interpretations. Generally speaking, it may be said that the higher test correlates with the total score of a battery of good tests, the better that test is when taken alone as a single measure. On the other hand, the objection to making up an intelligent scale out of tests which are all extremely highly intercorrelated is obvious, for in such a case the multiplication of tests beyond a very limited number becomes sheer waste. At the same time, low correlation of a given test with total score or with other tests is not itself a recommendation for such test. it is the reverse unless it can be shown to correlate well with other measures of intelligence. The latter condition is one which must not be overlooked. A test which will not correlate fairly well with the total score of a good battery of tests is ipso facto under grave suspicion. There is little likelihood that it will consistently correlate well with any other proved measure of intelligence. The average correlation of each test with the remaining tests is shown elsewhere for examination A and for alpha, page 540 FF. Tests 2, 8, and 10 are most unlike the other tests. In the higher ranges, tests 3, 8, and 9 become more like, and tests 1 and 7 more unlike the other tests. It will be seen that the tests of alpha give slightly higher intercorrelations than do those of examination A. It is of course possible that the Committee on Revision was too much influenced by the point of view expressed in the preceding paragraph, though data presented in Chapter 11 showed that the elimination of the two tests which yielded the correlations with the other tests did not, as far as could be determined, lower the correlations of the total score with outside measures. Section 10. Time limits of the tests. Table 10 shows the distribution of 0 and perfect scores, and Table 12 certain data regarding attempts for each test in the case of 920 unselected men, Dicks. Tests 3, 7, 8, and 9 are too difficult at the beginning. The most nearly normal distributions are given by tests 2, 4, 5, and 10. Such facts, however, only indirectly throw light on the proper time limits of the tests. Certain data gained by the experimental lengthening of time limits have been set forth in Chapter 2, and still more important results are set forth in Chapter 9. The Lee experiment, in which the time of tests 3 to 10 was lengthened to allow 50% of the unselected group to finish, showed that only in tests 3, 9, and 10 was the score appreciably increased. The correlations of the separate tests with total score were also little affected, as shown by the figures below. Here it should be recalled, time was not extended for tests 1 and 2. The differences found for these tests call in question the significance of the differences apparent in the other cases. The table is displayed on the page. The figure suggests that only test 9 would benefit considerably by extended time. Terman gave double time on tests 3 and 10 in the case of one group of 107 school children who had been given the Stanford Binet examination. The correlation of each test with mental age was then compared with the average correlation for 5 other Binet groups in which regular time had been used. The following figures show the resulting changes in correlation coefficients. A table is displayed on the page. The correlations are all higher in the double time group. That this was not due to the more liberal time allowance is made clear by the fact that tests 1 and 2, in which time was not extended, show as large increases as the others. The chief factor was a wider range of mental ability in the double time group. A comparison of the percentage of increase in the correlations for the separate tests indicated that if any of the tests are improved by increase of time, it is probably tests 4, 8, 9, and 10, and that if any are injured, it is probably tests 6 and 3. On the whole, the evidence does not suggest the desirability of any large changes in the time allotments for the tests. This is in harmony with the results set forth in Chapter 9. Accordingly, only minor changes in timing were made. Section 11. Methods of scoring and weighting. The chief questions in regard to scoring concern the choice between the number right method and the right minus wrong method. A study was made at Camp Lee in which every test was correlated with total score by each method. In the case of the first 4 tests, this was done for a group of 191 random cases, and in the case of the last 6 tests, for a group of 70 random cases. The results were as follows. Correlation of each test with total score. Table is displayed on the page. The results indicate that tests 3 and 6 are the only ones in which the right minus wrong method is better. In all the others, particularly test 2 and 1, it is distinctly less satisfactory. Similar data collected at Camp Dix indicated a slight advantage of the right minus wrong method for test 3, no advantage for this method in the case of test 6, and a distinct superiority of the number right method in the case of tests 7 and 10. Terman tried both methods of scoring, Tests 7 and 10, with certain groups and found the following effects on correlations. A table is displayed on the page. Here the comparison of most significance is that for the first group, R with great location of unselected 13-year-old schoolboys, and it is seen that this distinctly favours the number right method. Group 2 indicates that when double-time test 10 is better scored by the right minus wrong method. On the whole, evidence was thought to justify the elimination of the right minus wrong method for tests 7 and 10, and the retention of penalties for error only in the case of tests 3 and 6. The question was raised whether weighting should not be abandoned. For an unselected group of 900 men at Camp Dix, a correlation of 0.994 was found between total raw and total weighted scores. In the case of a more homogeneous group of 300 men at Camp Lee, the correlation between total raw and total weighted scores was only 0.93. Correlations at Lee between officers' estimates and the two methods of scoring were as follows for three different groups. A table is displayed on the page. With the same group, the plan was tried of weighting only by halving the score of Test 5 and doubling the scores of Tests 6 and 9. The results was a slightly higher correlation with officers' ratings for each of the three batteries, 53, 58, and 59 respectively. It was generally agreed that the weighting system which had been used was at fault in allowing too much weight for Tests 5 and 10, especially in the lower ranges, and too little weight for Tests 6 and 9. Two methods were suggested whereby an individual score would be defined in terms of its relation to the average score of an unselected group. 1. The percentile method, and 2. Multiples of the standard deviation. The former was rejected as unsound since it would involve the averaging of percentiles to find a total score. The latter was rejected because of the difficulty incident to the use of the necessary conversion tables for translating raw scores into their weighted equivalents. It was finally decided to let the revision of weighting be determined after the revision scale had been given to a group of unselected men. Section 12. Summary of modifications of Examination A made in the construction of Examination Alpha. In the light of the data presented in the foregoing sections, revision for Examination A was undertaken along the following lines. Test 1. Changes. 1. The first item eliminated and 3 harder items added at the end. 2. Order of items altered to conform more strictly with the order of difficulty. The test did not differentiate well between normal and feeble-minded subjects, as 20% of the feeble-minded succeeded in 4 items or more. The test was more valuable in the middle ranges of intelligence. Too many officers made perfect scores. An additional reason for increase of items was to reduce the importance of chance errors due to distraction. The 3 additional items were prepared chiefly by Whipple and Otis. Remain Test 1 of Examination Alpha. Test 2. Changes. It was decided to eliminate this test. It was found to correlate poorly with all other measures of intelligence, particularly in the data furnished by Terman. Its correlation with officers' estimates were also poor, except in the lower ranges, and it was thought that with a literacy test which would segregate all below 4th grade literacy for a better examination, little value would be left for Test 2. The difficulty of administration was also an objection to the test. It gave more opportunity for cheating than any other test of the scale, and was time-consuming both in giving and scoring. Test 3. Changes. 1. Instructions slightly altered in the direction of simplification. Easier samples were inserted. 2. 2 much easier problems were substituted at the beginning of the test, and enough harder problems of an abstract type were added at the end to make up a total of 24 items instead of 20. 3. Several sentences were eliminated or altered because of ambiguity. 4. All items are arranged in order of difficulty according to ratings made by the office force, and the items were equally distributed among the 5 forms according to difficulty. The test is good in the upper ranges. The large number of 0 scores, even with officers, indicates that the instructions were unsatisfactory. The addition of harder items and the simplification of instructions were intended to increase the value of the test both in the higher and in the lower ranges. Became Test 5 of Examination Alpha. Test 4. Changes. Only minor changes were made in this test, and these had to do merely with the phrasing of certain items. Test 4 showed exceptional evenness of difficulty among the 5 forms. Became Test 2 of Examination Alpha. Test 5 changes. 1. About 15 of the easiest items were eliminated from each form, and an equal number of difficult items were adopted at the lower end. 2. The test was altered in such a way as to bring an equal number of each type of item, historical, literary, scientific, etc., into each form. 3. It was decided to print the response words in heavy-faced type. This test contributed too much to total score, especially in the lower ranges. Ability to succeed in the first 10 or 15 items seemed to depend more on reading ability than on information. Too many officers were able to complete the test, 20%. There was marked differences in the ability of forms. Became Test 8 of Examination Alpha. Test 6 changes. 1. 2 easier items were added at the beginning of the test and 5 harder items toward the end in each form. Enough eliminations were made to leave the total number as before. 2. An attempt was made to rearrange the items in order of difficulty on the basis of examination records of a random group of privates. 3. A few items were shifted from one form to another in order to equalize difficulty of the forms. The test yielded too large a percentage of 0 scores, but in all other respects was one of the best tests of the scale. Became Test 4 of Examination Alpha. Test 7 changes. 1. The test was extended from 10 items to 16 items. 2. The number of alternative responses was reduced from 4 to 3 for each item by eliminating it in each case, that one which had least often been checked. 3. The scoring was changed from right minus wrong to number right. 4. Several unsatisfactory items were eliminated or altered. 5. Several more difficult items were included. 6. The items were graded in difficulty on the basis of estimates made by the office force, and were distributed so as to equalize the difficulty of the test in the 5 forms. Became Test 3 of Examination Alpha. As it stood, the test was not long enough, and the score was too much dependent upon speed of reading. The elimination of the most absurd alternative responses reduced the amount of reading without altering the judgment factor appreciably. The increase in the number of items reduced the factor of a chance error in adjustment and improved the test in the higher ranges. Test 8 changes. 1. The instructions were revised so as to include more samples. The statement of instructions was also simplified with a view to having the subject understand the task through concrete illustration. 2. The subject is required to write 2 additional numbers instead of 1 of each item, the purpose being to ensure that a correct response indicates a complete understanding of the problem. 3. Time extended from 2 to 3 minutes. 4. The number of items was changed from 15 to 20. The first items are intended to be easier than those of Examination A, and those at the end of the test very much harder. 5. Effort was made to equalize the difficulty of the test in the various forms by systematic inclusion, in each form of the same types of problems. Became Test 6 of Examination Alpha. This test proved of greatest value with officers, but the distribution of scores was unsatisfactory. As it stood, the test was too much of the all or none type. The addition of both easier and harder items was made to eliminate this defect. Test 9 changes. 1. The instructions were simplified by the elimination of free associations in the incorrect alternative responses of the first 2 samples. The correct answer was thus made more obvious. 2. The first items in each form were made somewhat easier in order to reduce the number of 0 scores. 3. Some items were shifted from one to another in order to equalize the difficulty of forms. 4. Several objectionable items were altered. 5. Items were arranged in the order of difficulty according to the examination records of a random group of privates. Became Test 7 of Examination Alpha. Test 10. The test was eliminated. Like Test 2 was found to correlate very poorly with Stanford Binet mental age and with other measures. It counted too much in the makeup of the total score. It was of little value in the higher ranges of intelligence and was time-consuming. It was agreed by the committee that Test 2 and Test 10 both had their chief value in the lowest ranges of intelligence. The plans for the new better examination were expected to provide for those below 4th grade literacy and probably for all earning grades below C in the Alpha examination. For this reason, it was not considered as important that the alpha examination should give accurate ratings in the lower ranges as that it should differentiate well in the higher ranges. The most serious faults of examination A were in the higher ranges. Its revision was guided by the belief that the new scale should allow the best individuals to distinguish themselves from those of moderate ability. It will be seen that the changes as described above were in the main not radical, except for the elimination of Test 2 and Test 10. The time limits were not greatly altered. By the time for Test 8 was increased from 2 minutes to 3 minutes, and that Test 7 from 1 minute to 1.5 minutes. Both of these tests were lengthened almost enough to offset the increase of time. The time of Test 5 was increased from 3 minutes to 4 minutes, partially because the test was made more difficult and partially in order to leave the subjects with a feeling that they had not been too much hurried. This test was changed from 5th in the series to last. The new order of the tests was as follows. Test 1, following directions. Test 2, arithmetical reasoning. Test 3, practical judgment. Test 4, synonym, antonym. Test 5, disarranged sentences. Test 6, number series completion. Test 7, analogies. Test 8, information. Section 13. The Alpha Examination. After revision, Examination A was called Alpha, to distinguish it alike from Examination A and from Examination Beta for illiterates. It was put into operation immediately and was retained until the close of the war as a group examination for illiterates. Between April 1 and December 1, 1918, it was given to approximately 1,250,000 men. It was decided to weight the alpha tests according to the variability of their scores, and if possible, in such a way as to make the total score comparable to that of Examination A. The measure of variability used was the interquartile range. Table 23 shows for 2 groups unselected men and 1 group of officers the interquartile range for each test, the weights adopted, and the effects of the weighting. Table 23 is displayed on the page, interquartile range of tests at 3 camps. After weighting, the variabilities of the tests are fairly well equalized except for Test 4, synonym antonym, which is properly given extra value. The total score is 412 as compared with 414 of Examination A. The only changes later made in the alpha examination were the elimination or alteration of unsatisfactory items and the elimination of weighting. The latter was provided for by an order to the camps. The correlation of 0.993 between raw and weighted total for 2,856 unselected men, together with a large amount of time required for weighting the scores, unquestionably justified the substitution of raw to weighted scores. The various bases on which the letter ratings were assigned are set forth elsewhere, pages 4 to 21 FF. Values of the coefficient of correlation between raw and weighted scores for Examination A and for alpha are shown below. Table 24 gives a scattered diagram between alpha raw and alpha weighted. A table is displayed on the page, Examination A and Examination Alpha. For use in the student army training camps, the directions for giving the alpha tests were simplified as shown, pages 200 to 201. The change allowed the maximum to get the problem merely by reading the directions at the top of the page, the examiner not reading them for him except in the case of tests 1 and 7. All the tests except 1 and 7 received an additional time allotment of 10 seconds for compensation. This simplification of procedure was deemed advisable because the plan of the Committee on Education and Special Training to have the tests given in Student Army Training Corps units by members of the local faculties. Table 24 is displayed on the page, correlation between alpha weighted and raw total score, R equals 0.994. Some of the effects of the revision can be seen from a comparison of the score distributions for the alpha tests in the case of 987 unselected recruits from 9 camps with the score distribution of the corresponding tests of Examination A for the 303rd Engineers, DICs. These 2 groups were of nearly the same size. Total scores and scores on the test of arithmetical reasoning, which was left practically unchanged in the revision, indicate that the DICs group was a considerably higher grade group than the other, a fact which should be borne in mind in comparing the score distribution of the tests. The Dix group contains an entire regiment except for 45 men who did not make a single point on any test. The only elimination from the other group was of those born in non-English speaking countries. Comparison of these distributions for their two groups brings out the following. Oral directions were made harder, as was intended, and the distribution curve was greatly improved. In practical judgment, the proportion of 0 scores was very greatly reduced and the distribution improved. The synonym-antonym test appears not to have improved. The introduction of 5 harder items at the end was of doubtful value, and the excessive number of 0 scores shows that the effort should have gone rather to improvement of instructions and to the substitution of easier items at the beginning. The distribution of scores for disarranged sentences was materially improved, but the number of 0 scores is still too large. Number series was made very much better. Its present form yields far fewer 0 scores, and the form of distribution curve is also improved. The attempt to simplify the instructions for the analogies test was not practically successful, as the distribution for the revised form is practically the same as before. As was intended, the information test was made harder, but without increasing materially the number of 0 scores. Data presented elsewhere indicate the number series and practical judgment were especially improved by the revision. Table 25 and 26 give an opportunity to compare the merits of Examination A and Alpha as indices of a pupil's probable success in high school classes. The pupils in both groups were enrolled in the first year of high school. The groups were tested under equally favorable conditions, and the higher correlation shown by Table 26 seems to indicate a decided superiority of Alpha over Examination A for this purpose. The correlation in Table 26, 0.455, is equivalent to a much higher correlation in a wider range group. Table 25, correlation of raw total of Examination A with average class mark of 494 California high school pupils, R equals 0.343. Table 26 is displayed on the page. Correlation of alpha score with average class mark of 480 California high school pupils, not the same pupils as in Table 25, R equals 0.455. The most important criticisms of alpha are 1. That is less effective than Examination A in the lower ranges of intelligence, and 2. That is made up of tests too highly intercorrelated. The first criticism is answered by the fact that alpha was not intended to serve as a measure of low-grade men, since it was planned that all who made low scores in alpha would be required to take the beta examination. As for the second criticism, it is true that the intercorrelations of the alpha tests are slightly higher than the tests of Examination A. It is probably also true that the number of alpha tests could be reduced to 4 or 5 without serious loss. On the other hand, this is not an arrangement against the elimination of the 2 tests which had nothing to command them except low correlations with the other tests. As shown on page 452, Examination A correlates as well with officers' estimates when tests 2 and 10 are not counted in the total as when they are. Doubtless alpha could be improved. Many of its items are unsatisfactory, and for no test they are arranged in order of difficulty. Some of the tests are rather too hard for average enlisted men. It is possible that 12 or 14 previous serial tests required in all about the same time as the present 8 would be more effective. It is also possible that 3 or 4 of the best alpha tests combined with 3 or 4 of the best beta tests would be appreciably better than either alpha or beta alone. It is practically certain that alpha cannot be greatly improved by extending it along similar lines or by giving a second form of the test at the same sitting. It is even doubtful whether a much better measure would be secure by averaging the results of 2 or 3 repetitions of the test at different sittings. It is also unlikely that any great improvement will be accomplished by changes in time allowance or the method of scoring. It is probable that improvement should rather be sought in the more effective combinations of alpha tests with other tests of somewhat different nature, perhaps with omnibus tests involving more frequent change of problem. End of section 14. Section 15 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. Methods of Segregation. Section 1. Literacy Tests. The unofficial trial of Examination A demonstrated that a large proportion of the soldiers could not properly be given the group psychological examination because of their inability to read English. In August, therefore, the committee in charge recommended that this examination be supplemented by the Stenquist mechanical test. In January 1918, the beta examination was substituted for the Stenquist. Some sort of segregation of examinees into groups of the relatively literate and the relatively illiterate was consequently necessary, to ensure the individual an opportunity to secure the highest grade of which he was capable, as well as to make possible a comparison between groups. An accurate and uniform method of segregation was required. Modified Thorndike Test. For this purpose, a modification of Thorndike's reading scale, word knowledge, or visual vocabulary was prepared by Terman. The modification consisted in the following: changes in instructions to make them applicable to large groups, reduction of the time limit from an indefinite period to 3 minutes, elimination of the preliminary test, reduction of the categories from 8 to 4, omission of the lines of test words suited for the odd numbers and half-year grades, and reduction of the number of test words in each grade from 10 to 5. 4 forms of this literacy test were printed and distributed to the 4 original camps. These forms, together with the directions and rules for scoring, are reproduced on pages 279 to 280. Various unforeseen objections to the method of segregation as outlined arose almost immediately. The tentative norms and instruction to retain only men of 4th grade literacy or better set far too high a standard. Camp Devens, for instance, reported a group where men of literacy grade 2 or below had been allowed to take examination A. 37% made a grade of C or better. Camp Dix reported that in an average group of 307 men, 35% scored 0 and 16% more scored 2nd grade in the last. Thus 51% were excluded from examination A. In another group of 222 cases, selected to secure a random sample, 32% scored 0 and 20% 2nd grade, leaving 52% illiterates for the Stenquist test. From a study of other large and typical groups, it appeared that 19% of the men who scored 0 in the literacy test secured grade C or better in examination A, and of the men scoring 2nd grade in the literacy test, 78% made grade C or better in examination A. The median score of men of 2nd grade literacy was 137.5, the lower quartile, 106.5. The test correlates with soldiers' reported school grade about 0.68. Further evidence that the norms originally furnished to the examiners were too high appears in Table 27. The first line of the table proper is an interpretation of the norms originally furnished to the examiners, expressed in terms of the number of words correctly marked. The second line of the table shows the averages and probable errors by grades of correctly marked words in a typical study of 313 cases at Camp Dix. Grade in this latter case is a grade as reported by the soldier. Table 27 is displayed on the page. Norms for the modified Thorndike literacy test. This great difference may have been due in part to the fact that men of the lower degrees of literacy did not comprehend what they were called upon to do. Because of the elimination from the instructions of the preliminary demonstration series used by Thorndike, Camp Dix reported marked decrease in the number of 0 scores when a blackboard demonstration involving properly marked sample words preceded the actual test. However, a new modification of the Thorndike test by Kelly, which retained the trial series, was little more successful than the first modification. Success in the test implies ability to hold in mind 4 different tasks. The test is therefore one which by nature is too much of an intelligence test. Reduction of the task to the single one of writing a letter A onto every word that means an animal greatly reduced the percentage of 0 scores. This simplification of the task added to the blackboard demonstration reduced the percentage of 0 scores from 13.5% in a typical group. Less than 5% of those making 0 scores in this case secured a grade as high as C in examination A. The major objection to the test was, however, purely practical. It required at least 10 minutes of the examining hour and the services of 3 orderlies for a group of 100 men to pass out literacy blanks, give the examination, collect the papers, make immediate segregation of individuals, and to send the illiterates from the room. Thereafter, to make possible a report of literacy, it required the services of 2 of the orderlies during the remainder of the hour to score and grade the literacy papers. Kelly's literacy test. These later objections apply in particular to another modification of the Thorndike test, which was arranged by T.L. Kelly under the direction of Thorndike. This was intended to make good the faults of the earlier modification. It contained 60 instead of 20 items, and was preceded by a demonstration series. The former test and the directions are presented on pages 280 to 281 of Part 1. It was tried out at Camp Lee, Dixon, Devons. It proved even more time-consuming and cumbersome than the original modification and gave no promise of greater practical advantage. One examiner who gave it strictly according to directions reported that it took 45 minutes and created much confusion in the examining room. Its standard also was too high. In one group of 330 men, 146 would, by the instructions, have been excluded from Examination A. This test was, therefore, not used for the preliminary trials. Segregation test. At several of the camps, it was concluded that a means of merely segregating groups, not a means of measuring the grade of literacy of individuals, might be all that was required. Thus at Camp Dix, a dictation test was developed and used during a large part of the fall examining. The subjects were given slips of paper and were told first to write their names and then to write on a slip of paper the sentence, "We are in the Army." 30 seconds were allowed for writing the name and 45 seconds for writing the sentence. Orderlies then inspected the slips, scoring the individual literate or illiterate. Those who wrote the sentence legibly with even approximately correct or phonetic spelling were held for Examination A. 2 orderlies were able to divide a group of 100 into 2 approximate groups in about 6 minutes. It is reported in a study of 433 cases that 9.5% failed the test. Of these who failed, 2% received a grade as high as C. Of those who succeeded, about 25% received grades as low as E and 17% grades as low as D in Examination A. At Camp Devons, another simple test for segregation was tried with a few groups. A cardboard screen was provided in which was cut an oblong horizontal opening, and upon which were drawn simple figures, a ship, a shoe, a flag, a face, etc., with the directions, "With your finger touch the blank." The sentence was completed by an appropriate word which appeared in the horizontal opening at the will of the examiner, who rotated a cardboard disc behind the screen. The examinees passed in single file and were directed to Examination A or to the distinguished, according as they obeyed instructions or not. The method proved rapid but unreliable. Some men of low-grade literacy read the instructions aloud without apparently grasping the idea that they were really to obey them. Others simply imitated those who preceded them in line without apparently reading the instructions at all. The method was abounded without further attempt to improve it. Devon's Literacy Test. In an attempt to develop a literacy test, the problems of which could be readily grasped by men of low literacy, and which would nevertheless measure a degree of literacy over a wide range, another form of test was developed at Camp Devons. 4 improved forms of the test with directions are given on pages 281 to 285. The significant words in the test questions were selected from the ARIS spelling scale, Terman's vocabulary test, and the vocabulary test in the first edition of the Examiner's Guide. Questions were arranged in blocks of 7. Each of the first 4 blocks contained words appropriate for a lower grade, and the last 2 blocks words for high school and college, respectively. It was believed that this arrangement might arouse interest, facilitate scoring, and possibly permit segregation by simple inspection of a critical block. The original form of the test was very similar to Form 1. It was mimeographed in camp. Through the courtesy of Professor E. A. Shaw of Tufts College, it was given in November 1917 to 817 pupils in the grades in high school at Somerville, Massachusetts. Mr. L.B. Hosington of Cornell University also conducted the test with 99 college students at that place. The junior high school group was composed of 39 8th grade, 51 9th grade, and 52 10th grade pupils. The senior high school group was composed of 50 sophomores, 49 juniors, and 50 seniors. The college group was composed of 28 sophomores, 40 juniors, and 31 seniors in arts and science. The distribution of scores by grades is shown in Table 28. Table 28 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Original Mimeograph Form, Somerville School and Cornell University. The differentiation between grades on the basis of scores is reasonably good. Only 17% of the so-called second grade pupils scored 0, yet in reality, of course, they were first graders who had just begun work in the second grade. These facts were sufficient evidence of reliability to warrant further experimentation. Slight changes in the composition and order of a few questions were made, and the test was printed. The printed form was given to 947 pupils in the School of Medford, Massachusetts. The distribution is shown in Table 29. The median scores in the lower grades are not somewhat raised, due probably chiefly to greater legibility. The percentage of 0 scores for the second grade is thereby also reduced from 17% to about 4%. Table 29 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Printed Form, Medford School and Cornell University. In January 1918, 3 additional forms of the test were devised. Determination of the relative difficulty of the 4 forms was made by trials of each, in compensating chronological order, with 835 pupils in the schools of Trenton, New Jersey. The tests were conducted under the direction of Principal J. M. McCulley. Distributions of these forms are given in the tables 30 to 33, and norms may be computed therefore. Table 30 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Mimeograph Form 1, Trenton Schools. Table 31 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Mimeograph Form 2, Trenton Schools. Table 32 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Mimeograph Form 3, Trenton Schools. Table 33 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Mimeograph Form 4, Trenton Schools. The correlations between grade and score are, for Form 1, 0.872, for Form 2, 0.889, for Form 3, 0.857, for Form 4, 0.895. In general, practice appears to have little influence upon scores attained in the test. The median score for all forms taken together and given first is 20.6, given second 20.4, given third 20.7, given fourth 20.9. Even in the lower grades, the first trials give practically as high median scores as the fourth trial, though one might suppose that the more complete understanding of instructions in the latter trials might make for increased score, particularly in these grades. As the distribution tables show, Form 1 is easy, Forms 2 and 4 are intermediate and about equal, and Form 3 is the hardest. The approximate medians with all grades grouped are, for Form 1, 25, for Form 2, 21, for Form 3, 16.5, for Form 4, 20. Further evidence of reliability appears from the fact that the scores obtained by individuals in Form 1 correlate 0.891 with their score in Form 2 and 9.31 with their average scores in all 4 forms. The Devon's Literacy Test Form 1 was given to about 570 white and 400 Negro soldiers at Camp Dix in order to ascertain, first, whether adults reporting a given school grade as the highest they have attained give in general better or poorer scores than children actually in that grade. The second, whether the scores of the Devon's Literacy Test is a practical means of segregation. The distribution of the scores for the reported grades are in Table 34. Table 34 is displayed on the page. Devon's Literacy Mimeograph Form 1, Camp Dix. As might be expected from the lesser homogeneity, which the class interval and the inaccuracy of reported grades, the correlation between reported grades and scores in the literacy test is less for soldiers than it is for school children, 0.652 for white soldiers and 0.654 for Negro. The tendency for adult whites to give higher scores than children of the same degree of schooling is evident. The northern Negroes, except in the lower grades, where they also excel children, give medians about the same as those of the white soldiers. From the table of median scores, Table 35, these comparisons may be more readily made. Table 35 is displayed on the page, Devon's Literacy median scores. Tables 36 and 37 show the distribution of scores in Examination A for the various literacy scores. Table 36 is displayed on the page, distribution of scores in Examination A for various scores in the literacy test, Form 1, Camp Dix, White Soldiers, R equals 0.771. Table 37 is displayed on the page, distribution of scores in Examination A for various scores in the literacy test, Form 1, Camp Dix, Negro Soldiers, R equals 0.781. If a score of 22 in the literacy test is taken as a lower limit justifying retention of whites for Examination A, those segregated as illiterate and yet receiving a grade of C in Examination A form 4.2% of the total group of 407, whereas those marked for retention on this basis and yet receiving below grade C form 8.1% of the total. If the same score is taken as critical with the Negroes, the corresponding percentages are 2% and 22.1%. If 25 is taken as critical with Negroes, these percentages become 6% and 10.6%. We have no means of determining what degree literacy is required in order that a man may do himself justice in Examination A. Whether or not men of literacy score 22 or more might not be better measured by an examination for illiterates than by Examination A, we do not know. When this test of literacy was used, therefore, the rule adopted was that the literacy standard should be set as high as the practical conditions allowed. The scores suggest that Northern Negroes fail to secure as high grades in Examination A as do whites of equal literacy. Table 38, which gives the median scores in Examination A for each step in literacy, will make the point even clearer. Table 39 is displayed on the page. Median scores in Examination A of whites and Negroes of equal literacy. The interpretation of these results appears to be that Negroes of the same degree of intelligence are relatively better in dealing with words than whites, whereas the whites excel in tests which involve other abstract operations. Scores in literacy tests correlate rather higher with scores in Examination Alpha than with those of Examination A. For 289 cases, white, at Camp Meads, R with alpha equals 0.831. For 375 cases, white, at Camp Meigs, R equals 0.813. For 380 cases, lower grade group of whites, at Camp Lee, R was reported as 0.85. The Camp Mead and Camp Meigs distributions are presented in Tables 39 and 40. Table 39 is displayed on the page, distribution of scores in Examination Alpha for various scores in Devon's Literacy Test. Camp Mead, whites. Table 40 is displayed on the page, distribution of scores for Examination Alpha for various scores in Devon's Literacy Test, Camp Meigs, whites. As a practical means of segregation, therefore, we conclude that the Devon's Literacy Test is subject to the main criticisms which apply to the previous tests of literacy. In particular, it involves special blanks which must be distributed, collected, and scored. Even with inspection of the blanks, as a method of segregation, it requires 2 orderlies and takes 10 minutes to segregate a group of 100 subjects. Yet more time is required to score the tests and give an accurate grade in literacy, even when stencils are used. There is, furthermore, no guarantee that with any given critical score justice is done in allowing those above the critical score to take Examination A or Alpha, and compelling those who fall below it to take the group examination for illiterates. The presumption is in favor of such a conclusion, but definite means of proof are wanting. From its construction, from its relatively high correlation with school grade, from the fact that even with the lower grade of intelligence of second graders, few fail to grasp the instructions, the test gives evidence that it generally tests literacy or reading ability in the sense both of understanding period sentences and visual vocabulary. It should be made longer and be modified as to differentiate better in the upper grammar grades. It might be well adapted to survey work of school systems. Even in its present form, it is probably a fair substitute for the vocabulary test, of the individual scales, and it possesses the advantage of applicability to groups. In the camps in 1918, the test was not used for the reasons above stated. Special papers required, time required to distribute, inspect, collect, and score papers, match them with the group examination papers, and lack of necessity for reporting a grade of illiteracy as separate from intelligence. The examiners felt that the segregation problem reduced practically to one of detecting as quickly and accurately as possible men who would not secure scores better than D in examination alpha, without regard to whether the scores are due to lack of literacy or to lack of intelligence. Such men they desired to segregate and send to the beta examination at once in order thus to avoid recalls. The process of segregation which came to be used in 1918 is similar to that used at Camp Lee and Camp Taylor during the fall of 1917, and described in detail in Chapter 13 of Part 2. It is sufficient to notice here that original groups were divided by requiring that all men who could not read newspapers or write letters home should take the group examination for illiterates, varying according to the character of the men examined, the strength of the examining staff, clerical force, and the like. Certain other additional requirements might be enforced. Thus, in many camps there was an additional requirement of 4th, 5th, or 6th grade schooling, and in the case of Negroes sometimes as high as high school literacy. In some camps, furthermore, men might be sent from alpha to beta before they had completed the former, if an inspection of the arithmetic test showed that fewer than 8 of the problems in that test had been attempted in the 5 minutes allowed. The actual basis of segregation adopted in the various camps, together with the results of such segregation in terms of the percentage of men sent to the beta examination, is given in Table 41. From the standpoint of a comparison of groups in different camps, this lack of a uniform process of segregation is certainly unfortunate. On account of the variable facilities for examining and the variable quality of the groups examined, however, it appeared entirely impossible to establish a standard uniform for all camps. Table 41 is displayed on the page, Basis of Segregation, 1918. Several suggestions were made involving the brief scoring of parts of tests of the group examination for literates, especially the arithmetic, common sense, and information tests, as a basis for determining whether or not the subject should be sent to the group examination for illiterates. In some camps it was quite impossible to make any recalls, whatever of larger groups, whereas a possibility still existed of holding the alpha groups while the scoring was accomplished. The method evidently possesses possibilities as a means of segregation, as a combined score in the arithmetic and common sense tests correlate 0.924 with total score in alpha. The method was not extensively used, however, since it is wasteful of blanks, and since in many cases it could be avoided by setting a sufficiently high standard for entrance to the alpha examination. Section 2. Linguality Tests. The non-English speaking and illiterate recruits constituted such a serious clog to military efficiency that development battalions were organized to train these men in speaking English and in reading and writing. At first there was some tendency to appeal to the psychologist for determination of the illiterate men to be sent to the development battalion. The psychologist, however, had no classification available except the segregation of men for the beta examination. To have sent all men segregated for beta to the schools of the development battalion would have been impractical because of the large numbers involved. In fact, these schools in some cases were obliged to abandon the attempt to train English-speaking illiterates in reading and writing, and to concentrate on the more serious problem of the men illinguate in English as well as illiterate. The psychologist cooperating with the non-English development battalion was now in a position to develop a rough test whereby a man could be provisionally certified as English-speaking or non-English speaking. Linguality tests for this purpose were initiated at Camp Upton. A fairly accurate individual directions test was arranged, and a less accurate but usable group test, modelled after examination beta. The group test is too difficult at the start and is extended to a necessary high level for a purpose of calibration. The individual test is preferable not only on the score of accuracy and level, but also because of its military nature. The following report from Camp Upton describes the nature and operation of the tests, which were never developed further because of the abandonment of development battalion schools with the signing of the armistice in November. Displayed on the page is 1. The individual equality test. Table 42A is displayed on the page. Individual equality test figures show percent success for separate items of test. Group 1 equals 400 men of non-English development battalion, including a few high-grade English-speaking men of training cadre. Group 2 equals 173 English-speaking men from Depot Brigade and from Company of Heart Defects. Correlation of verbal and performance halves. The correlation between scores on the two halves of the test is, in the case of the 460 non-English men from the development battalion, 0.788, and the case of the 173 English-speaking men, 0.796. For this reason, it was assumed that there was no need to consider the two halves separately, and that the score might be taken as the total successes, no matter on which half the successes were made. Ratings. Ratings are being assigned as follows: E 0 to 8, D 9 to 19, C 20 to 27, B 28 to 39, A 40 to 45. The grounds for these assumptions were as follows: A, with certain exceptions, the breaks from D to C, C to B, and B to A show abrupt changes in the curve of difficulty as measured by the percentages. They are the natural statistical breaks. B, although the scale was intended to progress gradually, after working with the non-English subjects, it appeared that there were obvious abrupt changes in difficulty consistent with the statistical evidence. C, the group was split off as a natural class which language alone is inadequate for the communication of the simplest ideas and other aids are required. D, the D group was taken as a level of language ability inferior to the comprehension of the simple explanations of drill. It was intended that the D and E groups should constitute the non-English class of men of language ability inadequate to the military situation. E, the C group was originally taken 2 points higher than at present. It was found that by lowering its limits 2 points, the C to B line constituted almost exactly the limit taken by the instructors of the non-English development battalion as a point of graduation from that battalion. This decision was based upon the comparison of independent ratings by the instructors of the battalion and by the test in a considerable number of cases. On this grouping, the definitions of the ratings in military terms becomes easy. The following paragraph, explanatory of the significance of ratings, was included in a circular to company commanders. Men can be tested for English-speaking ability and rated on a scale of A, B, C, D, E. In language, the rating E means inability to obey the very simplest commands unless they are repeated and accompanied by gestures, or to answer the simplest questions about name, work, and home unless the questions are repeated and varied. Rating D means an ability to obey very simple commands, e.g. sit down, put your hat on the table, or to reply to very simple questions without the aid of gestures or the need of repetition. Rating C is the level required for simple explanations of drill. Rating B is a level of understanding of most of the phrases in the infantry drill regulations. Rating A is a very superior level. Men rating D or E in language ability should be classified as non-English. 2. The Group Linguality Test. The test form is shown herewith, figures A and B. They were printed on opposite sides of a single sheet of book paper, 8 by 10.5 inches. Preliminary Demonstration. Preliminary demonstration with blackboard and orderly, analogous to beta, is used to teach the meaning of what it is to put a cross on something. The blackboard has a shovel, a pitcher, a boy, a flower, and a doorway with an open door. The demonstration is arranged to teach the subjects what a cross is, what it is to put it on a part, that it must be exactly on the part called for, and not so large as to extend over the greater part of the picture. The shovel, the boy's foot, the handle of the pitcher, and the open door are finally crossed. The orderly makes 2 mistakes which are corrected. The instructions for group examination are displayed on this page and the following page. Table 42B is displayed on the following page, Group Linguality Test. Figures of Table 42b show percent successes for separate items of test. Group 1, 460 men of non-English Development Battalion, including a few high-grade English-speaking men from Training Cadre. Group 2, 173 English-speaking men from Depot Brigades and from Company of Heart Defects. While there are some inversions in column 2 and 3, the order of difficulty at the two levels of language ability is not greatly different, and the columns may be said to be approximately consistent. Correlations are grouped with individual language test. The coefficient of correlation between the group test and the individual test taken in tutu and separately in its verbal and performance halves, in the cases of the non-English and the English groups mentioned above, are as follows. A table is displayed on the page, displaying correlations of group with individual linguality test scores. Thus, the group score appears to be related to either and to both halves of the individual test, about as well as the two halves of the individual test are related to each other. Furthermore, the relation is not altered by a change in the level of language ability. Thus, it seems legitimate to combine the English and non-English groups and to compare, for the combined group, total individual score with group score. The following values were found. The table is displayed on the page. Comparison of group and individual linguality test values. Group of 800. The equation of correlation is therefore individual score equals 1.13, group score positive 13.95. Inspection of the table of correlation shows that the correlation is linear. Ratings. The correlation of 0.79 was considered high enough to justify the selection of critical points on the group tests, as those corresponding to the critical points on the individual test, determined by way of the equation of correlation. The group test is much harder than the individual test. It is not possible to get a rating of E by the group test. This is not surprising when it is remembered that the points in the E group involve gestures and other aids, and not direct understanding of words. The correlation equation results in the following relations. A table is displayed on the page. The maximum on the group test is 30. 28 points, however, correspond to the maximum of the individual test. 45, the average score in the group test for 111 American-born college graduates, graduate and undergraduate, men and women, at Columbia University is 26.45. 3. Camp practice. Form of test used. The individual examination has the advantage over the group in that A. It has a better range, B. It is more accurate, C. It is subject to the additional control that is true of all individual examinations, and D. It furnishes the clinical examiner with illuminating information about the subject before he begins an intelligence examination. When the numbers to be examined are few, the individual test is always used. It averages about 5 minutes. When the numbers are large, the group test is given, the papers inspected, and all men falling within the non-English limits or nearly within these limits are given the individual examination. When the groups are large and the time is short, the group test alone is used. The papers inspected and the men scoring low marked at once as non-English. Procedure within the Development Battalion's group. Men report to the Psychological Examining Board for Intelligence and Language Ratings as seen as assigned to the Development Battalion's group. All men scoring C, D, E in the language test are rated non-English and report as such to Development Battalion's group headquarters. The reason for the inclusion of the C grade in the non-English group is that the requirements for graduation from the non-English battalion corresponds to the passage out of the C group into the B group. In other words, every man who cannot pass the graduating examination of this battalion is assigned to this battalion until he can pass it. Procedure with the draft attached to Depot Brigade before mustering. All beta men are given a language test. The papers are inspected and all D and E men are marked NE. The camp personnel adjutant at Camp Upton does not believe that it is feasible at the present time to include the C grade of linguality in a non-English group in the case of the draft. Too large a proportion of the draft would be sent to the non-English Development Battalion. End of section 15. Section 16 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. Development of a Substitute Group Test for Illiterates and Foreigners. Section 1. Experiments in the Camps. The imperative need for a group test for foreigners and illiterates, which would measure general intelligence, led to experimentation in all the camps looking toward the adaptation of various kinds of performance tests for group use. The most systematic and thoroughgoing efforts in this direction were made at Camp Devens and Camp Lee. Important work was also done at Camp Dix, and 2 minor experiments were made at Camp Taylor. The Devens and Lee experiments utilized pencil and paper tests, while the experiments at Dix and Taylor made use of the tests of more strictly the performance type. The Devens experiment was carried further than any of the others and served in the main as the basis for group examination beta. Camp Dix. In an important experiment at Camp Dix, an entire regiment of engineers was given group examination A, the Stenquist test, and the following supplementary tests adapted for group use. The Porteous-Maze, Ruger's wire puzzles, the Whipple digit symbol test, memory for designs, and the cube construction test. The regiment consisted of approximately 900 men, all of whom were given examination A regardless of literacy. Practically all were given the Stenquist test, and most were given the supplementary tests. Those who failed to take the supplementary test constituted a non-selected group, and therefore the results of the different tests are representative for this regiment. The supplementary tests were given as follows. 1. Porteous-Maze for years 10, 11, 12, and 13 were painted on a blackboard. Each man was given a maze blank and a pencil. Instructions: take your pencil, begin at S, and mark the shortest way out of this maze. 1 minute was allowed for each maze. 2. Ruger's puzzles. Each subject was given a box containing 6 wire puzzles, the simplest puzzle placed on the left, and was told to take as many apart as he could in 5 minutes. 3. Digit symbol. The Whipple sheets were used. The procedure was explained by demonstration. Time 5 minutes. The Pile symbol digit test was given in the same way, and the score combined with that for the digit symbol test. 4. Memory for designs. The term and designs from the examiner's guide, enlarged 10 times, were shown one at a time on a chart. Verbal instructions, time 1 minute for each part. Scoring as in examiner's guide. 5. Cube construction. This was part E of Test A of the individual examination series. Each test was given a 3-inch painted cube and 27 1-inch cubes. Verbal directions as in examiner's guide. Time 3 minutes. The intercorrelations, Pearson method, are shown in Table 43. Table 43 is displayed on the page. Intercorrelations of Dix tests. It will be seen that the digit symbol test gives by far the best correlations. It not only correlates highly with examination A, but with the exception of the puzzle test, it correlates very well with all the others. However, quite a number of illiterates and foreigners fail to do anything with it. The correlation figures, particularly those showing its high correlation with examination A, show that it is a promising group performance test. The test correlating next highest in memory for designs, and here again the lowest correlation, is with puzzles. It correlates highest with the digit symbol test, and next with examination A. It also shows a fair correlation with the Stenquist and Maze tests. The Maze test ranks next, but in this there appears a grouping of scores around the lower values. The cube construction test correlates very little with examination A, but moderately well with Stenquist, digit symbol, and designs. It is believed that its relatively low correlations with other tests is due to lack of uniformity in methods of scoring, and to the fact that bright subjects, because of a slight error, sometimes wreck their cubes near the end of the time allowance. The Ruger puzzle test correlates very little with anything. Men of inferior intelligence, as measured by the other tests, receive almost as high scores in the puzzle test as men of superior ability. The test is cumbersome, far from coach-proof, and tends to create disorder in the group. All the above tests were given by T. H. Haynes to 30 inmates of the state colony for feeble-minded males, at 4 Mile, New Jersey. The Binet mental ages of the subjects range from 4 to 11 years. From a study of the score distribution and the correlations with mental age, Haynes drew the following conclusions. 1. The use of the puzzle test is contraindicated, as it gives a distribution of scores for feeble-minded subjects which closely resembles that for unselected soldiers. 2. The digit symbol test should have further trial with a literate foreigner. It is of value as a group performance test for English-speaking subjects. Smaller groups and improved procedure may render it satisfactory for use with foreign subjects. 3. The maze test adapted for group use should prove of value in the diagnosis of mental deficiency. 4. The test of memory for designs lends itself as well to group as to individual examining. It is a piece of performance we cannot dispense with in an attempt to sift out the mentally incompetent by the group method. 5. The cube construction test commends itself as a most useful group test by which to gauge the intelligence of the individual. As it turned out, only the maze test and the digit symbol test, modified form, of the Dix series for illiterates found a place in the beta scale finally adopted. Undoubtedly, however, an excellent and workable beta scale could have been based upon the supplementary tests used in the Dix investigation. The maze test, the digit symbol test, and the test of memory for designs supply a fairly satisfactory measure of the intelligence of illiterate and foreign subjects. Camp Taylor, J. Crosby Chapman devised what he called the cube distribution test for the group examination of English-speaking illiterates. Materials for each subject: 4 small boxes, painted red, blue, yellow, or green, and 10 cubes. Size of group to be examined, 50 to 100. The following directions are given, each beginning with attention and ending with go. Part 1. A. Put 1 cube in each of the boxes except the blue box. B. Take the cube in the red box and put it in the blue box. C. From the pile in front of you, put 1 cube in the red box and 2 cubes in the yellow box. From the pile in front of you, put 1 cube in the blue box and the rest in the green box. Part 2. A. Put 1 cube in each of the boxes except the blue and yellow box. B. From the pile in front of you, put 1 cube in the blue box, 2 cubes in the yellow box, and 1 in the green box. C. From the pile in front of you, put 1 cube in the blue box, 2 cubes in the green box, and 1 cube in the yellow box. The test was given to 102 men in the Jeffersonville, Indiana reformatory who had been tested by the Stanford Binet. The percents passing for the different intelligence quotient groups were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. At the same camp, E. A. Doll arranged 3 construction tests for group use. A. Cube test. A 2-inch cube painted all over and 8 1-inch cubes painted on 3 sides that form a corner. The small cubes are to be built up to resemble the model. B. A picture construction test. A picture postcard cut in 8 pieces is to be reassembled. C. A picture postcard cut in 12 pieces to be reassembled. Each test is scored for time to complete a task. The test was given to 185 inmates of the Jeffersonville Reformatory, whose Stanford Binet mental ages were known. The correlations with mental age were as follows. Cube test 0.44, 8-piece picture 0.43, 12-piece picture 0.49. The mental ages ranged from 8 to 16. The following intercorrelations were found. Cube in 8-piece picture 0.53, cube in 12-piece picture 0.55. The 2 pictures 0.68. Camp Lee. The psychological examiners at Camp Lee devised a complete group performance scale consisting of 15 tests. It was entirely a pencil and paper test. The test items were all arranged, the drawings made and the procedure fully defined, but owing to the fact that the beta test devised at Camp Devon somewhat preceded it was never put to trial as a scale. Certain of the tests and ideas, however, were incorporated in the beta scale as finally adopted. The plan of the Lee scale is as follows. 1. The scale should be one that would serve as a measure as nearly as possible comparable with group examination A, but so arranged that the instructions will require the use of no language whatever except the words go ahead, stop, and attention. 2. Responses should involve only marking with a cross, writing the correct number in the correct place, and simple drawing. 3. The 15 tests were to be tried out, the most promising ones modified as results might indicate to be desirable, and the least satisfactory ones eliminated. Space does not permit the reproduction of the drawings and blanks, but a fair idea may be gained of the tests from the following verbal descriptions. Test 1. Mannequin test. The picture of a human trunk with the head, arms, and legs detached. The latter are pictured at one side of the page, each with a number under it. The subject places the appropriate number at the appropriate place on the trunk to indicate where each number belongs. Similarly for the picture of a cat with head, leg, and tail detached. Test 2. Mutilated pictures. The beta test later adopted and known as the picture completion test. This included among others the following pictures: the 4 Bennett mutilated pictures, a man with a leg missing, a table with a leg missing, a picture with a handle missing, a gun without a trigger, a child carrying an umbrella that has no handle, a baseball batter striking position with no bat in his hand, a clock face with one hand missing, a baby carriage without handles, an automobile without steering gear, a locomotive without a smokestack, a telephone without a receiver, etc. Test 3. Detection of similarities. On the left side of the page, arranged in a column, are 10 geometrical figures of different shapes, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on consecutively from top to bottom. On the right side of the page, also arranged in a column, are the same figures, but in mixed-up order. The subject is required to find the figure on the right side of the page, which is like figure 1 at the left, and draw a figure 1 in it, and then does the same for 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Test 4. Detection of differences. On the left side of the page, arranged in a column, are various pictures and drawings of different degrees of complexity. On the right side of the page, opposite a given picture on the left, are 2 pictures side by side. One of these is an exact duplicate of the picture or form on the left. The other resembles it but is somewhat different. The subject is required to mark that one of the 2 pictures on the right which is exactly like the one on the left. Among the pictures and forms on the left are a postage stamp, a triangle with a dot in one corner, an octagon, the number 13674, a cube, a man's face, 2 books, a $quarter, a penny, and an alarm clock. Test 5. Situation test. 17 sets of pictures, each set being made up as follows. The first picture of the set represents a situation or object. To the right of it are 5 small pictures, one of which, and one only, is obviously related to the first picture. The subject is required to mark that one of the 5 small pictures which is associated with, which belongs with, the first picture at the left. The following are sample series. Situation picture, a hold-up man pointing a pistol at a victim who is holding up his hands. To the right are the following pictures: a baseball, a catcher in action, a young woman, a boy with a toy gun, a policeman with a club, and a Chinaman. Obviously, it is the policeman who is associated with this situation picture. In another set, at the left, is a picture of a lock. To the right, pictures of an ink bottle, an envelope, a watch, a key, and a basket. In another set, the situation picture is an envelope without a stamp. To its right are pictures of a fork, a barrel, a postage stamp, an alarm clock, and a pick. In another set, the situation picture shows a woman standing in front of a cook stove, while the right are the pictures of a slate, a stew pan, a wheel, a sled, and a shoe. Test 6. Picture Completion Test. A modification of the Healy Picture Completion Test. Numbered squares take the place of the insert in the original Healy test, and mixed up among 36 small pictures at the right are the pictures which would complete the numbered missing parts of the main picture. The subject is required to find the correct picture for a given blank square and to write on it the number corresponding to that in the square. Test 7. Situation Test. Taken without modification from the Woodworth-Wells series. Test 8. The Simple Digit Test, taken from the Pile series without modification. Test 9. Counting backward. On the page are 20 small rectangles arranged in a row. The subject begins at the right, the proceeding from right to left, writes in the successive rectangles the numbers 20, 19, 18, 17, etc. Test 10. Memory span. Digits forward. given as in Group Examination A, beginning with 2 digits and ending with 8. Test 11. Memory span. Digits backward. Like Test 10, except that the subject is expected to begin at the right-hand square and write the last digit first, then the next square to it, the next to the last digit, etc. It apparently was not observed by those who devised this test that the subject might write the numbers in direct order without detection. The same objection holds for Test 9. Test 12. Drawing designs from copy. Designs used square, diamond, square inside of square, and 5-pointed star. Test 13. Position test. The subject is given a sheet of paper on which are printed 17 squares, each approximately 1.5 inches on the side and subdivided into 36 smaller squares. The subject is shown a chart containing a large square similarly subdivided, with figure 1 in some of the subdivisions. The subject's task is to place a figure 1 on his paper wherever it occurred on the chart. 17 charts are shown. Test 14. Imitation test. A paper modification by T.L. Kelly of the Knox Cube test. A chart is shown containing 2 rows of dots, 4 dots in each, to be used as samples. 2 trials are given in which the examiner draws chalk lines connecting various dots, leaving the demonstration in sight, while the men draw similar lines connecting the dots on their papers. For the remaining trials, the demonstration consists in merely indicating lines of connection by means of a pointer. Test 15. Cube analysis. A test of counting rows and piles of cubes in a picture. The test contains 13 parts. In modified form, it became Test 2 in the beta scale finally adopted. There can be no doubt that a useful group performance scale for illiterates and foreigners could have been constructed from the Camp Lee suggestions. It is unfortunate that more of the tests did not receive a trial. The following, however, were included in the beta trial series through the modified form: detection of similarities, mutilated pictures, picture completion, the imitation test, cube analysis, digit symbol, and the position test, modified into the spot pattern test. Camp Devens. The problem of devising a group test for illiterates and foreigners was even more systematically studied at this camp than at any of the others. 3 investigations were reported. Investigation 1. 3 performance tests were devised and given, in addition to the Stenquist test, to 48 feeble-minded subjects in the State School for the Feeble-Minded at Waverly, Massachusetts, and to 69 soldiers of less than 4th grade literacy. The 3 tests were memory span for digits, visual exposure, arithmetical reasoning, problems similar to those in the individual series, Test T Original Examiner's Guide, memory for designs, including the diamond, figures A and B of Test P, Original Examiner's Guide, and the 2 Binet designs. The rank difference correlation between mental age and the 3 supplemental tests was 0.65 for the feeble-minded subjects. With the same subjects, the best correlation that could be secured for mental age and the Stenquist test, however scored, was 0.32. It was evident that these 3 brief tests, requiring 15 or 20 minutes, were very much more useful than the Stenquist test in identifying the feeble-minded. Investigation 2. The same 3 supplementary tests and 2 additional ones were given to 117 illiterate men of 3 companies. The subjects were mostly of superior ability, only 7 of the 117 testing below 100 in Examination A. The 2 additional tests included were the dynamometer test and the motor coordination test. In the latter, a sheet containing a large number of rather small squares was placed before the subject. The task required was to draw a small circle in each square without touching any side of the square. Immediately after the men had been given the above 5 tests, they were given Examination A. The correlations with Examination A were as follows: dynamometer 0.30, circles 0.24, memory span 0.43, arithmetical reasoning 0.62, designs 0.55, composite of memory span, arithmetical reasoning, and memory for designs 0.68. The dynamometer and circle tests, as might have been expected, proved to be unsatisfactory measures of intelligence. The other 3 tests again make a reasonably satisfactory showing. Investigation 3. A more important experiment than either of the former was arranged by C.R. Brown. It will be noted that the test just described, while perhaps suited to illiterate English-speaking subjects, were not suited for foreigners. Brown prepared a series of 5 group performance tests of the pencil and paper variety which could be given without the use of language and which required no writing in the response. The tests follow. Test 1, Maze Test. Essentially the form of the Maze Test included in the final beta scale. Time 2.5 minutes. Test 2, Picture Sequence. Essentially as is shown on pages 242 and 243. 6 out of the 12 sets of pictures were contained in Brown's original series. Response by drawing arrows to indicate the proper sequence of pictures. Time 3.5 minutes. Test 3, Series Completion. This is in principle the same as the Exo Series test included in the final beta scale. The problems, however, of which there were 11, were not quite identical with those finally adopted. It will be observed the test is an attempt to translate Test 8 of Examination A into terms that would make it serviceable for illiterates. Response by making crosses. Time 2 minutes. Test 4, Line Length. An adaptation of the Huey-Yerkes letter line test for group use. Instead of letters, however, it utilized 10 pairs of geometric figures. The task was merely to decide which figure of a pair required the greater length of line. Response by checking time 1 minute. Test 5, Pictorial Analogy. This test resulted from an attempt to translate Test 9 of Examination A into terms suitable for illiterates. Of the 18 sets of figures included in Brown's original series, 17 sets were included practically unchanged in the beta trial series. Part 1, pages 244 and 245. Response by check-in. The tests of Investigation 3 and also Examination A were given to 70 unselected illiterate men. The correlation of composite scores of the 5 tests with Examination A was 0.88. The correlation of the separate tests with Examination A was as follows. Maze 0.456, Picture Sequence 0.766, Series Completion 0.724, Line Length 0.483, Pictorial Analogies 0.772. This group of tests was more original in conception and more satisfactory in its results than any other series devised for the purpose. Although only 2 of the 5 tests were included in the final beta scale, the ideas which they embodied proved very helpful when the beta trial which series was constructed in January 1918. Section 2, the Beta Trial Series. Experiments in the 4 camps had shown that the Stenquist test was unsatisfactory for the purpose for which it was intended. Also, the other types of performance tests, requiring no material except pencil and paper, which could be given expeditiously and scored by stencil, were feasible. Accordingly, in the latter part of December 1917, arrangement was made by the staff of the Division of Psychology to construct a group examination for foreigners and illiterates. Captain W.M.S. Foster, who had been in charge at Camp Devens, directed the work. W.S. Hunter, who worked for a short time only, K.T. Wall, A.S. Otis, C.R. Brown, R.H. Wheeler, and W.P. Tomlinson assisted. The purposes and requirements of this examination, beta, were formulated as follows by the group. The beta examination is intended primarily for the group testing of foreigners and of others too nearly illiterate in English to do themselves justice in examination alpha. All oral and written instructions except a few simple phrases required in maintaining order and securing attention should be avoided. Instructions should be given, and with the assistance of a trained orderly, in the form of 4 demonstrations at the beginning of each test. Gestures and pantomimes should be used where such procedures are serviceable and can be standardized. Relation of beta examination to alpha examination. A. Beta examination is designed for men making a score below a certain point in the literacy test. It is, therefore, a substitute for alpha primarily for lower grade men. B. Scores of beta should be comparable with scores in alpha, and the former should be standardized in terms of the latter. C. Letter grades A, B, C, D, and E should be given on the basis of beta score, just as for alpha. D. The beta test should be patterned after the alpha test as far as possible. The beta examination should test a variety of intellectual processes. The separate tests should range in difficulty from very easy to difficult. The scale should meet the following requirements. A. It should be suitable for administration to groups of 25 to 100 men. B. The examination time should be not more than 1 hour. C. No material should be required except pencil and paper. D. All responses should be made by drawing line, checking or crossing out, with the possible exception of writing numbers. E. Each test should be scored by stencils. F. Duplicate forms should be possible. In order to reduce individual examining as much as practicable, there should be some very easy tests with high diagnostic value. The instructions should be such as low-grade men can readily comprehend. With the above criteria in view, the following tests were selected for trial. 1. Maze. 2. Form recognition. 3. Number recognition. 4. Dot imitation. 5. Pictorial completion. 6. Cube analysis. 7. Line comparison. 8. Picture sequence. 9. Digit symbol. 10. Spot pattern. 11. Picture analogies. 12. Geometrical construction. Form board representation. 13. Series completion. 14. Picture situation. 15. Memory for designs. An idea of the nature of each test may be gained from the procedure as described hereinafter, and from the test blanks which are reproduced in Part 1, pages 235 to 258. The following brief statements indicate the origin of each test. Test 1. Maze, proposed by C. R. Brown and tried only by him with success at Devens. Present form devised by Brown, January 1918. Test 2. Form recognition, proposed by Otis and the items devised by him in January 1918. This form of the test was original with Otis, though a different method of testing from recognition had previously been used by Thorndike. Test 3. Number checking. The test was proposed and the items arranged by E. S. Jones after Scott's test of accuracy, which in turn was borrowed from Thorndike. Test 4. Dot imitation. This pencil and paper adaptation of the Knox cube test was suggested by Kelly. In the form of a line of 4 dots, it was tried at Lee and later at Dix. The connecting lines made by examiners tended to blurring and confusion and prevented accurate scoring. Otis suggested all movements to the right be made above the line and all movements to the left below it, but the confusion persisted. Foster suggested the present arrangement of 2 rows of 3 dots each. Wheeler arranged the specific items of the test. Test 5. Pictorial completion. Test proposed and items devised by Kelly. Patterned originally after the Bennett mutilated pictures. Bennett was among the first to use this general form of the test. Most of the items of this test, as used in the beta trial series, were unsatisfactory. Test 6. Cube analysis. Originally suggested and items devised by Edwards at Camp Lee. Improved and the present items arranged by Otis, January 1918. It was thought that this test would take the place of the usual form of test for arithmetical reasoning. Test 7. Line comparison. Proposed by Brown and tried out by him at Devens. Items arranged by Wheeler. Copied after the Huey Yerkes letter line test. Test 8. Picture sequence. Proposed by Brown and tried out by him at Devens. Present items arranged by Brown. The test is an adaptation of the sequential picture test used by De Crowley, Miss Bowler, Whipple, and others. Test 9. Digit symbol used at Dix. Present symbols devised and items arranged by Otis in January 1918. Modeled after the well-known substitution test, used in various forms by Woodworth and Wells, Whipple, Mrs. Woolley, Pyle, Pinter, and others. Test 10. Spot pattern. Proposed by Foster. Patterns devised by Foster, Wheeler, Brown, and Otis. Brown and Foster are responsible for introducing variation into the figures, considerably adapted from the spot pattern test described by Whipple. Test 11. Picture analogies. Originated by Brown in an attempt to translate Test 9 of Group Examination A into terms suitable for illiterates. Items devised by Brown and tried out by him with success at Devens. Test 12. Geometrical construction. Otherwise designated as form board representation, suggested first by Toll. Present general form suggested by Foster. Present items arranged by Wheeler, January 1918. Pattern after various form board tests and after the Yerkes practice test for adults. Test 13. Exo series. Series completion. Originated by Brown in an attempt to translate Test 8 of Group Examination A into terms suitable for illiterates. The test was tried by him with success at Devon's. An improvement in the original form of the test was suggested by Foster. Present items were arranged by Brown. Test 14. Picture situation. Proposed in somewhat different form by Edwards at Camp Lee. Present modifications suggested by Foster and items devised by him. Patterned after the Healy picture situation test. Test 15. Memory for designs. Used at Devon's and Dick's. The designs used were chiefly those of Binet and Terman. Section 3. Procedure for Beta Trial Series. For the form of the blank for the Beta Trial Series, see Part 1, page 235 FF. For the blank of the revised Beta, page 250 FF. For the procedure in the revised Beta, referred below, page 162 FF. The general directions preceding the directions for Test 1 were essentially the same as those for the revised Beta. A rotating chart was used as an aid in demonstration. This contained a few sample items for each test. The procedure followed was for the examiner to show the orderly, by pantomime, what to do, then as the subjects looked on, the orderly demonstrated the test by doing all the sample items. Test 1. Maze. Procedure essentially as the revised Beta, except that the allotment of time was 2.5 minutes instead of 2. Test 2. Form recognition. Turn chart to sample items and say, "Pencils up, look." Orderly watches while examiner points with pointer to standard form. Examiner shakes head and says no to each of the forms unless he comes to the identical one, then touches the standard again and says yes, and draws an imaginary line through the identical form. Same for second line of sample. Examiner then lets orderly step to the blackboard. Orderly draws lines slowly and scrutinizingly through the appropriate form in each of the 4 samples. When the demonstration is over, the examiner holds up Beta blank, points to both pages and says, "All right, pencils down, go ahead, both pages." Orderlies see that men do not stop at the end of the first page. At the end of 1.5 minutes, they stop, turn over the page to Test 3. A diagram is displayed on the page. 10 diagrams used in dot imitation, Test 4. Test 3. Number checking. Procedure essentially as in revised Beta. Test 4. Dot imitation. White chart made ready. Say, "This is Test 4. The dots on the next page. Look." Orderly watches while examiner traces with pointer on the chart the diagram shown herewith, one at a time, 1 second per line of diagram. Most of the time the pointer rests on the dots but makes sweeps relatively slowly. Orderly imitates by drawing chalk lines on the blackboard in appropriate places. After samples have been demonstrated, erase them, then say, "Look, number 1, pencils up," and give diagram 1. Then say, "Pencils down, go ahead." At end of 5 seconds say, "Pencils up, look," and give diagram 2. Repeat as before. With items 1 to 4, give 5 seconds for reproduction, and with items 5 to 10, give 10 seconds. After each reproduction say, "Pencils up, look." After giving each diagram say, "Go." At end of test say, "Stop, turn over page to Test 5. Test 5. Pictorial completion. Essentially as for revised Beta, except that the time was 5 minutes instead of 3. Test 6. Cube analysis. Procedure essentially as for revised Beta, except that the time was 4 minutes instead of 2.5. Test 7. Line comparison. This is Test 7 on the opposite page. Roll chart into position. Pencils up, look. As the verbal description of procedure is long and rather pointless unless accompanied by the demonstration samples, it is not given here in detail. It involves the use of covered wires of lengths corresponding to lines of samples. These covered wires were laid over the lines corresponding to them and then straightened out to show which line was longest. Then say, "All right, pencils down, go ahead." Examiner holds up the booklet and points to appropriate page. After 4 minutes say, "Stop, turn over the page to Test 8. Test 8. Picture sequence. Pencils up, look." Sample items here are shown similar to those of the test. Examiner shows by pointing the correct order of pictures in these samples, according to the original instructions. Orderly then draws arrows to show the appropriate shifts to place them in correct sequence. Since this method proves difficult to score, after a few trials the modification was introduced of having the orderly number the pictures to indicate sequence. Examiner says, all right, pencils down, go ahead, both pages. After 4 minutes say, stop, turn over the page to test 9. Test 9, digit symbol. Procedure essentially as for revised beta, except that the time was 3 minutes instead of 2. Test 10, spot pattern. Procedure essentially as for revised beta. Test 11, pictorial analogies. Roll blackboard to proper position. Pencils up, look. The verbal description of procedure will not be reproduced here. The demonstration and pantomime were introduced to call attention first to a connection or relationship between the first two pictures or terms of an item, and next to a relationship between the third term and one of the alternative fourth terms. Examiner points to both pages and says, all right, pencils down, go ahead, both pages. After 2.5 minutes say, stop, turn over the page to test 12. Test 12, geometric construction. Procedure essentially as for revised beta. Test 13, XO series. Series completion. Procedure essentially as for revised beta, except that the time was 2 minutes instead of 1 minute, 45 seconds. Test 14, pictorial situation. Roll samples into position, pencils up, point to the empty square and to pictures to fill it. First appoint possible filler picture in first sample. Shake head and say no. Same for second and third possibilities. At fourth say yes and nod head. Point to fifth and sixth and say no. Motion to orderly, who then makes a cross through proper filler picture. Similarly for sample 2. Orderly chooses slowly and with evident effort the third and fourth samples. Examiner points to both pages and says, all right, pencils down, go ahead, both pages. After 3 minutes say, stop, turn over the page to test 15. Test 15, memory for designs. Pencils up, look. Examiner points to sample charts one at a time for 10 seconds each. Orderly watches, then reproduces, say, look, pencils up. Expose first design, 10 seconds, then say, pencils down, go. 1 minute for reproduction. Pencils up, look. Expose second design for 10 seconds. Down, go ahead. 1 minute. Sample for the 2 remaining designs. Designs used were those of the original Binet scale, the term designs from the individual examination series, and 2 other sample drawings of the same general type. Section 4. Revision of Beta Trial Series. The preliminary form of the Beta 15 tests was revised in February and March 1918 and reduced to 8 tests. The work was in charge of Major Yerkes, who was assisted by Lieutenants Brigham and Otis, and Miss Cobb. The revision was based upon the data from 3 sources. 1. At Camp Meade, February 1918, the 304th Ammunition Train was examined as an experimental group. This gave literacy alpha and beta records for an unselected group of 298 men. As the letter appeared, the group was one of average ability. 2. At Camp Lee, first week in March 1918, 479 men of a literacy alpha group, all who had made below 100 weighted score on examination alpha, were given 10 or 12 tests of the beta trial series. 3. At the training school, Vineland, New Jersey, February 1918, 77 feeble-minded males whose mental ages ranged from 6 to 11 years were given the beta trial series. In addition, 35 men were tested at Camp Meigs, but as the data from the source played little part in the revision, they are not set forth here. Practically all these examinations were given by Yerkes and Brigham or under their direction. The procedure followed in giving and scoring the tests at Meade was essentially that described in Section 3 above. The following experimental variations were introduced at Lee. For Test 6, cube analysis, the time was reduced from 4 to 3 minutes. For Test 8, picture sequence, from 4 to 3 minutes. For Test 9, digit symbol, from 3 to 2 minutes. Test 10, spot pattern, was shortened to 10 items. In Test 15, designs, the models were exposed in pairs. Test 4, dot imitation, 7, letter line, and 11, analogies, were omitted for all Camp Lee groups, and Test 2, form recognition, and 13, XO series, for most of them. With one Vineland group, Test 11, analogies, was given by using the third picture of each analogy as a stimulus for free association with a response picture, without regard to the first 2 terms of the analogy. The method of demonstration by pantomime proved to be feasible. Most of the tasks were clearly indicated, as arranged in the preliminary form. However, Test 11, Analogies, was responded to as though it were a free association test, with the third term as stimulus. Even so, the test showed 30.7% of the zero scores in the unselected group. Test 2, Form Recognition, gave 19.3% zero scores in the unselected group. Test 7, Letter Line, though extremely easy for one who got the idea, nevertheless, gave 14.9% zero scores in the unselected group. Test 8, Picture Arrangement, was difficult to demonstrate, giving 11.1% zero scores in the unselected group. It was decided, partially also on other grounds, to drop these 4 tests. Of those retained, Test 12, Geometrical Construction, was the most difficult to demonstrate. The introduction in the revised form of a simpler sample effected some improvement. During the study, several different total scores were made up. 5 tests were discarded before the first totals were added and were never included in any beta totals. These were Tests 2, Form Recognition, 4, Dot Imitation, 7, Line Comparison, 8, Picture Sequence, and 11, Analogies. The total score first used was the sum of the raw scores in the other 10 tests, that of Test 9, Digit Symbol, being divided by 5, and that of Test 12, Geometrical Construction, multiplied by 2. This gave a maximum score of 185. It should be borne in mind in looking at the correlations of beta tests with beta total that the 5 tests omitted played no part in determining that total. The distributions of total scores for the 3 groups of subjects were characteristically different. The Pearson correlations of each test with alpha total and with the beta total are given in Table 44. Table 44 is displayed on the page. The Pearson correlations of beta total with alpha total are total of 10 beta tests, underweighted R with alpha 0.795, total of 8 beta tests weighted R with alpha 0.793, total of 8 beta tests weighted 0.790. The 8 tests indicated were those included in the revised scale. For the clinically groups, in which all the alpha scores were below 100 weighted score, the correlation of alpha total with beta total was 0.65. The scatter with mental age for the Vineland group of 77 feeble-minded subjects is shown in Table 45. It will be seen from the table that the beta examination is difficult enough to prevent feeble-minded subjects from making high scores. On the grade basis later adopted, only one of the 77 subjects of mental age 6 to 11 years made a grade of C, and only a small proportion of the total number succeeded in making D. Certain of the tests proved especially effective in keeping down the scores of the feeble-minded, notably Test 12, Geometrical Construction, on which none of these subjects scored above 2. It was partially on this ground that Test 12 received a heavy weighting. Table 45 is displayed on the page. Total score weighted 8 tests. The distribution of scores on each of the 15 tests for each group, unselected, low, and feeble-minded, was considered. Although each of the tests brought out differences between the groups, some did so much more sharply than others. This was an important factor in the final selection of tests. Summarizing, the investigation brought out the following facts. 1. That group intelligence tests for foreign and illiterate subjects are feasible, and that the procedure employed in the total series is fairly satisfactory. 2. That the 15 tests included in the preliminary form of beta are not of equal validity or practicability, but that all except 3 or 4 are usable with only slight changes. 3. That the total score of 8 of the test correlates to 0.79 with alpha total and makes a fairly sharp distinction between groups known to differ in intelligence. Section 5. Choice of tests. This was determined chiefly by the following considerations. 1. Correlation with alpha and beta total scores. 2. Clearness with which average, low, and institutional subjects were differentiated. 3. Ease of demonstration as shown by low percentage of zero scores. 4. Economy of time in giving and scoring, and economy of space in record blank. The purely practical considerations were important. Tests 2, 7, 8, and 11 gave entirely too many zero scores for inclusion in their present form. Test 15 was eliminated chiefly because it required about 50% more time to give than most of the others, and because it is difficult to score. For the sake of convenience, no 2-page test was included. Test 5 being reduced to 1 page and retained, while Tests 2, 8, 11 and 14, all 2-page tests were eliminated. The following are also important facts regarding the several tests, including reasons for retention or rejection. Test 1, Maze. Retained without change because it makes an excellent first test. It can be successfully demonstrated, gives few 0 scores. It correlates fairly well with total scores of alpha and beta, but does not make a very sharp distinction between good and poor groups. Test 2, Form Recognition. While it is possible that this test might have been improved by easier demonstration samples and easier items at the beginning of the test, it had serious disadvantages. The demonstration was unsuccessful. 19.3% of 0 scores at Camp Mead and 31% at Camp Lee. It showed the lowest correlations with intelligence of all the tests tried, and is rather too easy. Once the idea is caught, it was therefore dropped. Test 3, Number Checking. Test 3 was retained, being satisfactory on all counts except that it does not make a very sharp separation between good and poor groups. The only change in the substitution in the demonstration of simpler numbers for some of those originally used. Test 4, Dot Imitation. Of Tests 4, 10 and 15, which seemed to be testing similar processes, Test 4 was dropped as a 1 of the 3 showing the greatest number of 0 and perfect scores, the poorest correlation with alpha total, and the poorest separation between good and poor groups. The differences were small, however, and Test 4 had the advantage that the feeble-minded made very low scores in it. It might well be used in an alternative form of beta examination. Test 5, Pictorial Completion. Test 5 was retained on all counts, except that it took 2 pages in the book and over 6 minutes to give. By better arrangement of pictures, by rejecting the largest and putting in drawings with simple lines which could afford reduction, 20 items have been put on 1 page. The test was studied item by item for relation to alpha and beta total scores, and the 11 best items from the original form remain in the present form. Of the 6 samples in the new demonstration, 4 are new. The time was later reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Test 6, Cube Analysis. Test 6, while not among the most successful of the beta tests, was not particularly poor, and had the advantage of brevity. It seemed likely, too, that by replacing some of its items by less obvious ones, it might very easily be improved. Test 6 was thus tentatively included in the new beta, pending improvement, with a reduction of the time limit to 3 minutes. Test 7, Line Comparison. Test 7 was an immediate case for rejection. The very high percent of 0 scores in conjunction with the high percent of perfect scores showed that it was much too easy once the idea was conveyed, but that far too often the demonstration failed. The distribution is the reverse of normal, i.e. U-shaped. It seems not worthwhile to try to remedy these difficulties, which apparently are inherent in the test. Test 8, Picture Sequence. Test 8 was tried both with response by numbers and arrows. The form was better, but even so the demonstration did not succeed very well, since it seems closely related to Test 5 and 14 and poorer than either. Test 8 was dropped. Test 9, Digit Symbol. Test 9 was retained on all counts. The time limit was reduced because it seemed after trial at Camp Lee that the amount covered in the first 2 minutes was probably a better index than that in 3 minutes. Test 10, Spot Pattern. Test 10 was indicated for retention on all counts except that it required much time and was closely related to Test 15. Test 15, although it gave excellent results, took even longer to give than 10. Accordingly, 10 was retained, but with a reduction of the number of items from 20 to 12. The correlation between the left hand and the right hand halves of the page, 10 items each, was 0.73, and since the items were correlated with alpha and beta totals, and the best 12 selected instead of the left hand 10, the reliability of this test in its revised form is probably very high. This reduction brings the time under 6 minutes. Test 11, Analogies. Test 11 was dropped as impossible to demonstrate in its present form. It was not studied in other respects. Test 12, Geometrical Construction. Test 12, good in all respects except for its high percent of 0 scores, was particularly good in differentiating the feeble-minded. It was therefore included and heavily weighted in the new beta total. The time limit was increased to 3 minutes, the idea that this might serve to distribute the scores more widely. A simpler sample in the demonstration was substituted for one of the more difficult samples. Test 13, EXO series. Test 13 is rather easy and gives a high percent of perfect scores, but instead it seemed to be effective in indicating the institutional feeble-minded group and in separating good and poor groups, and was a brief one-page test. It was included in the betas. Test 14, Picture Situation. Test 14 proved an excellent test and was omitted from the new beta on practical considerations only. It seemed related to Test 5 and Test 8 and could less easily be reduced to one page than could Test 5. It was hoped, however, to revise Test 14 in this direction and have it ready for an alternate form of examination better. Test 15, Memory for Designs. Much the same may be said of Test 15 and Test 14. It was excellent but took more time than Test 10, also a visual memory test, which was preferred to Test 15 on this basis. It would make an excellent alternative for Test 8, Picture Sequence. The revised beta was therefore composed of the following tests: 1. Maze, 2. Cube Analysis, 3. EXO Series, 4. Digit Simple, 5. Number Checking, 6. Pictorial Completion, 7. Geometrical Construction, and 8. Spot Pattern. Section 6. Scoring the Tests. It was found that the tests in beta were not weighted. 2 tests, Number Checking and Cube Analysis, would have contributed almost half the variability of the total. Of these, Cube Analysis was not considered one of the best tests. Moreover, Geometrical Construction, which was desired to weight heavily, would be making the least contribution. It was therefore decided that the test and beta should be weighted. Weighting was done on the basis of the interquartile range in each test, Table 46. Table 46 is displayed on the page, interquartile range and weights given in each test or revised beta. The weighting adopted gave a total score of 219. As a matter of fact, the correlation of weighted and unweighted beta, as revised, was 0.987 for the Meade unselected group, and their separate correlations with alpha were practically identical, 0.793 and 0.90. The wisdom of this decision to weight the scores is therefore open to question. The grades assigned to scores in beta were adjusted according to the distribution of the scores, weighted totals, in the 3 groups of data. By drawing the lines between C and D at 80, all the cases in the institutional group, except one, would be graded D or E, and thus it was expected all such cases would be recorded for individual examination. The line between D and E was selected at 40, placing all the 6 and 7 year cases in Group E. This ruling gave just 5% of the Meade unselected group a grade of E, and 15.3% which seemed unsatisfactory. For the upper part of the distribution only, the Meade group was available. Since this was mistakenly thought at the time to be a group rather below the average, A was made to include only 2.1%, 200 to 219, and B, 16.8%, 170 to 199. Letter grades were tentatively defined in terms of score as follows: A equals 200 to 219, B equals 170 to 199, C plus equals 140 to 169, C equals 100 to 139, C minus equals 80 to 99, D equals 40 to 79, E equals 0 to 39. Table 47 gives the score distributions expressed as percents found in the 3 groups. 1. 298 unselected men, Meade. 2. 479 Lee men who fell below 100 in alpha. 3. 77 feeble-minded at Vineland. Table 47 is displayed on the following pages: score distributions for the separate tests of the preliminary form of beta, a critical estimate of the beta examination, and an account of the changes which it underwent as a result of the special investigation are set forth in Chapter 7. End of Section 16. Section 17 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 7. Data obtained through more extensive camp trial of examination beta and resulting modifications. Section 1. Plan of procedure and reports from camps. The beta examination was available for camp use in April 1918. The instructions were that it be given A. to all men eliminated from Alpha because of relative illiteracy, B. to all men taking Alpha and falling below weighted score of 100, below C-. Of those taking Beta and those falling below weighted score of 40, below D, were to be recalled for individual examination. It was understood that an individual examination should always be given before assigning an E grade to a man. It is important to remember this general setting for Beta in the whole scheme of the camp, examining as a basis for the interpretation of results. As a matter of fact, few camps were able to follow the above instructions absolutely. In many, the pressure of examining illiterates, especially foreign illiterates, was so great that no recalls from Alpha were possible. In others, only men falling below 50 in Alpha E cases were recalled, while in others conformity with the plan as laid down was possible. These variations in procedure were responsible for numerous differences in results. Reports of results with suggestions and criticisms regarding both the procedure of giving the tests and the basis of assigning grades for Beta began to appear shortly from the various camps. These reports were practically unanimous in their expressions of opinion regarding the serviceability of the method and the fact that it filled a big gap in the scheme of examining. They suggested also numerous detailed points of procedure, many of which were incorporated in the final edition of the Examiner's Guide. The guide, see page 1, page 153 FF, presents the final instructions issued regarding procedure. It should be noted, however, that there remained far greater tendency toward deviation in procedure from camp to camp with reference to Beta than with reference to Alpha. Adaptations which were reported as meeting the particular camp conditions more effectively than did the prescribed method were, as a rule, permitted. The main burden of the early reports was to the effect the most difficult task was getting the idea across. A high percentage of 0 scores in any given test was considered an indication of failure to get the test across. In general, it was insisted that the method of presentation, including especially the work of the orderly, was of prime importance. Such statements as the following make this clear. There is no doubt that Beta is many times harder to give than Alpha and requires constant effort from everyone concerned. Nothing can be more fatal to it than the Alpha method of giving. Distributions of scores reported offer considerable difficulties of interpretation. Certain camps maintained, on the basis of these distributions, that men were being graded too severely on Beta, whereas others held that the reverse was true. Since Beta was given only to men who either had been eliminated from Alpha because of illiteracy or had made a low score in Alpha, there were no standards as to what to expect of these groups. This was particularly true of distributions which showed great preponderance of low-grade cases. Obviously, a group selected for Beta by the procedures described could not be expected to measure up to the general standard of the rest of the camp. Whether any given group was over-severely rated was, therefore, largely a matter of personal opinion, based neither on general impressions of the group or on the ratings in individual examination of those recalled from Beta. The former judgment would obviously be largely influenced by the personal equation and would therefore be unconvincing. The latter, while based on facts, would point only in one direction. Cases recalled unnecessarily would be observed, whereas cases missed who should have been recalled would not be noted. The tendency would be, therefore, to urge lowering of the standards for recall, perhaps quite unwarrantedly. When, on the other hand, a selected Beta group was found to show a rating approximating the level of the remainder of the camp, with the majority of cases raising their ratings above those obtained by Alpha, there was legitimate ground for suspicion that Beta was proving over-lenient, unless it be admitted that Alpha was hopelessly unsatisfactory at the lower portion of the scale. An obvious point of practical importance arose when it was remembered that only men standing lowest in Alpha had the opportunity to raise their scores in Beta. Accordingly, men making C- or more, and in many camps men making D, had no opportunity to improve their ratings, while those rating as low as E might raise their grades even to an A or B. Further light was thrown on the discrepant results reported from different camps by noting the differences between Beta-only groups and Beta from Alpha groups. The former contained in largest numbers the foreign and entirely illiterate, The latter consists largely of English-speaking men of at least some schooling, who consider themselves able to take alpha but who had failed in alpha. On theoretical grounds, it might be assumed that the former would profit most by the opportunity furnished by beta, since they might include all types of cases, from bright to dull, from among those who were handicapped either by language difficulty or an absolute lack of educational opportunity. The beta from alpha groups, representing mainly those of some literacy and little or no language difficulty, who nevertheless had failed in alpha, would seem likely to have been fairly low-grade groups. However, these groups made a consistent better showing in beta than was made by beta-only groups. The illustrations below are typical. While the groups from the two camps differ from one another, in general level, the beta-only group is in both instances lower than the recall group. A table is displayed on the page, percentages making given grades in beta. It was observed further that all camps which reported distributions as showing extreme instances of severity on the part of beta were reporting mainly beta-only groups. In most cases, owing to special conditions, they had been so overwhelmed with the examining of cases eliminated from alpha that they had not been able to handle any recalls and thus did not have these in mind. Impression regarding overleniency of beta came, on the other hand, from camps where a considerable amount of recall was possible. Section 2. Special Study of Group from Camp Custer. To throw further light on the above problem, data on beta examinations as given in the regular course of camp routine were studied. Since the results of this study were suggestive and pointed the need for further information, results on one camp, Custer, will be summarized briefly. As an aid to interpretation, a distinction was made between white men born in English-speaking countries and those born in non-English-speaking countries. It is probable that, while the former may be counted on as practically free from language difficulty, the latter, while containing the men of the group who are handicapped in this way, would also contain some men who had no appreciable difficulty of this sort. We shall, however, in the absence of more complete information, use the two groups as representative of those handicapped by language difficulty and those not so handicapped, and for the sake of brevity, shall designate them as English-speaking and non-English-speaking. The figures of Table 48 indicate the numerical relations of the beta groups to the total group of which they are part. Table 48 is displayed on the page, Camp Custer Group. Correlation tables were plotted for alpha score with beta total score and with score on each separate test. The values of the coefficients were not computed, as was realized that these would necessarily be low, since we were dealing with only a segment of the whole distribution, and since, moreover, it was uncertain whether differences in alpha scores within the range had much significance. From inspection, however, it seemed evident that if the group falling low in alpha represented, with even approximate fairness, the lower portion of the total group, a surprising number of cases were making high scores in the various tests and on the total beta score. This is brought out quite strikingly when the data on the 250 English-speaking cases who had either made E in alpha or been given beta only were summarized. Reference to Table 48 shows that these cases made up only 13.1% of the total English-speaking group. Since they were not handicapped by language difficulty, it would appear safe to assume that they were not far from being the lowest 13% of the group. Assuming even partial correctness for this statement, the following proportions of cases in the various grades as assigned for beta at this time seem difficult to justify. The table is displayed on the page, percentages making given grades on beta, 250 English-speaking men, either E in alpha or eliminated from alpha, Camp Custer. Table 49 shows the percentage distributions of the English-speaking cases for the separate tests. Without discussing this in detail, it may be noted that the majority of the tests showed a considerable proportion of scores in the upper part of the range of the given test. While this would not be a valid objection, provided the tests were to be used only for this lower range, it becomes serious when beta is used for the whole range. The only tests for which an appreciable number of high scores did not appear were tests 4 and 5, digit symbol and number checking. Table 49 is displayed on the page, percentage distributions of men who either made score below 50 in alpha or eliminated from alpha, Camp Custer, 250 English-speaking men. The desirability of some change designed to increase the difficulty of the tests at the upper end seemed evident. Since changes in the blanks were not feasible at the time, the only method which suggested itself for securing this increase in difficulty was an alteration of the time limits. Accordingly, the following tentative changes were suggested on the basis of inspection of the correlation plots for the several tests. Table is displayed on the page. In the hope that these changes might help to reduce slightly the number of high scores, they were incorporated as instructions issued for an experimental trial of beta with unselected groups. Eventually, they were issued in the examiner's guide as a standard time limits for beta. Comparison of groups born in English-speaking countries with those born in non-English-speaking yielded results which tended to support the inferences suggested by the data from beta only and beta from alpha groups, respectively. See page 380, namely that the men handicapped by language difficulties were not the ones who profited most conspicuously by taking beta. Table 50 shows the percentages making given scores in beta of men who had either made E in alpha or had been eliminated from alpha. Table 48 has shown that while this group includes only 13.1% of English-speaking total, it includes 69.2% of all the non-English-speaking cases. Inspection of the percentage distributions shows the non-English-speaking to be distinctly inferior to the English-speaking group in the rating by beta, as does also reference to the means of the two groups. Mean English-speaking equals 101.6, deviation 1.35. Mean non-English-speaking equals 77.8, deviation 1.54. Table 50 is displayed on the page. Percentage distributions in beta of men who either made E in alpha or who were eliminated from alpha, classified on basis of probable language handicap and schooling. Two interpretations of these facts seem possible. Either 1. This non-English speaking group, making up 2/3 of all non-English cases appearing in the regular run of a draft group, is appreciably inferior to the English-speaking group with which it is compared, and which constitutes 13%, presumably very nearly the lowest 13% of the general run of English-speaking cases. Or 2. The non-English-speaking individual is penalized to some extent in beta, even though not to the same degree as he is in alpha. Adequate data were never obtained for solving the problem here presented, the obvious difficulty being the lack of other satisfactory measures for this group with which to compare their beta scores. If the second of the above assumptions were accepted, the natural implication would be that a more lenient scale of grades should be drawn up for use with non-English cases. In the absence of satisfactory information regarding the states of the non-English speaking group, no such scale was attempted. The further point might be urged that these men are probably handicapped for army purposes by the same factors which influence their scores in beta. An attempt to size up, with a high degree of fairness, the relative native ability of these cases becomes thereafter a more or less academic problem for the situation, though it may become a matter of importance under other conditions. Of interest also in this connection is a comparison of English-speaking cases of 5th grade schooling or more with those of 4th grade schooling or less in cases where both groups have failed to make a grade above E in alpha. These data are also shown in Table 50. Again, it appears that, whether we consider the distributions or the central tendencies, the evidence runs counter to the assumption that the group supposedly most handicapped by external circumstances makes the most extensive gain in beta. For this problem, as for the preceding, further analysis was not possible. Alternative interpretations, similar to those offered for the preceding problem, are evidently in place. It has been stated that results obtained with these data from Camp Custer were valuable chiefly as suggestive and as pointing the need of further information. This was especially true in so far as a bearing on the establishment of letter grades for beta was concerned. The Custer data, as well as reports from other camps, had given the impression that beta was, in the main, far more lenient than alpha, at least for the English-speaking cases who were referred to alpha in the regular course of camp routine. It was felt, however, that no re-establishment of grades for beta should be made without securing data on more unselected groups extending over the whole range of the scale. Such a group was accordingly obtained and furnished the basis for the final changes made in beta and the assignment of letter grades. Since evidence was accumulating to the effect that alpha was probably scaled too severely, this group was also made use of in adjusting the alpha grades. An account of the main facts of this investigation insofar as it bore on the standardization of beta follows. Section 3. Special Investigation on Relatively Unselected Group. To obtain the desired data, a request was sent to 12 camps that approximately 100 relatively unselected men in each camp be given alpha, beta, and individual examination. Preference was expressed for Stanford-Binet as a form of individual examination to be tried in order to secure a uniformity of data for comparison, since it was recognized that Stanford and point scale mental ages were not interchangeable. No attempt was made to include the performance scale in the present comparison. In response to the request, data were received from 9 camps, which constituted the main basis of the present study. Table 51 shows a number of cases who had all 3 examinations, Alpha, Beta, and Stanford-Binet, classified according as they were born in English-speaking or non-English-speaking countries. Table 51 is displayed on the page. Number of cases received from various camps examined by Alpha, Beta, and Stanford-Binet. Though each camp was requested to send data on an approximately unselected group, it was recognized that a generally unselected group could not be secured by any such method. In the first place, the group chosen in a given camp cannot be thought of as typical of the camp, and in the second place, there was the selection involved in the choice of camps. Nevertheless, there was no such selection of low-grade cases as that involved in the usual beta groups. The major part of the work was done with reference to the English-speaking group of 653 cases. The reason for this choice was the fact that this is the only portion of the group for whom the Alpha and Stanford-Binet examinations can be considered reasonably satisfactory. It seemed therefore that estimates of the validity of examination beta, which had for their points of reference these other 2 forms of examination, must be based on cases without serious language difficulty. It was assumed that beta should justify its value in application to English-speaking subjects at least. Further adjustments to meet the special problems of non-English-speaking cases might be accomplished later. This latter problem was not faced in the present study, partially because of the small number of such cases and partially because of the lack of standards of reference. Hereafter, to avoid circumlocution, the terms English-speaking and non-English-speaking are used to distinguish these 2 groups from one another on the ground of birthplace. Since no external standard was available for determination of the value of beta as a measure of intelligence, it was necessary to evaluate this examination by comparison with the 2 measures already in use, namely alpha and individual examinations. It seemed unreasonable that the beta should be thus evaluated, since it was the least standardized type of examination of those included in the Army series. Data were later obtained from other groups regarding the relationship of each of these examinations with officers' estimates of their men. See pages 425 ff. But it seemed impractical to attempt to secure these at this time. One point of special practical importance in connection with this relationship is a question of the dividing line between D and E grades in beta. Because of the rule to record E beta cases for individual examination, it was important that cases recorded by beta should include those likely to be rated as very low grade by an individual examination, but not those likely to be rated above the questionable range. It was also a matter of practical importance that too large a number should not be recorded. Relationship between beta and alpha. The correlation table for beta and alpha, total weighted scores, was plotted and the Pearson product moment coefficient found to be 0.806, deviation 0.009. Inspection of the table showed the relationship to be clearly curvilinear. The correlation ratio, which would represent the relationship more fairly, was not, however, computed for the present data. Later was figured for the correlation between alpha and beta raw scores, where it was found to be at least slightly higher than R. See page 392. Inspection of the table showed that the curvilinear relationship was partially due to jamming of alpha cases at the lower end. There is evidently a marked tendency in alpha for the piling up of the lower limit of cases, many of them would trail off toward a lower point if the scale extended further down. This tendency shows more clearly for this group than for the alpha groups ordinarily reported from the camps, because of the fact that we include here some cases of the type which the camps have endeavoured to exclude from alpha, even though we have not included any non-English speaking cases. The account of the development of segregation methods, see page 347, makes it clear that the purpose of segregation became largely the very practical one of preventing call of a man for 2 examinations. Accordingly, the attempt was to exclude from alpha as many as possible of the men who could be expected to make such low scores than they would need to be recalled for beta, whether this failure was due to illiteracy proper or to low-grade intelligence. Such cases have not been thrown out from the present groups. Reference to the distribution showed also a marked tendency on the part of beta toward massing cases at the upper part of the scale. This does not show actual jamming against the perfect score, as does the alpha distribution against 0 score. The piling up appears to be accounted for, in part at least, by a large number of making perfect scores in the separate tests. For distribution in the separate beta tests, see page 52. This fact is important since it results in making beta a less satisfactory test than alpha for high-grade cases in spite of its superiority to alpha for low-grade cases. For practical purposes, the types of discrepancy between alpha and beta scores noted above is not necessarily of great importance, since assignment of letter grades might be made in such a way as to correct for these differences. If given grades mean the same whether assigned for alpha or for beta, the main requirement has been met. Since the grades and not the scores were reported to Army officials. The following figures show the percentage of the group of 653 English-speaking cases making various grades by the 2 scales. The table is displayed on the page. Discrepancies in proportions given E grades by the 2 scales may be disregarded, since alpha was understood to be unreliable for this portion of the scale. The table shows, however, that there is marked discrepancy throughout the range, and that except for grade A, the discrepancy is always in the direction of greater leniency for beta. Summarizing the data, it appears that 15.3% make A or B on beta as compared with 11.6% on alpha, that 68.4% make C or better on beta as compared with 43.7% on alpha, and that 78.6% make grade C or better on beta as compared with 53.3% on alpha. The outstanding fact from this evidence is that grades on alpha and on beta were far from meaning the same thing at this time, and that the probability was that a man rated by beta would get a higher standing than one rated by alpha. Information received regarding regular draft quotas indicated that there was error in both scales, that alpha was too severe and beta too lenient. Alterations to accomplish a double adjustment, made in August in connection with additional changes in beta, would be discussed at a later point. A readjustment of alpha grades, made in July, reduced the degree of discrepancy slightly. Figures not presented for this comparison since the August changes represent the final ruling on grade standards. Comparison of beta with Stanford Binet. The fact has been noted that beta apparently makes distinctions within a part of the scale which alpha entirely fails to reach. It is evident, therefore, that the adequacy of these distinctions must be judged by reference to some measure other than alpha. Comparison with Stanford Binet is therefore of special importance for this portion of the scale, which is, for practical purposes, the part of beta which it is most important to have reliable. The Pearson product moment coefficient for the correlation between beta-weighted scores and Stanford Binet mental age was found to be 0.731, deviation 0.012. It may be noted that correlations figured for 4 of the separate camp groups were found to be as follows. Dix 0.740, deviation 0.32. Jackson 0.646, deviation 0.039. Lee 0.766, deviation 0.027. Mead 0.659, deviation 0.040. It is evident that these coefficients are not high enough to justify anticipation of a high degree of reliability of prediction. The table shows a large amount of scatter at all points. And so far, therefore, as the intention was to secure in beta an instrument of group measurement which should produce results closely similar to those which the individual examination would have given, with great reduction in time, the results are disappearing. The statement regarding the lack of certainty of prediction has special importance for its bearing on the dividing line between D and E in beta. Recognizing that an individual examination, in case of English-speaking men, either the Stanford-Binet or the Yerkes-Bridges point scale, furnished the main basis of decision with reference to low-grade cases, the following assumptions seem justified. 1. It is important to recall all cases who would test under 8 years mental age if given individual examination. It is desirable to recall the majority of cases who would test between 8 and 9 years. 3. It is desirable, if pressure of camp conditions be not too great, to recall at least a small number of cases who would test between 9 and 10 years. 4. It is desirable that few or no cases testing over 10 years be recalled. In the present group of 653 cases, there are 4 testing under 8 years, 22 testing between 8 and 9, 62 testing between 9 and 10, and 565 testing over 10 years. The dividing line of 40, beta-weighted score, recalls the following numbers. Below 8 years, 3 cases, 75% of all cases below 8 years. 8 to 9 years, 10 cases, 45.5% of all cases below 8 and 9. 9 to 10 years, 9 cases, 14.5% of all cases between 9 and 10. Above 10 years, 14 cases, 2.5% of all cases above 10 years. Total number recalled, 36 cases, 5.5% of total English-speaking group. Obviously, this is not a satisfactory situation. From the practical point of view, since 14 of the 36 cases recalled are not within the range which it is desired to recall, whereas 13 cases under 9 years, who are probably at least questionable cases whom the examiner should see, are missed. Reference to the scatter table for beta with Stanford-Binet made it clear that no way of shifting this line would make the situation satisfactory. Any adjustment would be a compromise between the desire to secure more low-grade cases and the intention to escape recall of cases above the questionable range. That it may be clear that the situation as above described is not dependent upon the fact that the usual elimination on the basis of alpha had not been made, the following facts are submitted showing the results which would have been secured had an application of the usual system of recall been applied to this group. Number recalled for beta from alpha, 818. Number of recalled cases testing below 10 in beta, 30. Mental ages of these 20 cases by Stanford-Binet. Below 8 years, 3 cases, 75% of all cases below 8 years. 8 to 9 years, 9 cases, 40.9% of all cases between 8 and 9 years. 9 to 10 years, 7 cases, 11.3% of all cases between 9 and 10 years. Above 10 years, 11 cases, 1.9% of all cases above 10 years. The results indicate that the same situation exists as that previously outlined, with merely a trivial reduction in numbers by the elimination accomplished by alpha. For this situation, there is no satisfactory solution unless the relationship between Stanford and beta at the lower end of the scale can be improved. The best that can be done is to establish the dividing line arbitrarily to meet the exigencies of the situation in the camps, knowing that a shift in either direction would increase or decrease its efficiency, according as this is measured by the adequate recall of low-grade cases or by the absence of excess recall of cases beyond the questionable range. Section 4. Possibility of increasing the correlation between beta and Stanford-Binet. Since, therefore, the immediate practical need seemed to be for a higher degree of correspondence between results in beta and results in individual examinations for cases in the lower ranges of the scale, an attempt was made to determine, by means of a multiple correlation, the maximum possible correlation between beta and the Stanford scale, assuming appropriate weighting. If evidence could be found that an appreciable gain could be made by weighting of tests in accordance with the results thus obtained, the intention was to determine the necessary weights of the various tests and also to ascertain what tests, if any, could be eliminated from this series without reduction in the degree of correlation. Table 52 shows the correlation arrays for Stanford-Binet with the separate tests of beta. Table 53 presents the Pearson product moment coefficients of correlation for each beta test with Stanford-Binet and with the other beta tests. For these figures, partial coefficients were computed, making possible application of Ewell's formula for determining maximum correlation. Application of the formula gives the following results. RS equals 0.74, where RS indicates the maximum correlation which might be obtained between Stanford's and the beta tests, indicated by the numbers in the subscript, by the best possible weighting. The above value, 0.74, applies only to the present body of data. Further application of the formula showed that a considerable reduction in the number of tests used was possible without appreciable reduction in the amount of correlation, as indicated in the following figures. RS equals 0.74, RS equals 0.73. Table 52 is displayed on the page, showing correlations of Stanford Binet mental age with scores in separate beta tests, English-speaking whites from the camps. Table 53 is displayed on the page, correlations of beta tests with Stanford Binet mental age and with each other, Pearson product moment coefficients. As furnishing a basis of comparison, it should be noted that RS over beta weighted 0.731, deviation 0.012, and RS beta raw equals 0.728, deviation 0.012. The latter figures refer to the raw scores for the S tests, not to the latter suggested form. The net result of the above considerations was to indicate two possible lines of development with a view to recommendations. The outstanding fact being that no appreciable improvement in the correlation between Stanford and beta would be achieved by any simple reweighting of tests. The following possibilities were considered. 1. The series might be reduced to the smallest number of tests, from which the maximum correlation could be secured. The tests which contribute least might be eliminated and proper weights assigned to the remaining tests. 2. Since even the weighting of tests affects the final correlation only slightly, all weighting might be eliminated. With elimination of weighting, it would not be safe to assume, however, that the same amount of reduction in the number of tests could be accomplished without lowering the correlation. A certain amount of reduction might be attempted empirically, following the indications of the partial correlation coefficient with regard to value for the series. It was decided to follow the second line of development mentioned, namely, to try to effect the use of raw scores, with elimination of tests as is suggested by the results of the partial correlations. The following variations were tried empirically, and results obtained as given below. Raw scores being used in every case. 1. Elimination of test 8, spot pattern, RS beta equals 0.726, deviation 0.012. 2. Elimination of tests 8 and 2, cube analysis, RS beta equals 0.723, deviation 0.013. Elimination of tests 8, 2, and 1, maze, RS beta equals 0.723, deviation 0.013. The results indicate that dropping of tests 8, 2, and 1 could probably be accomplished without appreciable reduction in value of examination beta. Inspection of scatter tables indicates further that the lower portion of the scale is not affected adversely by the change. There remains, however, one objection to the change, which seemed important, enough to call for a more conservative recommendation, namely the fact that our evidence is not certain proof that the correlations given above would have been obtained had the tests which appear early in beta been omitted. It is possible that they contribute sufficiently to the warming up process, so that they thereby increase the value of later tests. The argument obviously cannot be applied in connection with S spot pattern, since this is the last test on the blank. It seemed therefore entirely safe to recommend dropping this test. Though we were not prepared to urge dropping of the other two tests, the evidence indicated that the numerical value of the maze 1 should be reduced, since it could be accomplished quite simply, without involving the necessity of weighting. By changing the scoring rules to read that 1.5 points should be given for each half maze correct, instead of 1 point, it seemed desirable to determine the effect of this change in conjunction with the dropping of test S. This was therefore attempted, and correlation with Stanford computed for the total English-speaking group with the following results. RS beta segregated form equals 0.727, deviation 0.012. This shows no serious drop in the correlation of 0.731, deviation 0.012 between Stanford and weighted score. Table 54 presents a scatter table for Stanford with beta according to the method suggested. Inspection shows that this form handles the group at the lower end of the scale at least as well as does the weighted score. This point will be discussed more fully in connection with the establishing of the lower dividing line for this method. Table 54 is displayed on the page, showing correlation of beta raw score, segregated form with Stanford Binet mental age, English-speaking whites from the 9 camps. As further evidence that this is a safe change, and that correlations are not determined mainly by some erratic quality of the total group, correlations were computed separately for each of the 4 camps, Dix, Jackson, Lee, and Mead. Table 55 shows the correlations obtained with Stanford by the method under consideration, and those obtained by use of the former method. In no case is there an important drop in the amount of correlation, though there is for each a slight reduction. Table 55 is displayed on the page, correlations of Stanford with beta-weighted score and with beta-raw score, suggested form, for 4 different camps, English-speaking cases only. As an additional check on the proposed change, the correlation of alpha with the new form was computed. Since it had been decided on evidence from other sources to use raw instead of weighted scores on alpha, raw alpha scores were used for this correlation. Since the correlation of raw with weighted alpha scores for this group is 0.994, change from weighted to raw scores does not invalidate the comparison of correlations. The correlation of alpha raw scores with the proposed beta score was found to be 0.811, deviation 0.009, as compared with 0.806, deviation 0.009 for alpha weighted with beta weighted, again an inappreciable difference. The correlation array is shown in Table 56. It will be noted that this has the characteristics previously noted regarding the correlation of alpha weighted score with beta weighted, see page 385. Because of the curvilinear relationship, the correlation ratios were computed and found to be 0.847, deviation 0.004, and 0.840, deviation 0.008. Table 56 is displayed on the page, showing correlation of beta raw score, suggested form, with alpha raw score, English-speaking whites from 9 camps. As a final basis of comparison, the effect of the change in beta on the non-English-speaking group was considered. For this group of 95 cases, the correlation with Stanford was raised by the change. Correlation of Stanford with beta-weighted score was 0.680, deviation 0.037, and for Stanford with beta suggested form 0.760, deviation 0.030. The results of the attempt to find a way of improving the correlation between Stanford and beta, or alpha and beta, by statistical manipulation of the tests may be summarized as follows. 1. It will be concluded that no appreciable improvement in correlation could be secured by this method. 2. Considerable reduction in the number of tests used would be possible, but seem precarious on the basis of present data alone. 3. Raw scores could be used without reducing the amount of the correlation appreciably. 4. Elimination of test 8, spot pattern, could also be accomplished with no significant reduction in the correlation. Since this is the last test on the blank, the other tests would not be affected by its removal. 5. Reduction in numerical value of test 1, maze, by changing the scoring rules to make each half maze count 1 half instead of 1, seem desirable, since results of the partial correlations indicate that test 1 contributes least of all the tests to the correlation. 6. The suggested form of beta showed no appreciable reduction in amount of correlation with Stanford, whether we consider the total English-speaking group, the groups from the various camps, or the total group from non-English-speaking countries. It also showed no reduction in its correlation with alpha for the total English-speaking group. This change was therefore recommended, which had the following as its main advantages. A. It reduces the time required for beta by about 10 minutes. B. By eliminated weighting of tests, it saves the time of the scores, and also reduces the change of error which weighting introduces. The recommended change was adopted and incorporated in the final edition of the Examiner's Guide. It was put into effect in the camps, though instructions issued August 8, 1918. The suggested form of beta is, therefore, the final form from point of view of the Army situation. Section 5. Establishment of letter grades for beta suggested form. The fact of the special importance of letter grades for practical Army purposes has been noted, as has also the fact of marked discrepancy in rating, as grades were first assigned for alpha and beta. With the adoption of the modifications of beta described above, it became essential that the new letter grades be assigned. Since final reversion of alpha grades was being made at this time, no attention was paid to old relationships, but adjustments were made directly in the light of the proposed ratings for alpha. Assignment of grades on individual examinations was also made at this time. It was assumed that we should aim to secure the highest degree of consistency possible between alpha and beta from C- on up through A. That discrepancy between alpha and beta for the D and E grades was to be expected. That these grades, D and E, must therefore be established mainly with reference to the individual examinations, and that moreover, as a practical consideration, it must be recommended that an E grade in the beta means actually recall for final measurement by individual examination. Meeting these requirements involves a process of cutting and fitting to secure the greatest consistency. An additional arbitrary limitation was set up by the desirability of making the dividing lines between grades always multiples of 5, e.g. 30 rather than 29, 85 rather than 83, etc. This was important for its bearing on the clerical work of the camps, since it was considered that greater accuracy of work was secured if more irregular points were not introduced. As a result of the cutting and fitting process, new grade bases were adopted, issued August 8, and incorporated into the Examiner's Guide. See Part 1, page 153. Substitution of the D grade for E was also made at about this time, but it has no bearing on the relationship discussed here. Table 57 shows the percentages located in the various letter grades by each of the examinations, in accordance with the new assignment of grades. In addition to the total English-speaking group, figures are offered for two types of subgroups included in the total, viz. the Meade and Dix groups on one hand and the Jackson and Lee groups on the other, as representing camps with large percentages of high-grade and of low-grade cases respectively. Table 57 is displayed on the page, percentages making given grades on Alpha, Beta, and Stanford by grade standards, and finally assigned English-speaking cases. From inspection of this table, it is evident that from the grade of C- on there is a much higher degree of consistency between Beta and Alpha grades than there was by the old assignment of letter grades. The two subgroups are offered as an indication that this approximate consistency is not determined solely by the fact that grades were adjusted to the needs of the total group. Considering the total group, we note the following percentages. 1. Making A or B grades on alpha, 14.7%. On beta, 14.2%. 2. Making grades of C or above on alpha, 54.2%. On beta, 51%. 3. Making grades of C- or above on alpha, 73.5%. On beta, 72.8%. A similar degree of consistency holds for alpha and beta for the two subgroups. Stanford deviates slightly more from the other two examinations, but this is a matter of less importance since relatively few cases are graded on Stanford, and grades are ordinarily assigned mainly in the lower ranges. Considering the dividing line between D and E, with a view to its efficiency in recall of cases for individual examination, we note, by reference to Table 54, that the same difficulties appear in establishing this dividing line as we found with reference to present weighted score. See pages 386 FF, viz. that we must either recall too few whom we want or too many whom we do not want. The dividing line of 20 which was adopted recalls the following numbers as distributed by Stanford mental age. Below 8 years, 4 cases, 100% of all cases below 8 years, MA. 8 to 9 years, 11 cases, 50% of all cases, 8 to 9 years, MA. 9 to 10 years, 11 cases, 17.7% of all cases, 9 to 10 years, MA. Above 10 years, 15 cases, 2.7% of all cases, over 10 years, MA. Total number recalled, 41 cases, 6.3% of total English-speaking group. Comparison with the figures given on page 387 for the present dividing line of 40 weighted score shows that while the suggested dividing line of 20 suggested raw score recalls a few more cases, the increase is mainly due to the addition of cases who tested low on Stanford and whom it was desirable to recall. Any reduction below the point of 20 seems unsafe, since it would mean missing too many cases in the dubious range who should be seen, if possible, before being passed upon. Section 6. Summary. The following modifications, all of which are incorporated in the final edition of the Examiner's Guide, were made in beta after its first introduction into the scheme of camp examining. 1. Slight changes in procedure recommended by the camps were introduced. 2. Time limits on 5 of the beta tests were reduced as a result of inspection of distribution of men making low scores in alpha. 3. Test 8, spot pattern, was dropped on the basis of evidence to the effect that it could be dropped without appreciable lowering of correlation between beta and Stanford Binet. 4. Raw scores were adopted since their use meant both the saving of time for the scoring units and a decrease in probability of errors, and since their use involved no appreciable reduction in correlations with either the Stanford Binet scale or alpha. 5. The numerical value of test 1, the maze, in the total was reduced by giving 1 half point instead of 1 point for each half maze correct. This change was due to the evidence from correlations to the effect that this was one of the least satisfactory tests of beta, also because inspection of tables showed that many low-grade men, as measured by other standards, made very good scores in the maze, thereby raising their total scores unduly and contributing to the difficulty of establishing a satisfactory lower dividing line. 6. New standards for assigning grades were established which increased the consistency of grades as assigned on beta and on alpha. The main conclusions based on this more extensive trial of beta were as follows. 1. Beta evidently constitutes an important addition to the series of examinations for recruits for the following reasons. A. It helps to compensate for the fact that alpha becomes rapidly too severe at the lower end of the scale, since beta makes discriminations below the 0 point of alpha. B. It affords a possible method of examining men who are illiterate in English, whether foreign or native born. For this purpose, it is at least far more satisfactory than alpha. 2. Beta is a distinctly easier type of examination than either alpha or the Stanford scale. For the total English-speaking group of 653 cases, the mode falls in the upper part of the scale, and quite near to the upper limits of beta. In other words, there is no trailing off such as alpha shows at the upper end. This results in making beta less discriminating than alpha for the upper portion of the scale. 3. There are indications to the effect that individuals handicapped by language difficulty and illiteracy are penalized to an appreciable degree in beta, as compared with men not so handicapped. Although this is far less true for beta than for alpha, further evidence is needed on this point. 4. Beta in its present form is quite unsatisfactory as an instrument of selection of cases for individual examinations. Its efficiency from the point of view is measured by the degree to which it succeeds in recalling cases who will be considered low-grade mentally on the basis of the individual examination, and not recalling in any considerable numbers cases who will be classified by the individual examinations as high-grade. Reference to the scatter table of beta with Stanford makes clear the difficulty of drawing a satisfactory lower dividing line in beta for recall to individual examination. The present dividing line of 40 weighted score recalls 36 cases, or 5.5% of the total English-speaking group. Of these, 22 are below 10 years mental age, as measured by Stanford, and 14 are above 10 years, whereas 13 cases under 9 years are missed. Any attempt to remedy this situation results either in recalling too many cases who are not open to serious question as low-grade cases, or in missing too many who should at least be considered for rejection or for a development battalion. 5. It appeared that no reweighting of tests could be made which would produce an appreciable improvement in beta, either from the point of view of its application to the whole range of abilities or from the point of view of its use as an instrument of selection of low-grade cases. In connection with the above statements regarding inability to make actual improvement in beta, it should be remembered that no changes which would affect the blanks were contemplated at this time. With opportunity to experiment with changes in the actual content of the tests, it is entirely possible that an improved test of the beta type might have been constructed. Among other changes, further adjustment of the time limits might have been made to the advantage of certain of the tests. End of section 17. Section 18 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 8. Revision of Methods of Individual Examination. Section 1. Original Group Methods for Individual Examination. Except at Camp Devens, the tests originally proposed for individual examining had only the briefest trial. At the other camps, they were early abandoned in favor of the Yerkes-Bridges, Stanford-Binet, and Pinto-Patterson scales. This action appears not to have been due primarily to unsatisfactoriness of the tests, considered individually, but rather to the fact that they were not welded into a systematic scale or group of scales. The 22 tests were intended as the raw material for at least 3 scales, which were to be developed and standardized as a result of camp experience. That this expectation was not fulfilled was due to the necessity of securing results which could be immediately interpreted in the light of generally known standards. Such a standard was mental age, and test scores which could not be readily translated into terms of this concept were unsatisfactory both to the psychological examiners themselves and to the neuropsychiatric officers to whom cases were continually being referred. There is no doubt, however, that a good system of tests could have been wrought out of the material which the committee brought together. 5 of the non-language tests, in modified form, were later included in the performance scale. The validity of the separate tests of the individual examination series is to a certain extent indicated by their correlations with total score of the individual tests combined. Unselected recruits were tested early in October 1917 as follows: Camp Taylor 107, Camp Lee 131, Camp Devens 70. The 308 men were given the entire series of individual tests except H, free association. The tests were scored according to the supplementary directions given in Part 1, pages 147 ff. The correlation of each test with total score of all the tests was computed for each of the 3 groups of data separately. The 3 correlations were then averaged. The correlations were computed by the method of unlike signs. The correlations were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. It will be seen that all the tests except K, letter line, give a good correlation with the total score of the 20 tests. From point of view the size of correlation with the total, the best 5 tests are, in order, vocabulary, disarranged sentences, absurdities, likenesses and differences, and logical memory. At Camp Devens, 114 men, mental ages 5 to 18, were given tests A, B, C, D, E, and G, and in addition either the Yerkes-Bridges or the Stanford-Binet scale. Table 58 shows the correlation between mental age and the total score for the 5 tests. Table 58 is displayed on the page, showing correlation between mental age and 6 tests of the individual examination series, R equals 0.75. For the first 83 of the above 114 cases, the following Pearson correlations were found. Mental age and total score of A, B, C, D, E, G, 0.727. Mental age and total score of A, C, D, E, 0.634. Mental age and test A, cube construction, 0.363. Mental age and test B, check test, 0.699. Mental age and test C, cube imitation, 0.535. Mental age and test D, maze, 0.582. Mental age and test E, form board, 0.563. Mental age and test G, orientation, 0.620. Group examination A and total of A, B, C, D, E, G, 0.715. Group examination A and total of A, C, D, E, 0.620. It will be noted that the above correlations, or Pearson, are high except that for cube construction. The method of combining the tests of the individual examination series into a total score was arranged by Otis and is set forth in full in a supplement prepared for him for the Examiner's Guide. See Part 1, page 149. It was not ready for use until the latter part of November, a fact which strongly mitigated against the use of these tests in the critical period of the official trial of methods. Section 2. Adoption of the Yerkes-Bridges point scale and the Stanford-Binet scale. The correlations yielded by the tests of the individual examination methods indicate that the 20 tests of the series could probably have been made the basis of at least 2 mental age scales, one for illiterate Americans, the other for illiterates and foreigners. In fact, the method employed by authors for combining the scores of the separate tests made it possible to use them in any combination, and mental age standards for special combinations could have been established after a few months' use. The majority of examiners, however, preferred to use scales for which norms were available. Moreover, experience showed that the dangers of coaching, which had been one of the chief reasons why special individual examination methods had been prepared, was practically negligible for the class of subjects taking such examinations. It was accordingly decided to substitute for the specially prepared series of tests the Stanford-Binet scale, the Yerkes-Bridges point scale, and a series of performance tests for foreigners and illiterates. The arrangement of these 3 scales for Army use was begun early in January 1918 by Dr. Bridges. Abbreviated instructions for the use of the point scale and the Stanford-Binet scale were prepared, which consisted mainly of the actual words to be used by the examiner in giving the tests. These instructions, in mimeographical form, were sent to the camps in March and were later included in the Revised Examiner's Guide. See Part 1, page 167 FF. The point scale and Stanford-Binet gave general satisfaction for American-born subjects, except in cases of absolute illiteracy. Some examiners even preferred to test illiterate subjects by these scales, omitting those tests which presuppose a knowledge of reading and writing. The non-English speaking were, of course, always tested by the performance scale. Apart from this restriction, the examiner was free to use the 3 scales according to his preferences. All were used as mental age scales in the sense that a mental age was always determined. For the point scale, the Yerkes-Bridges mental age norms were used, instead of their Stanford-Binet equivalents. The performance scale scores, however, were calibrated in terms of Stanford-Binet by equating equal percentile ranges. It was planned that the point scale should be used without abbreviation, but that in the case of the Stanford-Binet only 4 tests per year group should ordinarily be given. The Stanford-Binet tests recommended are indicated by asterisks in the record blanks on pages 271 to 274 of Part 1. These are not always the same as the starred tests of the record blanks supplied by the Houghton Mifflin Company. The selection for Army use was made with reference to diagnostic value, suitableness for illiterates, and economy of time. More than 4 tests per year were almost never given in the Army, and when Stanford-Binet mental ages are mentioned, it should be borne in mind that these always refer either to the 4 tests per year abbreviation or to another abbreviation, still more radical, to be described later. The reliability of the abbreviated Stanford-Binet has been determined in pre-war work at Stanford University with several groups of subjects. For a group of several hundred male adults, including hobos, prisoners, and reform school inmates, mental age based on 3 tests per year, 4 tests in Year 12, correlated 0.96 with the mental ages of the same subjects based on the entire scale. The mental age range of this group corresponded closely to that found for soldiers, except that it had a somewhat larger proportion of low-grade cases. The corresponding correlation between the 2 halves of the scale for several groups of public school children varied from 0.93 to 0.97. It is evident, therefore, that the reduction of the scale from 6 to 4 tests per year involves but slight loss of accuracy. An index of reliability based upon repeated tests had also been determined for the Stanford-Binet in pre-war investigations. Tests repeated within a few days or a few months usually show a correlation in the case of fairly wide-range groups of school children of 0.95 or better. The correlation remains considerably above 0.90, even when the earlier and later tests are separated by a period of 3 or 4 years. Correlations of repeated tests with the point scale are not available, but there is no reason to suppose that results would differ greatly from those furnished by the Stanford-Binet, particularly in view of the fact that the 2 scales are composed largely of the same tests. The reliability of point scale measurements is indicated by the high correlation of score on the alternate tests with score in the entire scale, namely 0.95 or better for fairly wide-range groups. That which either scale measures is measured by it fairly reliably according to present-day standards of reliability in mental measurement. The reliability of the point scale, however, rapidly decreases in the range above 80 points, that is, above a mental age of 13 to 14 years. The Stanford-Binet fails to differentiate satisfactorily above the mental age score of 17 or 18 years. In the absence of any appreciable amount of Army data based on examination of the same individuals by both of these scales, reference was made to the results obtained by the Laboratory of Social Hygiene on 259 delinquent women. For this group, the correlation between Yerkes-Bridges score in points and Stanford-Binet intelligence quotient was 0.872, Pearson. However, the relationship was considerably curvilinear. The correlation ratios were found to be 0.804 and 0.904. In the table of equivalent scores, Examiner's Guide, point scale and Stanford-Binet scores are equated in terms of percentile ranks on the basis of these data. Section 3. The Performance Scale. The test which had been included in the original individual examination series for testing non-English speaking subjects, tests A, B, C, D, and E, did not give satisfaction. Each had shown reasonably high correlations with other measures, but norms were lacking and the list did not seem to be sufficiently representative of the types of performance tests. Various substitutes had been used in the first 4 camps, particularly at Camp Lee, where large numbers were given the Pinter-Patterson tests. Some of these proved extremely useful, but it was decided to make a new selection of performance tests and to standardize them on Army subjects. The choice of tests was made chiefly by Dr. J. W. Bridges and was based upon the following considerations. 1. That tests should be selected which require a minimum of language on the part of both examiner and subject. 2. That the scale should be composed chiefly of tests which had already been found satisfactory with soldiers. 3. That the scale should test a variety of mental functions. And 4. That the tests should be economical of time. Following are some of the reasons for the selections made. 1. The ship test. This test proved valuable in pre-war work at Ellis Island. It is in the Pinter-Patterson scale and was used and recommended by Camp Lee examiners. The instructions were changed so as to allow the subject to see the completed picture for 10 seconds before the actual test. This was done in order to equalize the test for subjects who had previously seen a ship and those who had not, and also because the principle of demonstrating each test in some way was adopted throughout. 2. The mannequin and feature profile. The mannequin was devised by Pinter, the feature profile by Knox. These tests are also in the Pinter-Patterson scale, and were recommended by Camp Lee examiners. They were used together because they presumably test similar functions. The former is about the 5-year level, the latter at about 8. No demonstration of these tests was necessary because everyone has seen a man and a profile. 3. Cube imitation, Knox. The form and the problems now extensively tried out in the Army were used rather than the Pinter standardization, but only 1 trial of each problem was allowed instead of 2. The scores in this test gave a satisfactory distribution and correlated well with the scores on the total individual examination in the first 4 camps. This correlation, Pearson, was almost as high for 1 trial as for 2, e.g. 0.71, as compared with 0.80 in the case of 70 unselected men at Camp Devens. 4. Cube construction, Goddard. The test, which was Test A of the old series, was highly recommended by examiners in all 4 camps. It gave a good distribution of scores and a fair correlation with the total of the old individual examination series. Parts D and E proved too difficult for inferior subjects and were dropped. The instructions were also modified to adapt the test to non-English speaking subjects. 5. Form board, Dearborn. This was Test E of the old series. It had shown only fair correlations with total score of the old series, but it gave a satisfactory range of scores and was favored by a majority of examiners. For the present series, it was modified by dropping Part D and adapting the instructions to non-English speaking subjects. An attempt was also to define more accurately what constitutes a move. 6. Memory for designs. This was test Q of the old series, term and designs. It had yielded high correlations with total score of the individual examination series and a given general satisfaction. A more accurate method of scoring was devised and a demonstration form prepared for use with non-English speaking subjects. 7. Digit symbol. A test of this kind was specially recommended by examiners at Camp Dix, where it was found to correlate 0.78 with group examination A in the case of approximately 900 unselected men. It was also a well-approved test in pre-war work. The form of the test selected was that arranged by Otis for the beta group examinations. 8. The maze test. Porteous. The Porteous mazes adopted by Yerkes, test D old series, had been extensively used in the first 4 camps and had given fair satisfaction. They were specially recommended by the Camp Dix examiners. They were therefore retained, but with improved scoring and with instructions modified so as to provide for a demonstration of Part A. 9. Picture arrangement. Foxy Grandpa series. The picture arrangement test had been used by several investigators. Pictures of the Foxy Grandpa series having been utilized by Miss Bowler, Whipple, and others. The pictures selected for the performance scale are far from satisfactory, but they were the best immediately available. Scoring offered some difficulty, and the method adopted is not entirely satisfactory. 10. Picture completion. Healy. An earlier form of the picture completion test, also devised by Healy, had proved satisfactory in the Pinter-Patten scale and was recommended by the Camp Lee examiners. The form of the test chosen is the now Healy test, with the author's procedure and scoring. Instructions for giving these 10 tests were prepared by Bridges with suggestions from the camp examiners. The scale was then tried out at Camp Lee on 228 subjects, 200 of whom had scored D or E in group examination A. The remaining 28 were A, B, and C men. It seemed desirable to base the trial of the scale chiefly on data of the kind of subjects for whom it would ultimately be used. The method of scoring adopted provided for the assignment of credit for both speed and accuracy. As a rule, however, no score for time was given unless a degree of accuracy approaching perfection had been attained. The result is, of course, that inferior subjects got their scores chiefly on accuracy, while the superior get a greater and greater percentage of their total scores for time. Furthermore, points were assigned for time and accuracy in such a way as to obtain something approximating a normal distribution of scores. See Table 60. This was done not so much because of any priority assumption of the distribution of the functions measured among this group of men, but because it seemed very probable that a large number of zero scores would indicate failure of the measuring instrument to register small differences in amount of the trait measured, and because a large number of perfect scores would most likely indicate an undue limitation of the scale at the upper end. The method of weighting adopted was that provided by Otis for the test of the old individual examination series, a method which made it possible to combine the scores of any number of tests into a total score. The median of each test was assigned 15 points, the upper quartile 20, the lower quartile 10, and the other ranks corresponding scores. The maximum score on each test is approximately 30. See page 182 FF. In order to determine what tests best represented the scale as a whole, correlations of each test, weighted score, with total score was computed. The figures obtained by the method of unlike signs were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The correlation of total performance scale scores with examination A scores by the same method was 0.48, but the subjects were chiefly D and E men, and the agreement was higher in the case of a few A, B, and C men than for those who scored low in examination A. This is what we should hope to find if examination A is unfair to some of these subjects. The selection of tests for a short performance scale was based partly upon time required for giving satisfactoriness of scoring, etc. Tests 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8 were recommended as being the best combination, all things considered, but in order to preserve the adaptability of the scale, examiners were left free to use such tests as seemed best for the particular case. The method of equal weighing made it possible, when less than the complete scale was used, to obtain a probable score total by finding the average score for the tests actually used by multiplying by 10. Hence only one table of norms was necessary. The norms were given in terms of percentile rank, but because of the selection of subjects they were only rough indications. The dividing line between men qualified for regular duty and those to be recommended for service organizations or development battalions, and the line between the latter group and those to be recommended for discharge, were determined by examining the performance scale distribution of men who had made D or E on the group examination, and by estimating that about 10% of these should be recommended for service organizations or development battalions, and 5% for discharge. This placed the dividing lines at 170 points respectively. The latter value, however, proved to be considerably too high. In practice, the scale had obvious limitations. While it afforded a reasonably satisfactory basis for recommendation requiring a subject, the results could not be stated in mental ages, as these were almost always desired by the psychiatrists to whom inferior men were regularly reported. It was decided to secure data from which mental age norms could be obtained. The examiners at each camp were accordingly requested to send in records of 5 to 20 men who had been given both the Stanford-Binet and the performance scale. The data sent in and used in the revision were chiefly from examinations of men who had failed in alpha, beta, or both, and included the following records. 1. Complete performance scale. A. American-born subjects, 134. B. Foreign subjects and Negroes, 22. 2. The recommended abbreviation. A. American-born subjects, 126. B. Foreign-born subjects and Negroes, 39. All complete scale records were scored also for the short scale and for the 8 test scale, in which form, board, and picture completion were omitted. The complete scale records of foreigners were neglected, and the short scale records of foreigners, 61 in number, including 22 who had complete scale also, were used only for correlation with Stanford-Binet. There were not enough cases to establish foreign norms, but this proved to be unnecessary, for the scale appeared to be as fair to foreign as to American-born subjects. The data used in the revision were then as follows. 1. Complete performance scale records of American-born, 134. 2. Short performance scale records of American-born, 260. 3. Short performance scale records of foreign-born and Negroes, 61. Score distributions. Distributions of performance scale scores and of Stanford-Binet mental ages for these subjects and of performance scale scores for the 227 Camp-Lee subjects tested in the earlier experiment are shown in Table 59. Table 59 is displayed on the page, performance scale and Stanford-Binet distributions. Distribution of scores on each test for the Lee group and for the revision group are shown in Table 60. The columns are designated by test and by group. In the case of the short-scale tests, separate distributions for foreign-born subjects are also given. It should be noted that each of these 5 tests distributes the foreign subjects in much the same way as the American-born. Table 60 is displayed on the page, distribution of scores on each test. The ship test 1 proved to be somewhat easier than the other tests. The distribution was skewed towards the upper end. The weighting was therefore changed so as to make it from 1 or 2 points more difficult in all except the extreme upper part of the scale. The digit simple test 7 was too difficult, but the large number of 0 scores was no doubt partly due to the method of weighting. Raw scores from 0 to 5 equaled 0 weighted. The weighting was therefore changed so as to make the test 1 to 2 points easier at the lower end of the scale. The picture arrangement test 9 had a rectangular distribution. A study of the method of scoring in this test showed that there is considerable probability of getting credit as a result of chance juxtaposition of cards. It therefore seems probable that if chance scores were eliminated, the lower portion would approach 0, as in the picture completion test, 10. The test was really too difficult, but nevertheless it seemed advisable to reduce some of the chance scores by a change in weighting, increasing the number of 0 scores. This new weighting still allows some credit for chance arrangement, but a more radical change might interfere too much with the scale norms. Both tests 9 and 10 are too difficult for men to have failed in beta, and they cannot be improved by weighting. The remaining 6 tests of the scale, mannequin and feature profile 2, cube imitation 3, cube construction 4, form board 5, design 6, and maze 8, give good distributions of scores for each group of subjects, and the original weighting is satisfactory. The scoring and weighting finally adopted for each test are as given in the revised examiner's guide and in the performance scale record blank. Mental age rating. Mental age equivalents were obtained for the long scale, 134 cases, for the 8 test scale, 134 cases, and for the short scale, 260 cases. Since the norms for 8 tests differed very little from those for the whole scale, only the long and short scale norms are given in the examiner's guide. The short scale norms were derived from tests 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8, but since tests 1 and 3 are very nearly equal to these in difficulty, the same norms may be used with a minimum of error for any number and any combination of tests 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. If 8 or more tests are given, the long scale norm should be used. These mental age equivalents were obtained by equating equal ranks in the performance and the Stanford-Binet scales. Thus, the mental age equivalent for a given score is not necessarily the most probable mental age for any individual making that score. To obtain this result, the regression equation of Stanford-Binet mental age upon the performance scale would have to be used. However, since the relation of the different individual examination scales to Army achievements is unknown, it may be assumed that each scale ought to give much the same result, in the sense that the number of men recommended for discharge or development battalions on the basis of the 2 scales should be approximately equal. The result is obtained by the method used in equating ranks. Correlations. Correlation arrays were plotted, and Pearson product moment correlations computed for long scale, 8 test scale, and short scale scores with Stanford-Binet mental ages. For short scale with long scale scores, and for scores on each test with total performance scale scores and with Stanford-Binet mental ages. These calculations were based upon 134 cases, except in the case of correlation of scores on the short scale and its various tests with Stanford-Binet ratings. Here 260 cases were available. The correlations of the separate tests with mental age ratings and with total performance scale scores are on the whole higher than expected. If the tests are arranged according to the degree of correlation, the following orders are obtained. 2 tables are displayed on the page, with Stanford-Binet and with total performance scale. It will be noted that the first 4 and the last 2 tests are the same in both orders. The form board, by its low position, is indicated as probably the poorest test in the scale, and one that could therefore be dropped without loss. Inspection of the distributions showed that the picture completion test, while not one of the lowest from point of view of the above correlations, presented an unfortunately large proportion of 0 scores, 38 out of 134. Dropping these 2 tests, form board and picture completion, the total score on the remaining 8 tests was determined for each of the 134 cases. These scores show a correlation with Stanford-Binet mental ages of 0.834, while the completion scale scores correlate only 0.841 with the same ratings. The 5 tests the short scale seem to have been very well chosen. The picture arrangement test, which has a high place in both orders above, was not included because of the time required to give it, and also because of its difficulty in the lower end of the scale. There seemed to be no reason for changing the other tests, except that for the absolutely illiterate, whether foreign or American-born, the ship or the cube imitation test should be substituted for the digit symbol, which gives a rather high percentage of 0 scores. The short performance scale gave the following correlations. Short scale with long scale, 134 subjects, 0.97. Short scale with Stanford-Binet, 260 American-born, 0.84. Short scale with Stanford-Binet, 61 foreign-born, 0.70. Tables 61, 62, and 63 give typical correlation arrays for performance scale and Stanford-Binet scores. Table 61 is displayed on the page. Short performance scale and Stanford-Binet mental age. R equals 0.842. Table 62 is displayed. Designs and Stanford-Binet mental age. R equals 0.735. Table 63 is displayed. Form board and Stanford-Binet mental age. R equals 0.480. Further abbreviation. In camp examining, it was found that the recommended short scale, tests 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8, was still too long, requiring usually from 30 to 40 minutes. Analysis of the data gave rise to the short method described in the Revised Examiner's Guide, Part 1, page 192. The order procedure, with the tests there indicated, is based upon their separate correlations with total performance scale, and their consequent efficiency in reducing the number of complete examinations. Examination of the 228 records of the earlier Lee investigation showed that the following numbers would have been eliminated from further examination on the basis of the rules which were formulated. The rule excusing those who made 14 or more on digit symbol would eliminate 119 cases. 22 or more on 2 tests would eliminate 53 additional. 27 or more on 3 tests would eliminate 27 additional. 32 or more on 4 tests would eliminate 7 additional. This would leave only 22 subjects to take the complete examination. The time required for giving a performance scale examination was thus reduced to 15 to 20 minutes in the case of the majority of the subjects. Camp studies. In the camp, several studies were made touching various aspects of the performance scale. It is possible here merely to indicate the nature of a few of these. At Camp Greenleaf, on the basis of 150 examinations, a regression equation of mental age upon short performance score was determined as follows. Mental age equals 0.464 plus 77.34 months. Or, more roughly, mental age equals 1/2 performance scale scores plus 6 years. The 150 subjects entering into this investigation ranged in mental age from 5 to 16 years, had been in the United States at least 6 years, and were all English speaking. Their performance scale scores showed a correlation of 0.77 with mental age. Stanford, Binet, and point scale mental ages were thrown together, which probably lowered the correlation somewhat. At Camp Lee, an abbreviated performance scale was worked out, composed of cube construction, parts A and B, designs, parts A, B, and C, and maze, parts A and B. Raw scores in these tests were used and mental age equivalents determined. The mean deviation of mental ages on this scale from mental age on the whole scale for 273 cases was found to be 0.38 year, and the correlation of mental age on the two scales 0.85. Numerous correlational studies were reported, but without more definite knowledge than is available regarding the exact nature of the groups on which these were based, their meaning is doubtful. At Camp Custer, a comparison of the results for American and foreign-born subjects was made. The conclusion was reached that foreigners do relatively well in Test 2, Mannequin and Feature Profile, Test 3, Cube Imitation, and Test 4, Cube Construction, but that they are handicapped in Test 7, Digit Symbol, and still warrant Test 10, Picture Completion. At Greenleaf, it was found that the proportion of zero scores in the maze test was reduced from 28% in beta to 2% of the performance scale, and that similarly zero scores in the digit symbol test were reduced from 49 to 6%. An interesting contribution from Greenleaf was a Yiddish translation of the performance scale by Corporal William Cohen. Criticism. Important criticisms of the performance scale were made by camp examiners regarding the method of scoring the various tests, the relative difficulty of the tests, and the reliability of results with non-English speaking subjects, etc. As to scoring, the chief points made were that the scoring rule for Test 1 was ambiguous, that the counting and evaluation of moves in Tests 4 and 5 were unreliable, that the possibility of chance scores in Tests 1 and 9 were too great and not adequately corrected in the weighting, etc. It was claimed that Tests 10 and 7, occasionally also 9 and 6, were too difficult, while Test 1 was too easy, and that these differences were not sufficiently corrected in the weighting. The Mannequin and Feature Profile, Test 2, was everywhere criticized for being inartistic and unrecognizable. Nevertheless, results proved that this test is one of the best in the scale. The Pencil and Paper tests, 6, 7, and 8, received an undue amount of adverse criticism, for analysis of the results showed that Designs 6 is probably the best single test in the scale, the Maze 8 is fair, and that Digit Symbol 7 is very satisfactory for all subjects except the absolutely illiterate. The kinds of pictures used in Tests 9 and 10, especially the former, were disapproved, but it was recognized that such tests would obviously be valuable if a selection of pictures made suitable for adults were made. On the whole, the present performance scale, particularly abbreviated form, gave satisfactory results, and with improvement along lines indicated above, it could be made a fairly satisfactory intelligence scale both for literate and illiterate subjects. Tests 9 and 10 were not found practicable in the Army. Section 4. Abbreviation of the Stanford-Binet Scale. During the spring and summer of 1918, when 300,000 or more men were being drafted each month, it was found impossible to give a complete individual examination to all who failed in the group examinations. Accordingly, abbreviations of the point scale, the Stanford-Binet scale, and the performance scale were prepared, which could be applied in from 12 to 15 minutes. After September the 1st, these abbreviated scales were used for the majority of those individual examinations which did not present exceptional or puzzling features. In the case of each scale, the attempt was made to select for the abbreviated series those tests of greatest diagnostic value as indicated by agreement with the scale as a whole. The short series was intended to replace, for a certain proportion of subjects, the complete scale. It was therefore necessary that it should yield results as nearly as possible the same as would have been secured from the entire scale. The data used included 486 examinations, in which 4 tests per year had been used, usually the 4 starred tests. See Examination Blank, Part 1, page 271. Of the 486 records, 324 were of unselected men, who entered into the Alpha Beta Stanford experiment described in Chapter 7. The remaining 162 records were sent in from various camps for use in the mental age standardization of the performance scale. The distribution of these 486 cases according to mental age, as measured by the regular scale of 4 tests per year, is shown in the accompanying table. It will be noted that the limited number of cases at the lower mental ages renders the data unreliable for tests below 6 years. Table 64 is displayed on the page, distribution according to mental age of subjects used in the abbreviation of Stanford-Binet scale. The selection of tests for the abbreviated scale was based upon the following considerations: 1. Diagnostic value, 2. Order of difficulty, and 3. Necessity of retaining tests which would give mental ages as nearly as possible identical with those based on the entire scale. The diagnostic value of the test for white soldiers is roughly indicated by rapidity of increase in the percent passing at various mental ages. Table 65, which shows this for the various tests, presents interesting comparisons. Some tests show a very gradual, others a very rapid increase in number passing with mental age. Obviously, the more gradual the increase, the more tests must be used to secure a reliable measure. It will also be noted that there is usually some particular mental level where a test shows the most rapid rise in number passing. Above this level, the increase being so slight that the diagnostic value of the test for this class of subjects becomes greatly reduced. Table 65 includes the total number of cases, 486. All tests below those actually given a subject were considered to have been passed. Those above the point where the examination ended to have been failed. In comparing the figures of this table, it should be borne in mind that below mental age 7 and above mental age 18, the numbers are much too small to be significant. Table 63 is displayed on the page, percent passing each Stanford-Binet test at each mental age, white recruits. Table 65 is displayed on the page, percent passing each Stanford-Binet test at each mental age, white recruits. Table 66 shows the order of difficulty of the tests based upon the number of men failing in each. The number passing and the number doubtful are also shown. It should be noted that the order of difficulty for soldiers differs considerably from that for school children. Comprehension and making change, for example, are relatively much easier for adults, while the test of reverse digits is much harder for adults than for children of the same mental age. Table 66, tests in order of difficulty. Table 67 gives the abbreviated scale, the location of each test in the original Stanford-Binet, the number of soldiers who failed each test, and the average difficulty of the tests in each year group, both for the abbreviated and original scales. It will be noted that an 11-year group has been formed by the inclusion of one of the harder tests from Year 10 and one of the easier from Year 12. Probably a somewhat different selection would have been made had it been possible to base it entirely upon the diagnostic value of the tests. It was necessary, however, to select such tests and give them such location as would cause the abbreviated scale to yield mental age comparable with those based upon the entire scale. From a comparison of the last two columns in the following table, it will be seen that the average difficulty of the two tests located in every given year is approximately the same as the average difficulty of 4-star tests in that year group in the original scale. Table 67 is displayed on the page, abbreviated Stanford-Binet scale. The abbreviated scale is given and scored in the same way as the original, except that 6 months credit is given for each test passed. The records of 294 subjects ranging up to 12.4 years mental age on the original scale were rescored on the abbreviated scale. The deviations of new scores from the old were as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The correlation of original and abbreviated scales is shown in Table 68. It will be seen that the mental ages agree very closely as far as mental age, 10, but above this point the abbreviated scale yields mental ages which are considerably too low and apparently lacking in reliability. As far as the mental age of 9 years, the agreement between original and short scales represents a correlation of approximately 0.95. As few rejections were recommended above the mental age of 9 years, the abbreviated scale could be used with a fair degree of safety in a large majority of cases. In order to measure as high as 12 years, the abbreviated scale would have to have several tests above the 12-year level. Table 68 is displayed on the page. Correlation of original and abbreviated Stanford-Binet scales. R equals 0.91 for mental ages below 10.5 by short scale. R equals 0.95. The 60-word test was the only one that would fulfill all the requirements at Year 11. But in its original form, it was too uneconomical of time. Comparison of the number of words named in 1 minute with the number named in 3 minutes gave for 422 subjects a correlation of 0.853. 25 words in 1 minute is, in the case of white recruits, approximately equivalent to 60 words in 3 minutes, in the sense that about the same percent of cases would pass for or fail by either standard. The abbreviated scale has the advantages that its tests are arranged more nearly in order of difficulty for soldiers than is the case with the tests of the original scale. This makes it possible to reduce considerably the range through which a subject is tested. Only 3 subjects who passed 2 consecutive tests below 8 years failed on a lower test, and only 7 subjects who failed on 4 successive tests above 8 years passed a higher test. As there were 115 subjects who failed on 4 consecutive tests above 8 years, the proportion of those who succeeded in passing a higher test was 1 in 16. Another abbreviation of the Stanford-Binet was worked out at Camp Lee by E. A. Lincoln and K. M. Cowdery. The data used consisted of the test records of 358 men, most of whom were beta failures. The mental ages ranged from 4 to 12 years. 13 tests were chosen and given a value of 6 months each. In addition to the basal allowance of 4 years, they were as follows. 5. Right to left. Weights. 3 to 15 grams. 6. Comprehension. 6. Aesthetic comparison. 7. Comprehension. 8. Missing parts. 8. Counting backward, making change. 9. Date comprehension. 10. 10 absurdities, arranging weights. 11. 60 words. Considering only the mental ages as far as 11 years, the median deviation of short scale from complete scale was 0.3 year. If a subject passes all the tests, it is practically certain that his mental age is above 10.5 years. At Camp Upton, report on 100 men whose mental ages were computed both by the 4 tests per year scale and the above abbreviation showed a correlation of 0.955 Pearson between long and short scales. The short scale showed a median deviation of 3 months, 0.25 year, from the long scale. Section 5. Abbreviation of the Yerkes-Bridges point scale. The data for the abbreviation of the point scale consisted of 479 records. Of these, 186 came from Camp Greenleaf, about 200 from Camp Meade, and the remainder from Camps Travis and Stewart. The distribution of these cases according to total score was as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The diagnostic value of the separate tests was determined by plotting a correlation array for score in each test against score in the whole scale. These are shown in Table 73. The tests may be classified as follows. Excellent to good. Test 15, Comprehension. Test 7, Relation to Pictures. Test 17, Absurdities. Test 19, abstract words. Test 20, analogies. Test 18, dissected sentences. Test 13, naming words. Test 12, square and diamond. Test 10, definitions, concrete term. Test 9, comparison of objects. Good to fair. Test 2, missing parts. Test 4, memory for digits. Test 14, 3 words. Test 16, memory for designs. Test 6, memory for sentences. Poor. 1, choose prettier. 3, lines and weights. 4, counting 20 to 1. Test 8, arranging weights. Test 11, suggestibility. The average score for each test was found and reduced to a percentage value of the maximum possible score on that test. The order of difficulty of the test based upon this percentage value is given in Table 69. This order differs markedly from the order for children determined in the same way and represented by the present order of tests in the scale. Table 69 is displayed on the page. Point scale tests in order of difficulty for white recruits. The starred tests of the above list are the ones selected for the abbreviated scale. They are not in all cases the tests having highest diagnostic value, since it was necessary to consider time required to give a test, suitableness for illiterate subjects, and desirability of obtaining a short scale comparable in difficulty throughout its range with the entire scale. The average of the ratios in the last column of Table 69 for the starred test is practically the same as the average of the ratios for the entire scale, the former being 53.9% and the latter 55.9%. The average score for the entire scale is 53.3, for the abbreviated scale 26.6. The average percentage of zero scores for the whole scale is 18.4, for the abbreviated scale 12.9. The total score on the abbreviated scale is 50 points. Records of 476 men were recorded on the abbreviated scale, and the scores obtained multiplied by 2. The deviations of the short scale scores in points from the scores on the entire scale were as follows. Tables displayed on the page. The median deviation was 3 points, and the mean deviation 4.14 points. Since the yearly increments in points beginning with mental age 5 are 6, 7, 6, 9, 8, 6, 6, and 4, up to mental age 13, it will be seen that the median deviation of 3 points corresponds to approximately a half year in mental age from 5 to 8, about a third of a year from 8 to 10, a half year from 10 to 12, and 3/4 of a year at 13. The corresponding median deviation of the short form of the Stanford-Binet was 3/10 of a year. The correlation of abbreviated with complete point scale for the 475 subjects ranging in mental age from 4 to 18 years was 0.934, Pearson. When subjects above 12.5 mental age were excluded, in order to make the coefficient of correlation comparable with that for the abbreviated Stanford-Binet, which extends only to 12.5 years, the correlation was reduced from 0.934 to 0.913. Corresponding figures to Stanford-Binet 0.912. Table 70 is displayed on the page. Correlation of brief with complete point scale, R equals 0.934. Certain important facts in the above correlation arrays are summarized in Tables 71 and 72. Table 71 is displayed. Median scores computed on the whole scale for subject making each score on each test. Table 72 is displayed. Number of subjects making each score in each test. In several camps, the point scale was abbreviated by using the odd number tests and multiplying the score, thus covered by 1.7. For 168 cases at Camp Sherman, mostly beta failures, the correlation between the complete scale and the odd number test was 0.88. For 167 cases at Camp Greenleaf, the correlation was 0.96. The median deviation of score on the odd numbered from score in the complete scale was stated as approximately 6 months in the case of 168 Camp Sherman records. It was found at Greenleaf that total score in tests 4, 9, 10, 12, 15, 16, 17, and 20 correlated to 0.97 with the score on the complete scale. The regression equation for this combination of tests was found to be as follows. Total score equals partial score multiplied by 2 plus 6. The probable error of estimate by this formula was stated as approximately 2 points. In the same study, tests 4, 9, 16, and 17 gave a score which correlated 0.6 with score on the complete scale. The regression equation was total score equals 3.5 times partial score plus 15. This gave a probable error of estimate of approximately 4 points, which corresponds on an average to about 8 months in terms of mental age. A short point scale arranged at Camp Sherman consisted of tests 2, 4, 9, 15, and 17, total score of which correlated 0.89 with total score of complete scale. These 5 tests yield a total score which approximates 1/3 of score of by entire scale, but with a probable error of estimate of somewhat more than a half year. It is evident that the scale thus reduced must be used with caution. Table 73 is displayed on the page. Correlation of separate tests of point scale with a total score of point scale. End of section 18. Section 19 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 9. Effect of doubling the time limits in the area and the beta examinations. The alpha and beta examinations are frequently characterized as speed tests because of the fact that they are done against time, and further because of the belief that with unlimited time, all tests could be done nearly perfectly. It is not possible, however, to state a priori just what time does play in the examinations, or whether there are individuals at certain levels of intelligence who can improve their performance, but little with a considerable extension of the period. In order to investigate this point, to determine more fully what these time relations are within any particular test, and to find out what an extension of the period would do in the case of persons at different levels of intelligence, arrangements were made for an experiment in which the alpha examination was given with double time, and performance under double time was compared with performance in single time. It should be noted in this connection that it is often argued that the alpha examinations, because of the limited period, are especially unfair to persons who may be described as a slow, cautious, intelligent type. It is argued, often in military contexts, that there are individuals who are entirely adequate to the kind of performance required in the tests, but who, since they combine slowness with accuracy, require a longer period of time in order to do themselves justice. An experiment in doubling the time on alpha will show to what extent performance is improved by extending the time limits. It cannot, however, be expected that the order of abilities of various persons will be very materially altered. A change of order would occur only if the tests were of the type in which time was relatively unimportant, so-called power tests. Here it might happen that quick individuals, scoring high, would reach the limit of their abilities and fail to profit by additional time, whereas slow, capable persons would plod unerringly on in the extended period and outdistanced in the end their more speedy rivals. The experiment consisted in giving alpha with double time to 510 men at Camps Beauregard and MacArthur. At Camp Beauregard, 10 companies, 387 men, were examined. At Camp Arthur, 3 companies, 123 men. At Camp Beauregard, no men had been segregated from the group for the beta examination, but the high range of scores indicates that few should probably have been sent to beta. At Camp MacArthur, 60 men had been withdrawn from the group for beta. The remaining 123 took alpha. The distribution of scores of the two groups thus selected show that they are comparable. The method of giving alpha was as follows. At the end of the usual time, e.g. 5 minutes on test 2, 1/2 minutes on test 3, the examiner called stop and instructed the men to draw a line across the page at the point reached. This line marked the work done in the single time. The men were then instructed not to change anything above this line, but to work on down the page. Time was called when a double period had been completed. In all companies but one company, commanders were requested to assign ratings of intelligence for all men taking the examination. Independent ratings were made by 3 company officers. In all, 475 of the 510 men were thus rated. The men had been known to their officers for periods ranging from 2 to 12 weeks. That the officers did their rating by approximately the same standards is indicated by the following correlations for 99 men taken from the MacArthur data. Ratings of captain with first lieutenant correlate 0.79. Ratings of captain with second lieutenant correlate 0.77. Ratings of first and second lieutenants correlate 0.74. The following correlations sum up the results so far as they can be indicated in the total scores for single time and for double time. Correlation of single time total score of officer's rating 0.490. Correlation of double time total score with officer's rating 0.530. Correlation of single time total score with double time total score 0.965. Correlation ratio of single time total score with double time total score 0.980. It will be seen from the above that doubling the time does not greatly alter the character of alpha. The coefficient of correlation between single time and double time is 0.965 and is based on approximately linear data, since the correlation ratio is but slightly greater. The close agreement between the two coefficients of correlation of officers' ratings with time substantiates this conclusion. The slight difference of 4% is scarcely significant, especially since the data are for the same group, and cannot be taken to mean that double time would give a better measure of the quantity which officers rate as intelligence. In general, then, we have no reason to assume that an extension of time limits would have improved the test or have given an opportunity to many individuals materially to alter their ratings. We can, of course, gain considerable information concerning the characteristics of alpha by a further study of the data. Table 74 shows the amount of gain made by persons of different levels of intelligence, as indicated by score, single time, and the percentage of gain. The column for percentage indicates that, in general, individuals scoring low gain more than individuals scoring high, a fact that is undoubtedly due in part to the limited possibility for gain at the upper levels of the scale. A subject can not do more than all the items. The column for totals in Table 75 gives these facts in summary. The increase in score was, on the average, from 62 to 80.5, a mean gain of 18.5. Table 74 is displayed on the page. The mean gain, the percentage of gain, and the frequency for men making various scores single time. The agreement of the distributions for single time and double time on any one test is a measure of the effect of double time on that test, and is indicated roughly by the means and standard deviations in Table 75. It appears that Test 2 is affected least, and Test 3 most by the extension of time. An arrangement in order from the least to the most affected gives 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 5, 3, but in the order of the mean gain arranged from least to most, we have 2, 6, 4, 5, 3, 7, 8. These means, however, are not exactly comparable because there is more chance for gain in tests 4, 7, and 8, since there are 40 items in each. Moreover, the items are not equal in different tests. A gain of one item in one test is not the same as a gain of one item in another test. The order derived directly from the distributions is, therefore, more nearly the truth. Table 75 is displayed on the page, means and standard deviations of double time, single time, and gain on each alpha test. Table 76 shows for every one of the tests the coefficient of correlation between scores obtained under different times and officers' ratings. It will be noted that the correlations between double and single time for all tests except 3 are above 0.90. This means again that double time has no great general effect. Arranging the tests in order of the size of these coefficients, we are from greatest to least 6, 4, 2, 7, 8, 5, 3. The same general order as above. Tests 2, 4, and 6 occupy the 3 first positions, that is, they are affected least. Table 76 is displayed on the page, correlation between the separate tests, double and single time, with a variety of different measures. Table 77 is displayed on the page, correlation for alpha total score single time with alpha total score double time, R equals 0.967. We have seen that doubling the time does not result in any demonstrable improvement in alpha as a whole. We have further to ask, however, whether some single test may not be appreciably benefited by an increase of period. If we take officers' ratings as a measure of excellence in the test, then the change in correlation with officers' ratings from single to double time will show whether the test is improved, or the converse. In other words, we may tabulate the differences between the second and third rows of Table 76. These differences are, a table is displayed on the page. It will be noted that in tests 3 and 4, the difference is negative, which means that the correlations of these tests, single time, with ratings are greater than their correlations, double time, with ratings. The differences in tests 2, 7, and 6 are probably significant, but not enough to justify recommending double time. If we take the agreement of one test with all the others as our standard of excellence, then we are interested in the changes of correlation from row 6 to row 7. For, subtracting row 6 from row 7, we get the differences between the coefficients of each test, single time with total score, single time, and each test, double time, with the same. These differences are, a table is displayed on the page. Arranging the tests in order of these differences, from the greatest to the least, we have 2, 4, 8, 7, 6, 3, 5. It may be argued, however, that these correlations are not quite fair to double time, since we are actually correlating the single time scores with the total of which they are apart. To meet this objection, each test, single time, was correlated with the total scores of the remaining 7 tests. Then double time on each test was correlated with the same total. The results as expressed in differences obtained by subtracting row 8 from row 9 in table 76 are, a table is displayed on the page. Arranging the tests in the order of the differences from greatest to least, we have 2, 4, 8, 7, 6, 3, 5. This is exactly the same order as above except for the tie between tests 6 and 3, but the differences are more in favor of double time. On the basis of the above correlations, double time could not be recommended on any test except test 2. Table 78 is displayed on the page, percentage gain at each level of the various tests. Table 78 shows the percent of the individuals making any particular score, single time, who gain in the second half of the double period. If all tests were speed tests, then these percentages should all be high, i.e., all individuals at all levels should gain with additional time. If any test were entirely a power test, then the percentages should be uniformly low. The individuals should have reached their limit within the initial period and be unable to better themselves. Inspection of the table shows that, in general, the percentages tend to increase as the level of intelligence increases. This condition can certainly be said to obtain for tests 2, 4, 5, 6, and possibly 7. We might say, therefore, in the case of these tests, that they are neither principally speed tests nor power tests, but tend to show the characteristics of a power test more at the low levels than they do at the high levels. The high frequencies of persons gaining at the upper levels, often 100%, indicate for the people making high scores on single time the speed element is predominant. In the middle and lower ranges, the power element is more important. Many persons do not gain in the additional time. It can hardly be said, however, that at these levels the power factor is ever so important as is speed. Very small percentages do not occur with the frequency of high percentages. The falling off of percentages of test 5 and 7 at the upper end must not be taken to mean that the power factor in any legitimate sense of the term comes in at this point. Men of maximum intelligence are unable to increase their performance here because they complete the test in considerably less than double time. Tests 3 and 8 differ from the other tests in not showing any dependence of the relative importance of speed and power upon the level of intelligence. The series of percentages seem to show no particular change, except at the very lower end of test 3, where there seems to be some limitations of power, at the very upper end, where double time ceases to be useful. It would be possible to give in all the cases of table 78 the median amount gained. These values are, however, meaningless because the various items from one test to another, and even within the same test, do not represent equal differences of difficulty. It is of interest to discover, however, to what extent individuals are prevented from doing themselves justice by virtue of the fact that the times are too long. That is to say, to what extent the quick, alert individual is handicapped in alpha. Table 79 shows the percentage of those attempting all items, and at least all but 2 items on each of the tests. The third column of the table shows that only negligible percentages finish the test in single time, whereas a considerable number finish in double time. In all tests but test 2, more than 16% are through in double time and are therefore scored too low. The rule upon which the time limits of alpha were originally based was that not more than 5% of the unselected group should complete all items on any test. Double time, it will be seen, violates this rule in all tests. In view of these results, it is improbable that anyone would argue for an increase to double time. much less for an increase greater than double time. The last column of Table 79 indicates that even very much greater percentages would accrue to the various tests where the time extended beyond double time. Table 79 is displayed on the page. Percentage attempting all items, and at least all but 2 items at double and single time. Assuming that we are dealing with an unselected group, Table 79 shows that some limit between double and single time would probably be more suitable. Arranging the tests here in order of the percent attempting all items at double time, and arranging from lowest to highest percents, we have 2, 4, 7, 6, 8, 3, 5. We can get before us a picture of the relative effects of double time on the separate tests by collecting the various rankings of tests made in the preceding paragraphs. 1. Tests in order of agreement of distribution of a double time and single time. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 5, 3. 2. Tests in order of degree of correlation between scores in single time and double time. 6, 4, 2, 7, 8, 5, 3. 3. Tests in order of improvement of double time over single time as measured by officers' ratings. 3, 4, 8, 5, 6, 7, 2. 4. Tests in order of improvement of double time over single time as measured by correlation with total score, single time. 5, 3, 6, 7, 8, 4, 2. 5. Tests in order of improvement of double time over single time as measured by correlation with total score of remaining 6 tests. 5, 3, 6, 7, 8, 4, 2. 6. Tests in order the degree in which they can afford increase of time without any injustice to quicker men. 5, 3, 8, 6, 7, 4, 2. Similar results were obtained in a second experiment with double time on alpha. The data for this experiment are not given in detail because they add little that is new to the foregoing conclusions. The conditions were somewhat different. The men were allowed to finish the alpha examination in the usual manner. Then, when the last test was completed, they were instructed to go back to test 2, draw a line across the page at the point which they had reached when time was called, and to begin there and work on down the page. After they had continued with test 2, an additional period equal to the first, the same procedure was followed successively with the remaining tests. Instructions were given not to make any corrections or change in the part of the tests done during the first period. There were 155 men given alpha at Camp MacArthur under these conditions. The correlation between total score, single time, and total score, double time, in this experiment is 0.967, as against 0.965 in the preceding experiment. The correlation of total score, double time, with officers' ratings is 0.559 of total score, single time with officers' ratings 0.526, a difference of 0.033 as against 0.04 in the preceding experiment. The correlations between double time and single time for the various tests are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The various tests may be ranked as follows. 1. Tests in order of agreement of distribution for double time and single time. 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 3. 2. Tests in order degree of correction between scores in single time and double time. 4, 2, 6, 5, 7, 8, 3. In addition to the foregoing data, there are results for giving beta with double time to 60 men at Camp MacArthur. The number of cases is too small to justify detailed treatment. The correlation between officers' ratings and beta total score single time is 0.460, with beta double time 0.370. The correlation between beta and total score double time and total score single time is 0.950. This seems to indicate that the scale as a whole is affected very little by doubling the time, and that the effect is injurious rather than helpful. Considering the tests separately, we get the following correlations. The table is displayed on the page. End of section 19.